Okay, I was muted that whole time. Good morning, world. Thanks, Void Dreamer. Oh boy. Alright, well, what a way to start. Anyway, we're going to be planning the roadmap for today. And we've got some things down here. Now, what I was saying as I was muted is that I think what I'm going to do is work on hardware. Yeah. So my goal, as usual, larger goal, hit prototype progress by 12/8, which when is 12/8? It is a Tuesday. Tuesday, 12/8. So in order for me to do that, I do need Teams, I need auto deploy. Some point I'm gonna need some like basic configuration UI, leaderboards. What other big features were there? I guess saving and loading, database persistence. But some of these things don't matter so much yet. I'm debating on how I want to do leaderboards. Reading chat right now. Alright. Yeah, so let's think. I think this week is going to be hardware, add as much as possible to get closer to prototype progress. So I think what this is going to involve is artillery. Now, what were the things that I linked before? T, E, M, Z, and you guys chose Z. You chose Z, so the T, E, M part. Then what else? Thrusters. Let me go take a look. What other ones do I have? Oh, shields, regex, and I think that's it. Yeah, I think we're gonna work through all the hardware that we can. Now, let me think of what's best to do here. I think I want to start with regen, because I want to give you guys that first. Then I think thrusters, then maybe we'll vote. Yeah, then maybe a vote. X Unique says, did you fix the Firefox problem? Yes, I did. Oh, and let me get myself access to the game. Alright, cool. So now let me log in. I think the only people with access right now are Wouter and myself. Yeah, and Oren had bots from before. In fact, Oren might still be online. Yeah, so this is a clever way to bypass account resetting. If you just stay logged in for the entirety of the weekend, then you won't get reset. There are some interesting things on this server here that you can see. Some people did log in over the weekend. Although I don't know when the weekend started according to this, but a couple people tried logging in yesterday after I reset accounts. And yeah, things have been going pretty well. So the server's up. You can spend your points. Remember, it's 100 today. It'll go down to 90 tomorrow. But if you spend them today, you'll get the full week's worth of access. And I'm going to be adding a lot of interesting stuff this week. So this is a decent week to do this. Wait, what? Looks like the cage needs cleaning. Oh, I see this. Yeah, let me put in some janitor bots. The janitor. There. Yaki, I'm sorry. But that's why your points are constantly going up, and the cost each day goes down in large steps. So at some point there will be a balance. Okay, I think we're gonna work on this stuff first then. So let's modify the pre-beta page. Oops, not Phantom Bot. What am I doing? Oh, also, let's check to see. Do I have anything outstanding here? No. Roving Eye has quite a lot of points. Alright, let's see. So we go into docs, we go into pre-beta, and we open up this markdown. Then let's open up the real page too, bot.land. So somewhere here, I wanted to say your username is your Twitch name. Although I don't think people are really reading this page, which is fine. This should just be there for people. Yeah, TGK. Let's see. So how do I join? In order to play, you spend loyalty points. Oh yeah, I gotta delete this part too. 21 points for today only. I might keep doing things like that where it's cheap on Fridays, much cheaper on Fridays than it should be. But for now, let's just leave it as that. Those will be like flash sales. Points mean prizes. Okay. Okay, when you have enough points, whisper Botland Bot game in Twitch chat. If you... Okay, yeah. You won't be able to obtain a password in apps on stream, which you can just play a game. The password... Your username is the same as your Twitch username, and the password will be whispered to you by the bot. Hey D13. You should do giveaways on some days. Yeah, that's true. Maybe like once a day I do a giveaway to people who don't already have an account. The thing is, well, I'll have to consider that, yeah. I'll write that down, Roving Eye. Start doing maybe one giveaway a day where you win pre-beta access, but limit it to people without access, I guess. Or maybe give 100 points, maybe refund the person if they already have it, or have them choose another person. I don't know. Anyway, we'll have to think about that. Hey, Smooth Dog. Okay. So yeah, clarify that your account name is your Twitch name. Bug tracking now goes here. Ooh. Let's see. Let's see what we got. What is this link to? Oh, I see. Oh wow, there are actually a lot of people in here. What's going on? I didn't even see this. No, this is from... No, there aren't people in here. You just haven't connected yet. I see. Okay, now you connected. Huh. Alright. And then, is this the chat of my... Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll give you the points back then. Wouter. And I'll probably... Well, I'll close this for now, though. I'm not destroying my own bandwidth. But yeah, let me give you the points back then. Points, give, Wouter. And there's the expectation, I suppose, that you leave the stream up for, some amount of time this week. It doesn't have to be all day. Pass the parcel, Roving Eye. I think that's what I kind of mentioned here, but I've never heard of that before, pass the parcel, where I give a giveaway, and if you already had that access, then you give it to somebody else. Is that what you're talking about? Okay, so Botland tracking is what we're going to put on the page next. Yeah, bugs. For now, there's no official means of reporting bugs. That's not true anymore. Now there is an official means. For now. Okay. So, yeah, this whole earning loyalty points thing, I still want people to be able to do that. But I'll just write this here. Report bugs here on GitHub. No, a good bug report includes, yeah. You give a token that has end games. I take a game and pass along. Means you could. Oh yeah, that's something that would take a lot of development for me to do at this point. Yeah, but right. Nice Smooth Dog, getting better internet. Okay, so you got that on there, and then this, if you forgot your password, this is how you'll get it back. So how do I join? How do I obtain loyalty points? I'll just put a new heading. Maybe. Oh, how do I play? I'm gonna put a tutorial video there too. Okay, let's put that. Add tutorial video. If I have a token, there's an incentive to invite friends to the channel. Yeah, that's true. Well, I'll have to think about it because, yeah, I'll have to think about it. Okay, so let's see. What was I about to add right now? Yeah, how to get the password. How to get your password. So should there be just a troubleshooting section at the bottom here? How do I join? When will this be available? Oh, when will this be available is no longer necessary. So what is this about? Development of the game is streamed on here. This page contains details on how the game can be played. Yeah, alright, that sounds good. Okay, so that's why we're calling it pre-beta. There will be bugs and complete features. Pre-beta started last Wednesday, which was the 28th, 10/28/15. So yeah, it started a month and 20 days after development started. Yes, Roving Eye, store all of that personal information, of course. I've given away so many points to the less fortunate. How many have you given away, Smooth Dog? I mean, I'm not going to give you 73 points probably. The idea is I want there to be some exclusivity behind playing Botland in the pre-beta because it's not a released game yet. And I want to reward the people who've been around and supported me and everything. So yeah. Nice. Alright. Okay, what's up next? So, how you get your password back. Yeah, this is where I was saying I think I want to put another section on here. No, maybe I'll just put this here, where I mention passwords a lot. If you forgot your password, type /wbotlandbot password while Adam is online. And no, not just my followers, Roving Eye. Smooth Dog says, I don't remember, but I helped 2 people get into the pre-beta. How long have you been in the channel for? How long have you been in the channel for? Time Smooth Dog. What did the lawyer say? Yaki, about what? The EULA? Because the EULA is done. I don't know if that's what you're talking about. But if you go to bot.land/EULA, you can find the EULA and the privacy policy here. But I didn't talk to the lawyer about anything beyond that, I think. So Smooth Dog has been in this channel for 20 hours and 51 minutes. So that's 20 hours, 51 minutes. So that's roughly 125 points. Plus the follow time, which might have been either 100 or... And you would have spent 21 on... I don't know, Smooth Dog. I could give you some points. I just don't know about all of them. Yeah, he says, yeah, about the EULA and all. What did he do? Oh, so he made the EULA. That's all I was looking for him to do. Is the EULA talks about how you get access using loyalty points. And so it's a very custom-made EULA. And yeah, it's not like super long or anything. That's what I'd wanted from this. Anyway, Smooth Dog, you could always get a gift from other people in this channel, just like how you gifted points out. Okay, so we wrote that down. That's how you get this back. Next, the tutorial video. So I just recorded this yesterday, guys. And a lot of you already know how you play this. And I'm going to put this on here. So how do I play? How do I play? Botland is very much a work in progress. We hope the gameplay will eventually be clarified more as you're playing, but for now, ask in chat how you can play and see the documentation. But for now, here are some resources. Let's say short tutorial video and some basic documentation, I guess. Basic documentation. In fact, let's put that there. There we go. No, I know, Smooth Dog. I know you weren't directly begging for points. I'm not trying to like turn this into the most important thing in the world or something like that. So what else? Then I want to add this somewhere. All right, Smooth Dog, you've been a good follower, so here you go. All right. Next, I want to put this on my Twitch page somewhere, and we're gonna get to actual coding in a second. I just need to get done with this stuff. So somewhere on here, I'll put. Then I have to mute the sound. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Walter, if you want, you can. I don't think you need to stream music necessarily, but okay. So pre-beta. Let's edit this panel, and we'll say. Walter sometimes hosts a view into the arena for you to watch if you don't have an account. And I shall link to this. Okay. So let's just make sure that worked. So pre-beta, if you want to join, you can click here and you can join. Good, that looks fine. Then sometimes there's a view into the arena here. Yeah. And this should let you see what's happening in the arena at any given time. Hey, there's a source button for this? No. That just pops up no matter what. Yeah, so not much is happening right now. Not a whole lot of people have accounts yet. Yeah. Okay. And then I'm going to write some things here. Well, no, I think that's fine for now. All right, so then we can build this. That's done. And then we can upload it. Actually, you know what we can do? We can diff this with what it used to have. I don't think this is really going to show me anything interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's just what I typed. So fine. Let's copy this, rename it to index.html, open up FileZilla. I pressed down and then enter, and it somehow went back up to File Explorer. That was weird. Alright, then I'm going to do this on my other monitor. I'll upload this really fast, and then we'll get to the docs page. I don't know if it's worth putting up a new docs page, though. Maybe I won't even do that yet. But anyway, pre-beta, let's put the index page up. What's going on? Oh, there we go. Okay, so let's see. When I refresh this now, we should see like this section, for example, just go away. So yeah, it's gone. And instead we've got everything else here. Here on GitHub, does this link to the correct place? Yep. So people just had to file issues here. Yeah, nice. Okay, great. I'm happy with that. Next, let's check that in. So check in. Updated some information on the pre-beta page. Alright, good. Alright, what next? Docs page. See, I don't know if I want to do this. I think I'm just going to put this in the other... I'll do this in the other section for right now. Okay, great. So I already have server messages in the game. /online should go through that path. So /online was the only chat command you can type in Botland right now. If you type /online, you'll see this should be like 4 people, yeah. Myself, Orandre, Destadam, and Wouter. And of course, I need to make sure the arena's clean. Alright, so let's make this go through the correct means. Now where does this... I already have server messages. /online should go through that code path. somewhere else, when it says that someone joined it was like player entered arena. Maybe I just set the username to server, in which case this is not necessarily any better than what I'm doing right now. Received my player object. No, this is not right. No, it's create player. Alright, see you, Destadom. Did I? Yeah, okay. So I did just say the server is the one to link this. Will you be able to make mods for Botland? Not at first, no. It's something we'd love to support, but it's not something that we're going to be able to do, I think, in the amount of time it'll take just to get the product out. And then after that, so again, if Botland has any amount of success where I can sustain myself monetarily on it, then I will be supporting it for like 5 years probably. So yeah, at that point, maybe mods become a thing, maybe they don't. I'm not making any promises there, but for now, they're not planned. Yeah, so if I'm doing this here, I don't think there's really an issue with continuing to do it here. Emitting it as though I'm the server. Yeah, we'll just leave that for now. Alright, so before I continue, the only question is, should I fix up the mines test? And here's the problem, and this is... We're still settling on some of the design of the game. Also, hang on, I gotta write something down before I forget about this. So, we're still settling on some of the design of the game. So right now, well, you don't even see landmines in the arena, but landmines used to work where you'd lay a certain number, let's say 5, and then the 6th one that you tried to lay would delete the first one and put the 6th one down. And that way you could only have 5 at any given time. We decided that there are a lot of reasons why we don't want that. So what we changed it to is that each mine has a time to live. So you put it down, it stays around for 3 or 4 seconds, and then it goes away. And so if someone ran into it in that 3 or 4 seconds, yeah, they take a lot of damage. Now, should I write a test for that, given that it might change eventually again, and there is time being spent on these tests? But if I don't write the tests, then what if I just never get back to them? So the question is it worth having tests for something that might change? I think it's better to have tests for things. Alright, fine. Yeah, I'll do this. I think this is a good thing to do. So let's go into Botland test and run these. There are 3 tests that are failing, and they all have to do with landmines. Now, first, we also need to come up with new tests. So, verify that TTL works. Well, the only way to do this is to update the mines themselves. Which happens in arena.js, I think. So there's an update in here, and that's where we do TTL system.update. Wait a second, something's wrong in this system, isn't it? TTL component? Whoops. I did talk to you later component, and now Sublime seems to have frozen. Oh, there we go. Okay, so TTL component. Let's take a look. We have cooldown equals 0. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is wrong. Yeah, this is the problem right here. Well, it's not really a problem, but if enough time passes, yeah, it's not really a problem. Definitely worth having tests. Your tests accurately describe the expected use of your program. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so then I will. I mean, I was already planning on it, but I will modify these tests now. But now I'll feel slightly better because monadic bind agrees. Alright, so we need to update this. Let's take a look. What test failed? Did not expect a landmine but found one. So this is what? Should not keep track of revealed mines that were deleted due to the maximum. So now this should be changed into should not keep track of revealed mines that were deleted due to the time to live expiring. So should not keep track of revealed landmines that were deleted due to TTL expiring. Alright, so how do we do this? We lay a mine, this reveals a mine that you laid, then we lay a whole bunch of other mines. We don't need to do that anymore though, because this is the part where it gets deleted. So instead what we do is update the TTL system until the mine dies. Yeah. Then make sure that the mines died, I guess, yeah. In fact, I'm not even sure why I did this. Assert landmine presence 3-0. Now, what's the best way to do this? We have the arena's TTL system. What we could do something like this. We could say for let I equals 0, I is less than 20, I plus plus. This dot update, like, just some large number. I don't know. I'm going to change this in a bit. I just want to make sure that this even works. Okay, well, this should work. It's really stupid, but it should work. So I should really change that. But let's take a look at what the other tests are that are failing too. Should delete mines correctly when it max mines and when it's blown up. This is bundled into the other tests now. And max mines per player doesn't even exist, so I gotta get rid of this. The only place it exists is in the test code. So let's delete that, and let's delete that, and let's delete that, and where's the other one? Here. So now this should not show up in the code base anymore. Well, there's one comment apparently. There, done. Alright, and then I'm pretty sure, like I said, that this test is not important anymore. The should, yeah, this one. Yeah, I don't think this is a test case anymore. I think we just get rid of this. And then what's the last one? Should delete mines when you're at the maximum and you try laying another. Yeah, again, this is not an issue anymore either. So what are the things that can happen with time to live mines? Are we testing to see if mines can blow up on another player? Because that seems like a pretty important test. Should path over revealed landmine, should not path. Should not be able to see a mine, should be able to reveal multiple mines. Yeah, I don't think we have anything about blowing up a mine, so I think that needs to be done too, and then I think we're good. In fact, that's what this other test did. So let's go back to diff current file. This one is blown up part, that was the important part. So I think let's take back this test and we'll just prune it down to what we need. Oh, this is going to be obnoxious to do this way. All right, let's do it through TortoiseGit. So if we go into here and we take this test, so let's put all of this back in, and then we'll modify it directly in the file itself. So here's what we do. We have all of this. Should delete mines correctly when at max mine. So we don't care about that necessarily. We want to get to here. Yeah, this is what matters. So let's see what this test does now. We have a mine layer bot, which lays a mine and then moves right so that it gets out of the way of its own landmine. And then we have a bot that's going to move up into that landmine. So first, we update the mine layer bot. This will lay a mine. And we don't care about any of this stuff because we're only going to do this once. This will move the mine layer to the right. Hey, Merplex. Are mines invisible to enemies? Yes, until they're revealed. So everyone can call an API called reveal mines, and this will reveal everything in your vision range. So if you move out of that range, they'll be invisible to you again. Essentially, what I'm saying is, you can reveal mines. It's somewhat costly for you to do so, but it's also costly for you to blow up on a mine. So it all depends on your own strategy and how you'll do these things. And we can rebalance this if it turns out that mines are overpowered. Everything is just an initial stab at here's what we think the balance should be. And we haven't gotten to the balancing stage yet anyway. Okay, so this will move the mine. Then we do this again. We don't actually want to do this again, or this. So next, this will move the blows up mine bot into the mine, and then we assert that it took damage, and that the mine is no longer there. That's important too. Let's do all those things. And now I think our test should be fine. Let's run them, and let's see. Will you make a speaker like the lights? What? You mean like a speaker that you guys can control? Wouldn't that just be like requesting a song? Yeah, Merplex, I'm not totally sure what you mean. Oh yeah, and this is bad. This is a bad way of doing things. So we gotta do this slightly better. Or we could just do this poorly, and when the test fails, we can say that it's probably because of this. And yeah, no, Merplex, I'm not gonna do anything with sound or music on this, I think. I mean on my stream. In the game, there will eventually be that, although I still need a sound designer. So I screwed up 2 tests. Did not expect a landmine, but found one in 2-0. And this is coming from here. Did not expect a landmine, but found one in 2-0. Ooh, well, that's because of this code. Right, the mine layer laid another mine. What's going on here? Set up active bot, reveal bot. Wait, why did this say false? What is the mine layer's code? The mine layer's code is move right, lay mine and then move right. So here we move, here we lay a mine. Here we move, here we lay a mine. Yeah, we don't want to do the other lay mine. It's not necessary anymore. Okay, then here should delete mines correctly when it max mines as one is blown up. This is just mine should blow up. Should blow up a mine when on top of it. Should blow up an enemy mine. And hey Cooking Chris, thanks for following. And Skynet, hi. Good morning. Alright, what is this failing on? We lay a mine, and then we verify that it's there at 0-0. What did this fail on though? Did not expect a landmine, but found on 0-0. Then we move the mine layer to the right, assert that it's at 1-0. Then we move the blows up mine bot upward. And this said that the mine is still there. I know why. I know why this is happening. So it's not just that, okay, this is the issue. Get entity on tile with components. So if landmine, well, alright, this is kind of silly, but this is what we need to do. So if landmine, wait a second, no, we don't need to do this. Yeah, we check to see if the mine's dead here. What is going on then? That's weird. This would mean that the landmine didn't blow up, but then, okay. Alright, hang on. I think I know one way we can at least test this. We can assert that it took damage before we... No. Something's wrong. I know what's wrong. Okay, let's draw this out, because I'm pretty sure I know what's going on right now. We had... Let's take this. So we had a bot at 0-0, and it was our mine layer bot. So up here, we write M. This is our mine layer bot, and then this is our bot that's going to blow it up. And so we update this. This is going to put a mine here. Then we update it again. This is going to move it to the right. So now mine layer bot is here. And then I tried moving the blows up bot into that. And that obviously isn't going to work. So what we need to do is we need to put this at 0-1. And then we need to assert that this is at 0-0. Yeah. Let's run those. Okay, and then I want to check something quickly over here. Are you guys getting whispers for my lights? D13 got a token. Wait, why? Is something wrong? Something wrong with it? 2 people just followed, but I don't think they got whispers. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Well, I'll have to look into that further. All of the tests passed now. I think the only thing we need to do... Yeah. Okay. No. This is pretty hacky. It updates the TTL system so that at least 30 turns pass, and then I'm going to modify that so that it says 30 instead of 20. Wanaka says, could I create like 100 fake Twitch accounts, follow you, and transfer all the points? No, if I see people excessively transferring points, then I'll probably start banning people. And hey, Swift Blue. So Wanaka, this is like, I understand that 100 points for a lot of people sounds steep, but that's why the point total drops throughout the week. I mean, I guess your account is also deleted every week too, but my thinking about it is this: I'll run giveaways, I'll run like sales every once in a while or something, but it's free, and I want people who can join on Monday or Tuesday to feel like, oh, this is great. Like I get to test out features in the game before other people do. There's a winning bot. All right, let's see. I'm gonna deploy. What's this code that I have written from last time? Landmines, cloaking, and zapper. You're about to get annihilated. Alright, so let's do this. Let's get zapper, cloaking, and landmines. And let's see. Does Woucher stand any chance? Okay, that one did. But I got a cloaked bot over here. Yeah, take that. Oh yeah, Wanakas. No, I don't blame you for asking. I hope I didn't sound like rude as I was answering. Okay, so all the tests are passing. So updated the landmines test because there is no longer a maximum, a per player maximum. Instead, there is a TTL on each line. Okay. Alright, good. It's done. Alright, then I think we can start new hardware. So I think we're going to start with Regen. I have the points necessary, but don't feel too well at the moment. Aw, I'm sorry, Wanakas. So yeah, we're going to make Regen hardware. So let's think briefly. Let me look at my game design doc for a second. I don't think I ever talked about numbers in here, but yeah, this is what we're going to work on next. So, Regen hardware. I'm pretty sure we're going to do something like this. I'm just going to jot this down, like 15 HP per tick. Tier 2 is like 30 HP per tick. This is too much, actually. Let's say 10, 20, and 30. 10, 30, and 50. I don't know. 50 is kind of a lot. In fact, 50 is too much. I think the highest tier should be like 40. And this is just, yeah, let's do something like that for right now. And then let me check the game design doc to see if I did write down numbers. And if I did, then we can erase all of those. How about 100 accounts and make small transactions between each? Well, I'll see any small transactions. Alright, I'm looking over at my other monitor right now just to see what I said for Regen here. I'm pretty sure, yeah, so add regeneration hardware. Yeah, and the base is just going to be an HP per tick. Yep, and that's all we talked about. Yeah. Okay, yeah, then that's what we're doing. Swift Blue says, did I miss something in chat? I don't think so. Well, I don't know though, because I'm not sure what you saw. Alright, so the Regen hardware, 10, 20 HP per tick. Okay, so we have a checklist for adding new hardware. Where is that checklist? My goodness, I need to clean up this list. We're going to spend like an entire week on that at one point, but for right now, we're not there. So let's copy paste this. Alright, so we add in... Oh, what was this supposed to mean? Oh, I guess the hardware itself. So, yeah, I should write that down. New hardware. Hardware itself will be constant. How do you gift points? I think it's let me try it out. Okay, yeah, it's gift, not give. I'll get a cloaking hardware upgrade on my transfers. Yeah, then I won't detect them. Okay, so hardware itself, let's add in the regen hardware tiers. And then the APIs, there are actually no APIs for regen. It's just always on. It's a passive. So then component, should there be a component for regeneration? I don't even think that's necessary. I think if you have regen, you can regenerate. There's no sprite right now for it. There's no Blockly blocks. Well, there are the hardware. Interaction with other hardware, can this be reflected? I don't think that matters. Tests, and then, yeah, that's it. So regen should be pretty easy to add. In fact, we can probably get this done before lunch. Wow, Swift Blue, that's very nice of you. Okay, Roving Eye, if you want to make 100 more accounts, then I'm going to ban you. In fact, if anyone makes 100 accounts, then Roving Eye gets banned. There. Alright, yeah, so let's do this. We'll go into hardware constant, and we will add in regen. Next, we'll put regen hardware here. And yeah, let's do this for right now. So regen, we'll go into hardware.js over here, and I'll take a look at what happened. I called it repair there. That was something totally different, actually. Oh, this had regen amount. Okay. And we set it to 5, 15, and 30. You know what? I like that. 5, 15, and 30. Those are good numbers. Let's go with those. Call it CoinNet. No, CoinLet. Man, Swift Blue, I feel bad. You should be able to play. What have I done? I created a monster. Everyone's good points away. Alright, well that's very nice of you, Swift Blue. Okay, so we got regen. Let's call this regen, or regenerate, I don't know. Maybe regen. It doesn't really matter because none of this text is visible yet. Regenerates life every turn. Alright, so then we make regen tier data, and its range and damage, we get rid of this, and we change this to, what did I call it over here? Regen amount. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna, yeah, regen amount. I'll call it that. And this is gonna be, can we get clever with formulas here? No, I don't think there's even a point. Let's just type it out. This, and this. Alright, good. Then damage can be deleted entirely from this, and there we have it. You can't give just 1 point. Wait, what? Is Kuro Sensei a follower bot account? I thought you were real. Why would Wanakas now have 363 points? Something fishy's going on. Time to write a Visual Basic GUI. I don't understand what just happened. Alright, regen tier data, let's go get that. Hardware tier data. So we can take laser tier data, it really doesn't matter what we copy paste here, because we're going to change it. We got regen tier data now we change this to regen amount, and then that changes, and here we can modify this. Cool. You know what, let's delete this, and then put this here. Yeah, and none of these two strings are even being used. Before they mattered, but now they don't. I'm real. No, Kuro Sensei, I think you're real. I think. But how would you prove it? The point game has started. Yeah, okay, so if there are already point games going on, then I've screwed up. The whole idea was to reward people who had points. Oh boy. Alright. So we've got the regen hardware tiers. We could check this in, but I think let's just do the whole feature at once and then make regen functional. And then I can upload this, which by the way guys, let me show you something. So if I go onto the server right now and I go to the shell and I type htop, memory usage has gone up. The server's been running for about 2.5 days straight now, I'm pretty sure. It's been since Friday, roughly like 4 p.m., something like that. So yeah, about 2.5 days. And memory usage definitely increased, which is bad, but it hasn't crashed. And that only happens to be because I have enough memory left over. So yes, there is a memory leak. We've got to figure that out at some point. I don't know, everyone was gifting you. I didn't want to be left out. Hey Darkstorm, yeah, pre-beta is up, and you can find out more about it by going to bot.land, and then you can click the pre-beta link. So bot.land, and then click pre-beta. And in short, what you have to do is spend some loyalty points, and you'll get access to the game for a week. And then every week they get deleted, and you spend more loyalty points. So it's free to play, but you spend loyalty points, which are free to earn. If you want a tutorial on how to play, I just uploaded a video yesterday, and that is here. Have I deleted memory from bots landmines that are destroyed? I should have, yeah. And where do I do that? So I delete entities, and when I delete a code component, I think this destroy. No, this doesn't even have a destroy. Where do I do this? Well, anyway, I'll have to look into that. So memory leak, look into, like, make sure I deleted code namespaces. I think I do that. And yeah, I'll have to look into that Monadic Bind. Do you keep my personal info on your server? No, I don't even have personal info. I have your randomly generated password, I have your Twitch username, and I have the number of times you've created an account, which for everyone is going to be like 0, 1, or 2. And yeah, Monadic Bind, I'll have to look into that. Yeah, so let's see what we got here. Yeah, so Darkstorm just connected. Darkstorm, I do suggest you watch that video that I sent, unless you've been watching the stream closely enough to know how to interact with the game, but otherwise that'll get you started in like 2 minutes. But then my bots will annihilate you. Mwahaha. Alright, yeah, something weird's happening here. Alright, whatever. The point trade is real. Okay, so we got the Regen hardware tiers. Let's add in the Blockly blocks. So set up Blockly. We have Terminator. No. We have hardware, lasers, and yeah, all this stuff. So let's put Regen. And where do I want to put Regen? So we have lasers, missiles, harvesting, cloaking. Let's put it between harvesting and cloaking, I think. Or let's just put it at the bottom of the list. It doesn't really matter. Yeah. So let's do this. Regen. Capitalize that. Oops, that's how you capitalize it. And then we put this here. Regen. And I missed one. Okay, then color for Regen, I want it to be bright pink. That makes sense. Let's look. Color, what is pink? Oh god. I don't know which one of these is more pink than the other one. Alright, so it's somewhere in between. It's probably about 300. I think 300 is pink. Right? Would you call that pink? I think that's pink. Do I already have something that's in the 300 range? No. So this is perfect. Done. Next, hardware regen 1, 2, and 3. Let's search down here and we can do this. Regen, and then instead of landmines, we can make it regen. I'm just chat, you guys. All right, let's run the client. So we'll go DLCL watch, DLCL run. And while we're doing that, let's also go make this functional. So the only thing I want to look into is when does it make sense to regen? I think it makes sense at the beginning of your turn. So let's take a look at how I did this in the prototype, because I think there was like a will update, yeah, will run, and I think here, yeah, life regenerated, and then we had to send out a message if life regenerated was greater than 0. Yeah, so we need to do that same thing, regen amount, and we got that from each machine. Okay, yeah, So let's copy this over. Wow. Have fun, ITGK. Swift Blue, do you just not like the game or something, or are you just in this for the stream? I am curious. So we'll update. In here, we want to do this dot regen current bot. So in regen current bot, we're going to do this stuff. And this is really just a guideline for us. What we want to do is get the real regen amount. And for that, we need to look at how we got laser hardware. So this is what needs to be done over here, but we need to do it with regen hardware. So we're going to say regen here and over here. Next, if it doesn't exist, we can just return. It's not even null, it doesn't matter. But if it does exist, then we say const regen amount equals regen hardware dot regen amount. All right, then I believe modify life works the same way as it worked before. No, we need the health component actually. So get component, health component, and we say this dot active bot. And we know that there's a health component on the active bot, because otherwise it couldn't have a regen component. So we can do health component dot, and let's take a look at what we have here. Modify life. Well, we could keep track of the life before and the life afterward. So const old life equals health component dot life. This dot modify life, regen amount, and that's positive, so it'll be healing. Yes, good. And then, oh wait, this doesn't work. This doesn't even check to see. Okay, yeah, I did not account for regeneration in here. This dot life equals. Do I have util here? No, I do not. Mat dot min. This dot max life amount. No, this dot life plus amount. Okay. Yeah. That's good. So then we can say const new life equals the same thing, and then const life regen life actually regenerated equals new life minus old life. All right, Swift Blue. Well, that's very nice of you. And yeah, there'll definitely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of weeks of pre-beta, so other people will definitely get to play too. And yeah, I wonder if I should make the arena gigantic, like fill this entire screen, and none of the bots ever find each other. Let's deploy one of these bots. They're gonna hunt you down, ITGK. They will kill you. Wait, what's going on? Why am my bots not killing you? Oh, I deployed janitor bots. Oops. Well, at least they're gonna clean up the resources. I are smart. Alright, deploy some of the actual killer bots. Well, thanks, Swift Blue. You know what? This is the kind of nice thing that you do where, wait a second. Yeah, okay. Did that work? Alright, I'm pretty sure I just sent you a token so that you can control my lights now. Happy life controlling. Alright, next, let's make a, wait, regen self. Why did I call it that? Alright, constants. So in here we're going to say server regen bot. Well, no, regen entity, I suppose. Entity. Sent by the server when an entity regenerates life. Okay. Next up, we do that here. We say if the life actually regenerated is greater than 0, then this dot apply serve router dot route, and I believe it works like this: router actions dot server regen entity and life actually regenerated. And that should be it. Now we just need a whole bunch of constants all over the place. Hey, Winactus, have you played before? Well, actually, I guess I could figure that out by just looking through the database, but it's easier to ask you. If you haven't played before, I also suggest that you watch that video, which is here. You should not give me the power. Alright. Yeah, so this is where we're gonna need to code this. We gotta go modify all the files where something like this shows up. Wait a second, that was in very few places. Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I know what's happening here. So we can just say regen entity. Yeah, so I put the wrong constant here. This should just be regen entity. And then one other place here. Yeah, regen entity is going to be this. Alright, good. Next. Next, what we do is we take this entity zapped. We search for that. Oh, but unfortunately, what we really want is /b entity zap. Okay, cool. Alright, now we can subscribe here to regen entity, and we say something like entity regenerated life. We gotta code that function, of course, but we're not gonna do it yet. We gotta finish routing all of this stuff. So we have a connection there. That's fine. This needs to be added in. This needs to be added in. And this, and then I think one other place, and then I think we're done. Yeah, and that's already done. Okay, so then client arena, we go into entity regenerated life. Wait, that's not correct. What's going on here? Something's wrong. What file is this? Client arena. Why did this not show up? It was this one that was coming up. Oh, because they both have client in the name. Talk about stupid. Talk about stupid. Alright, so we just put this here. We say, oh, whoops. No, we don't just put this here. We also pass the real ID of the entity. So we say this.activeBot real ID. Yeah, there we go. Alright, next. We take in the entity real ID and then the amount regenerated. And we do some very basic stuff here. So let's take a look at where we get real IDs. I think there's an assert somewhere for the, yeah, this. So entity, we say entity regenerated life, good. Then we get the health component of that. Oh, that didn't work. Get component, health component. Assert that it exists. Need a health component in order to regen life. Then we do health component dot modify life amount regenerated. Done. All right, and there, it should be working. Let's try it out. Hank for the win. Whose bot is this? Hank 2.0. Alright. Yeah, let's test out regen. So we're gonna load up a local copy of Botland. And then... Oh, something's broken. Did I forget to regen? No, that's 33. So then, yeah, what happened over here? Oh, were we paused on a JavaScript breakpoint? Regen current bot? What? How did I screw this up? Laser hardware. Oh, that's how. That'll do it. Typed in the wrong thing in here. And yeah, thanks for the follows, guys. You should get a whisper with control over the lights in my room, but for some reason, I don't think they're going out. Like, I see D13 and Craigie Boy. That's a one. Yeah, D13 and Craigie Boy got tokens, but I don't see that they got whispered out. I don't know if other people are going to get them either. So, alright, how about this? The people who just followed, let me know in like 2 or 3 minutes if you haven't gotten a whisper from like Botlad or me or Botland Bot. I don't know who it would come from. But yeah, let me know in a couple minutes if that hasn't happened. Okay, so let's take a look. Now we should have regen accessible to us. Here it is pink. Now let's just make our bot move randomly and we'll call it regen bot. And let's test this out. So where did regen bot go? Well, it's probably dead. Oh, no, here we go. So client server router.route, I guess this doesn't exist? Yeah, of course not. So instead of being a dummy, let's go figure out what this should have been. Arena client server router.route. Oh, look at that. This dot client server router. This should have been this. And then we can stop being stupid about this and get this to work. I remember I got my whisper on the next day. It's possible that you weren't in chat. Follow plus unfollow. I don't think that should work for free life. Also, what is bang follow supposed to do? It said plus is not following the channel. Weird. I wonder what that command is supposed to do. Okay, yeah, let's try regeneration now, and we'll put our random move and regen bot here, and we'll deploy a bunch of these. And now, are they getting? It's really hard to tell if they just regenerated. Let's take a look at this one. Okay, good. He got hit, and now is he? Yep, he's regenerating life. Look at that. His life bar is going up. I think it's good. In fact, I should have had them stand still so I could just put the cursor on the life bar. Look at that. He should have died long ago. Regen saved his life. Whoa. Oh, Roomba killed him. Okay, good. So yeah, Regen just extended the life of this bot by, I don't know, 300 HP or something. That's pretty good. And obviously it doesn't keep you alive forever, but it's something. Okay, so then I think I'm gonna upload this, and that way you guys will have Regen hardware on the server. Is there anything else I should do here? Maybe I'll just test it a little bit more thoroughly. Then I'm gonna write tests for it, but I want to give you guys access as soon as possible. So let's do Regen and Cloaking and Reflect. We'll make just a purely defensive bot, and we'll say something like this: if can cloak, then let's cloak. If we want and for this, where's the and? Here we go. So if we want to say if not is cloaked and can reflect, whoops, no, not is reflecting, and can reflect, then reflect. And then we'll just say, should we even move? I guess we should move. Yeah, let's move after that. So this is it. This is our bot. If we can cloak, we're going to cloak. If we're not cloaked and we can reflect, then we're going to reflect. And in fact, let's make this, instead of 3 and 1, let's put 2 and 2 on here. That way we've got a more balanced machine. And then let's deploy this. And this bot should live for a little bit longer. So here's one of our new bots. It's cloaked. And now it's reflecting. And oh, good. It bounced the shot back. And now it's cloaked and it's regenerating. And it might actually make it back to full life. Well, it didn't. But let's see. Does it ever make it back there? Because this bot might never die. It might be too powerful. But it is very weak to Zapper. Zapper will hit it no matter what, whether it's reflecting or it's cloaked. Oh, I think it died. Okay. So yeah, that bot lived for a pretty long time. So if you were in capture the flag mode or something like that, you'd probably want a bot like this to go, well, you'd probably still get destroyed, but you want defensive bots. Are any of our regen bots alive? Oh wow, this one is. Look at that. He's still kicking. This is also a good strategy for getting resources. If you ever want resources, then man, this is maybe too much. Terminus only has lasers, so they're bouncing back and forth. Yeah, I don't think higher than 30 is a good idea for regen. But yeah, this thing is gonna outlive us all. Sent to the login form. Yeah, those are the kinds of changes that I think are good, but it's like that UI is going to change eventually anyway, and I'd rather spend my time on more pressing features. So that's why I say like none of the UI, none of the artwork is final. Pre-beta is going to look like a huge mess of UI until we actually get stuff done. Okay, I'm pretty happy with this. Excuse me, nothing crashed. I think we're good. I think we can check this in. I think we just need to write some tests for it. So in the client arena and regenerated, I'm in the wrong file again. So let's do this here. So yeah, in entity regenerated life, this is called when the server tells you that an entity regenerated life. And this is a number, and this is a number. Yeah, that's it. Dead simple. Pretty happy with that. So let's take a look at this. Also, I just loaded up the wrong thing. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, this is something I need to comment. Codex Group System regenerates life for this and for the active bot if it has regeneration capabilities. Alright, yeah. Only send a message if their life value changed. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Rest of that's fine. Constants, good. Got that. And then the rest of this really should just be constants modification. Yeah, added in the regen data. Got the class for it. Constants mapping and constants mapping. Great. Added regen hardware. Current tiers regenerate 5/15/30 life. Now, here's why. Okay, so you might look at this and you might say, why does tier 1 only regenerate 5 life? That seems really bad. And here's why. Because each bot has 1,000 life. And let's say lasers do 250 damage. So obviously that means 4 lasers will kill a bot. Any amount of regeneration, even if we made it 0.1, would now make it so that you get to live for another turn when you're being blasted by lasers like this. Now, should you live for longer than that, you could regenerate over the course of, well, I don't know how many ticks it might take because it's not like everyone has this same level of lasers. But maybe in about 10 or 20 turns that you live, you get an extra turn of life from people. So I know it sounds weak, but it is tier 1 hardware. So and the game's not balanced yet. But I'm just letting you know that that's why that seems really poor right now. Alright, let's check that in. Let's push and let's deploy. So we will go into botland and deploy. And push this, which means I'm going to turn off my keyboard camera for the next couple minutes because I'm going to be typing passwords. Alright, there's that. The deploy process takes, a couple of minutes. So let's think of what tests we want to write. Tests. So put regen hardware on a bot. Well, this is, I guess, test number 1. Should regenerate life, but not beyond maximum. So yeah, put regen hardware on the bot, update it for a few ticks, make sure it's still exactly at max life, then make it take damage, update it for a few ticks again, so put this down here. And then make sure it's at full life. Or I guess that it's regenerated higher than it was. It doesn't necessarily have to be a full life, but we could just, well, yeah, let's do something like that. And is there any other test for regeneration? It doesn't, yeah, that's it, that's all I can think of. I guess maybe move on to a landmine that's going to kill you. Yeah, okay, fine. There could be something like that. Test number 2. Move on to a landmine that has just enough damage to kill. This is really hard to test, by the way. That has just enough damage to kill you. Make sure regen doesn't heat. Wait, no, that would work though. Yeah, never mind. That's not even a test. Yeah, that's not a problem. What happened with the deploy? Okay, so the deploy finished. Let's push it. Well, the pre-deploy finished. Yeah, so good. That stuff modified. So what's going to be in this? I think it's just regeneration that's added. Yeah. So added regen hardware. All right. Then we push this, and we log on to the server. Good. Let's take a look at our memory usage. It's at 345, but that's about to change. And who's online right now? /online. Okay, so unfortunately, the 5 of you who are online, Orangey, ITGK, Wouter, Darkstorm, Winakis, I'm about to take the server down and add in regen. So anything you have going right now, you could put it into JavaScript and save it if you want. So if you have a Blockly configuration like this, go to edit as JS and you can copy paste this out of here. There's no save or load for right now, so that's the only thing you can do. So yeah, you have about a minute to do that, because I'm going to git pull here. Let me just type this over here, despite that doesn't show up anyway. There. Okay, so now we're going to cancel out the client. So the client is restarted, and even the client might have some issue there. What does htop say? Okay, memory usage went way down, so I think the client also is leaking memory somehow. Let's take a look at that too. The client also has a problem and doesn't need to delete code namespaces. All right, yeah, server's coming down for just a sec. So close, reopen. All right, you should be able to reconnect, and you should have Regen hardware now. Oh, let's see. Is that okay? Good. It's listening again. So now when you're on htop, yeah, memory usage is much lower, and we can put this over here so you guys can see who connects. So when I refresh this page and I connect, yeah, so I'm the first person on the server. Yeah, wow, server's offline. Just restarted it to add Regen. Yeah, so now you have access to the Regen hardware. And yeah, Wanakis is in too. So let's make our survive bot that I just made before. So if can cloak, then cloak, and if we're not cloaked and we can reflect, then reflect. And let's no, let's leave it at that, I think. Yeah, let's do that. We're going to call this survive 13531. And we'll put on cloaking and reflect. Oh, uh-oh. It looks like everyone has deployed peaceful bots into the arena. That's not good. So, Darkstorm, I have a feeling I know what you just did. I think you went into JavaScript and you deployed this bot without actually giving it lasers. So, you're probably running this code, which is going to pursue enemies, and then just stand there. Yeah, so unless someone else logs in, this is it. We're at a standstill right now. I could fix this, but I'd rather just leave it as is. Okay, let's leave that over here and see if someone eventually kills someone else. Actually, there are very few people who even could do this. I pasted my old code. Oh, did you forget to update the hardware though? Alright, so arena test. Let's write a test for regeneration. Where is the code for this? Here we go. So we paste this. So should regenerate life, but not beyond max life. It's gonna be hard to type like this, so I'm gonna drag this over here and then put this over here. There. We'll see when something happens. I know my face is covering. All right, you know what I'll do? I'll even do this. Let's put this up here. That way you guys can see as much as possible. Yeah, that's mostly it. Can I destroy my bots? No, not yet. Eventually there probably will be an oops, I didn't mean to do that button, and then you'll be able to destroy your own bot, but that sort of thing doesn't exist yet. Although really, if no one else is gonna log in, I'll just do it. So how do I do this? Eval this dot game server dot arena dot wipe out all entities. There. Okay, there we go. So now the arena's been cleared out, and I'll deploy my bots again. Actually, I could probably make this even better. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. These are survive 13531. I'm gonna kill these off too. Hang on. Don't connect. Oops, that doesn't work. Undo is like the whole point of Redux. Yeah. But I'm not using Redux for the network messages. Wait, so yeah, I wanted to write my bot slightly better. What we want to do is this: if exists, oh, this just takes item, so we need to do set item to find closest enemy bot. Oh, we can't just do that because there could be someone cloaked who's shooting us. So no, I want to delete this. Delete. Yeah, I like this. This is fine. Wait, Darkstorm, did you just deploy the same bots you had before? This is ridiculous. And look, when mine cloak, yours move into them, so they immediately uncloak me. See, oh, never mind. Well, they did before. Ridiculous. Alright, should regenerate life but not be on max life. So we don't even need code for this. We need a regen bot, and we need the lasers bot. And the lasers bot is going to say fire lasers up. No, we got to use double quotes. It's fire lasers up, and then this, no, that's not right. What am I doing? Lasers bot, regen bot. Alright, so the regen bot has no code, but it needs special hardware. So we got to put that here. Let's put regen hardware. And regen hardware, oops, that's not what we call it. Regen slot config. So the regen hardware we put here, and then we just make it. Good and good. Alright, there we go. So we got the regen slot config. Great. Next we have a lasers bot. We put the lasers bot directly beneath the regen bot. Also good. Then we do a whole bunch of stuff. So let's update the regen bot, and let's make sure that we're doing this. So in test simulation server, we have force update, which calls update code executor in the code execution system, which update code executor. Does this run will update? We do this. This calls will update, yeah, and will update does the regen code, which calls into here, which does the regeneration. Okay, good. So this should work. We should be able to do this. We should be able to do something like assert full life regen bot. And full life should check to see if we're exactly equal to our, yeah, good, we do. All right. So that's important. Next, regen bot dot, no, what am I doing? Not thinking is what I'm doing. So then we update regen bot a bunch of times, and then we assert that it's still at full life. Like it didn't get beyond full life. That's all we were doing right there. In fact, we don't need to do it a bunch of times. We can just do it twice. All right, next, we make the lasers bot shoot the regen bot. Now we run, so for let I equals 0, I is less than. We really should figure this out, what it should be. Yeah, let's do this. That way we don't have to put a bunch of bad code in here. So cloak hardware, let's do this. Wait a second. Set active bot, cloak bot. So set up active bot, regen bot, and then we do const regen hardware equals get the regen hardware, and then regen amount equals regen hardware dot regen amount. Now const num turns needed to fully regen equals the amount of missing life it has divided by the regen amount and the ceiling of that. The bots seem to get trapped on each other. Again, sorry if I'm repeating things that are already established. They're getting trapped on each other because their code doesn't have them shooting each other. If they had shoot code, then they wouldn't get stuck. So I think that's a user error more than it is a real problem. Ah, look, my survive bot. He's slowly regenerating. No, don't kill him. Are any of my survive bots alive? Yeah, 2 of them are. Yeah, so here, I'll show you. If we make a bot that's going to, here, let me copy this over. and I'll copy this with regen 3, cloak 2, reflect 2. So let's save this off as the script of the day. Boop. And then I'll put in a real script that will kill you guys. So we'll use our ultra killer script, and we'll put missiles 3, cloaking 2, and landmines 2. No, I won't reflect 2. Ultra 13531. There. A new era has been entered. Except for I can only deploy one of those because my survive bots are still trucking. Xenon says, what framework are you using in the server side? So a lot of that information is on Twitch, and since I don't know what you're asking about in particular, I'll give you the short answer. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. So I'm using Node.js for the, that's going to be my socket and HTTP server. And actually, that's the only thing I'm using on the server, right? Yeah, so I guess it's just Node.js. All right, that's the short answer. The short answer is the long answer. No, you have to live. It's this cluster that I want to go kill, but I didn't code them specifically to go kill that. So I just gotta wait for this guy to wander around. Oh no, I don't. I can make a new one. All right, watch this. We can say something like this. If x is greater than, what is that at? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, if x is greater than 4, then move left. If y is greater than 5, move up. There. So now this bot is going to, that one that I just deployed, this particular one is what's going to be responsible for removing this cluster of bots over here. Oh wait, darn it, I should have said 5. Okay, I take that back. Let's change this to 6. There, now, whatever bot just got deployed, no, I don't have an extra bot slot, darn it. I trap myself right here because this bot's consistently trying to move left and it can't. Come on. Alright, I really shouldn't be watching this. I should be finishing coding what I'm doing. But I want to unblock these guys. Alright, we'll leave this over here. Alright, so num turns needed to fully regen. We need to get the amount of life that this entity has. So let's get component, health component on the regen bot. Yeah, so we'll do that. We'll say per life equals health component dot life. Num turns needed to regen is per life divided by regen amount. Alright, good. So for this number of turns, we update the bot. And where do we update it? Here? Alright. And then we assert that it's a full life. And this should be working. Great. Except for there's one thing I need to do still. And that's that after we update the lasers bot, we say assert damage regen bot. So we say this will fire a laser. Good, and then we run the test. So BLT run. Alright, now we can take a look at this. Because the test is going to finish running. And yeah, you can see my survive bot slowly regenerating life. Uh-oh, duplicated declaration. Lasers bot. Whoops, this should be lasers code. And that probably means that I screwed this up. Yes, I did. Alright, there. So once this is done, the next thing I'm going to code is thrusters. And thrusters is another kind of easy thing to do. Oh good, finally. There's some... No, move up! Move up, you stupid bot. Oh, okay, good. It's killing Hank. Now if it just kills Darkstorm, oh man. These two bots are stuck moving into each other. Bad code. Oh no, I got a free slot. Alright, we're deploying the real killer. This thing. This thing's gonna move up there and it's gonna unblock them. You ready? You ready? Here it goes. Yeah. Yeah, how do you like that, Darkstorm? And now this bot's gonna move left as soon as that's dead. Good. And now it'll kill the other Darkstorm bot. Okay, good. Problem solved. Entity did not take damage. Oh, that's a problem. How did that happen, though? So our laser spot is at 0, 1. Our other bot's at 0, 0. And the laser spot has code that fires up. That is not right. We have the... What? Entity did not take damage. Oh, whoops. Whoops. Okay. Problem solved. Alright, yeah, that should fix this. And then, yeah, then we'll work on thrusters after that. So I think we can check this in. I shouldn't get too hasty. I should wait for the test to finish, but I'm still going to write the message. So added a test for regeneration. Alright, now we just wait for that to finish. Okay, and then if that's working, we'll add in thrusters so that you guys will have at least 2 new pieces of hardware today. Well, it won't be clear what they're doing. Also, I really should write like document regen hardware. Okay, good. All the tests passed. So we can check that in. All right, good. Next up, thrusters. Let's go back to our new hardware checklist and let's take a look at what we can do. Oops, gotta actually copy that. And remember guys, I wanna share this news that's up here throughout the day. There's a new recap video, so if you missed the last week of Botland, in short, all that happened was pre-beta started, but you can find the rest of the recap videos through that YouTube page. And if you do wanna play pre-beta, so if you wanna join Botland right now and start playing, that page will, the video I just linked will teach you how to do that. So now we're gonna add in thrusters and we can cut out regen from the list. Yeah, so we're gonna add in thrusters. And actually, before we do that, I'm gonna use the bathroom really fast. So, BRB, yeah, I'll be back in a bit. All right, I'm back. Time to code new hardware. Yeah, all right, let's do it. So the hardware itself, constants. Now, here's what thrusters will do. I don't think I've actually told you guys what it's going to do. When you move right now, so when you move, it incurs 100% of the normal cooldown. In fact, everything does this, not just movement. What thrusters is going to do, and Kuro Sensei said, did you make the BRB screen? Yes, I did. What thrusters are going to do is it'll lower the post-movement cooldown by a certain percentage. So thrusters, like tier 1 might be minus 20% post-move cooldown, and then tiers 2 and 3 might be like, I don't know, something like that. I'm not sure exactly what we'll do. In fact, let me look at the prototype and see what we did for this. Thrusters. Oh, we also gave evade % on thrusters. I don't know if we're going to do that this time. In fact, let me talk to the designer this week about that. Yeah, so should default thrusters add an evasion %? Oh, also I can turn my keyboard cam back on. Sorry about that. I forget because I have to type in passwords and then it takes like a minute. Okay, so we set it to 20%, 30%, 40%, and we had a fourth level, so 50%. So at best it was 50%. Walter says, alright, I'll take the stream of mine down right now so I can join in on the stream. Alright. Yeah, so then the only thing to consider here is that the lower we go with thrusters, the closer we get to the animation time being the limiting factor. So if we set 2 seconds as our absolute floor for tick times, which I think is reasonable, then we'd be 800 milliseconds for our level 3 thrusters, which is fine because 640 is the magical number of animation time for right now. So yeah, let's do it. Okay. Yeah, let's start by adding in the hardware constants. We'll put thrusters, good, and then we can search for regen and modify this in here. Thrusters, lowers post movement cooldown, and then we're gonna say, what did I call it here? Post move cooldown %. All right, fine. And I said let's do 80, 60, 40. So 0.8, 0.6, 0.4. Alright, these are all thrusters tier data. Or thrusters tier data. Don't worry about names. Alright, next we go into regen tier data and we do something similar here. Boop, and if I could learn how to copy paste things. There, great. And then we say move cooldown. These aren't used anywhere, so it doesn't really matter. Oops. I mean the toString isn't used anywhere. This is just here in case I want to use it. But fine, let's still do this one. Okay, and at some point here I should limit my code. Alright. So we've got the stats in the game so far. Next, there are no APIs. There are no components. There are no sprites. There is the Blockly blocks section, so let's do that. Set up Blockly, make sure we type that correctly. And here we'll put thrusters. God, I can never type that. There. And then we'll make them here too. People are afraid to join. I think it's that it costs too much for most people to join right now. Made a secret message for you. 1 plus. Alright, fine. Let me see if the JavaScript parser in my head can do this. So not 0 is going to be 1. Not 0 is probably going to be what, false? This is where I shall defer to this. Yeah, false. So false plus a string. That's going to turn this into the string that, and we're going to take the first character, so A. So A is the first part of our secret message. We can get rid of that now because we're assuming we're concatenating all this stuff. Next, we have an object inside of this dot x plus that. So I think this will be a J, but I'm not sure. An object dot x. Oh, it's undefined. 012 AD. Okay, this is probably spelling out my name. divided by 0. So this is going to be not a number. Let me take the first thing. So that's A. Yep. Then this is going to be probably impossible for me to figure out. But I'm assuming this is an M. So let's just assume it's an M. And what's this last part here? Oh wait, that's probably it, because this is all 1. What's this for though? 9 plus 99 divided by 3 is 36. So date dot now divided by 1E8. Alright, well I'm going to assume that's an M. So thank you. Alright, thrusters, let's pick a color for that. What do we have so far as our colors? We've got reds for the offensive things. What did I pick for thrusters before? I think I want orange for these now. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with orange. So where's orange? Oh, but that's in the offensive set. What is orange? Yeah, it's like 15. I guess we could make it in the blue end of the spectrum, somewhere between green and blue. Let's do that. Where does that put us? Like 150, I guess. What do we have for harvesting? That's 120. Yeah, that's different enough. All right, good. Let's set it to 150. Done. Now we need to make use of these. So we go down to here, we duplicate these, we make the thrusters. Spawn some bots. Okay. Alright, great. I'm glad you're getting views on your video. Okay, so thrusters are there, they're just not functional yet. So make them functional. And thankfully this is all a server component, so this should be pretty easy, I think. Code execution system, after you move, so what is it? How did I do this in the last one? Let's just take a look for this code. How to enter pre-beta, Dat Sparrow asks. So for you to be able to enter, go to this page, and one of the things that it links on that page is this video. That'll get you started in like 2.5 minutes probably. So it shouldn't take you too long. And currently pre-beta only has a couple people in it right now because every week your account gets deleted. So these are the only people who've bought new accounts. And by bought, I mean they spent loyalty points. Like, I'm not charging money for this game. Okay, so thrusters, make them functional. And yeah, for that I wanted to look at how I did things in here. And after we got here, get cooldown. So this checked to see if the last Terminator you ran was a move Terminator. Okay. Should I do that here too? Oh, where do I even do that? Last Terminator was a move. This is in verify move and send. And an update will run, we set it to false. Oh, that's not too bad then. Yeah, I think we can do that same thing. And Dat Sparrow, welcome to the pre-beta. You will now get access to everything for this week, and on Sunday your account will be deleted, as is everybody else's account. So in our code execution system, we'll say last Terminator ran was update. We're gonna pretty much just take this exact same thing. Last Terminator ran. Last Terminator ran? Should be last Terminator run. Last Terminator run. Whatever, I'll just do this. Equals false. So if true, then this indicates that the last Terminator you ran was some variant of move. E.g. pursue, move to, etc. This way we know, this way thrusters can impact the, actually, know if I want to do this way. Well, this works for now. This way thrusters can impact the post-movement cooldown. What if I raise the comment for this in here? Last Terminator run was moved. Yeah. Just put my password in, but how do I create my bot, etc.? So yeah, for that, I suggest you watch the video. And it'll make things very easy to understand, I hope, and the video is only like 3 minutes long, so I try to keep it as short as possible. And that'll cover a couple of common mistakes I've seen people make. And the game is changing so rapidly that, like, yeah. I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but it also doesn't matter because I'm not going to finish the sentence. Everybody's happy. Alright, so in here, verify move and send, we have this same function here, and unfortunately this can return true or false no matter what. How did I do that in here? Verify movement. Oh, if your movement worked, we lowered it. That seems stupid. Yeah, that does seem stupid. Apparently, if you were trying to move into an object, thrusters wouldn't help you. And that's a problem. I gotta fix that here. In fact, that should be a test case. Alright, let's write that down. So tests. Make sure thrusters impact all move associated APIs. Make sure thrusters still work when moving into an object or a boundary of the arena. This is something that was broken in the prototype. And thanks, Walter. Walter said, I'll start updating botland.webflow.io to fit the updates you do right now. Yeah, alright, so we gotta fix this. Let's take this same variable. I think we just need to say this is true here. Because everything converges on this function. No, we can't do that though until we actually try running this. We need to say if not this dot simulating terminator, then this dot last terminator is true. Make sure to do this immediately since we may bail out of this function early. Then in will update, we set this to false because we don't know what it's going to be yet. And then after we update, we make use of this variable. So we had a get cooldown function here, which just checked to see our multiplier, and the machine stored this itself when it was created. Yeah, and then get cooldown was probably called at the end of the update function. Where, oh, this isn't even responsible for, oh no, set next update time. Yep, in update game logic. Okay, so I think we're gonna do that same thing here. Let's see what we got at the bottom of this. We say code component.cooldown, so we're setting this here. I don't think that's right. I think we need to write a get cooldown. Get cooldown. Yeah, get cooldown. So we say if this dot last terminator run was moved, then we check to see, let's do const base cooldown equals this dot arena dot get tick time. And then up here we'll write this dot get cooldown plus punish time. See, I don't think this is correct. No, that's fine. That is fine. Okay, good. So then here, what we do is we say get component, thrusters component of the active bot. And if that exists, then we say const cooldown multiplier equals 1. So if that, no, that can't be a const, it's a let. So if that exists, then cooldown multiplier equals thrusters component dot post move cooldown %. Oh, we should put a comment for that too. A number in the range 0, 1 that represents the post movement cooldown modifier. and that is a number. Alright, but then in here, we set our cooldown multiplier, and then we do return base cooldown times cooldown multiplier. And that should be it. Alright, let's test it out. I don't know if it's gonna work. And Dad Sparrow, let me know if you're learning everything easily enough, or if you have any feedback. Remember that a lot isn't final, so if your feedback is about like the UI looks bad, that's gonna be changed eventually. But if something isn't clear, well, even that is gonna be changed. Yeah, just let me know if you have any feedback. How about that? Yeah, so let's try this out. Let's put thrusters on the machine and just see how quickly they move. Oop, it already broke. Did I accidentally... It's probably this function that's screwed up. Is it? Okay, yeah, oh yeah, it is. It says right in the stack it is. Component names dot thrusters. Does that exist? That doesn't even exist. That's weird. Hardware constant. Oh, it's not a component. That's why. It's hardware. Okay, so let's do this down here. So this should say thrusters hardware. Good, and then that is this name. Whoops. So this goes here, and then we say this. So if util exists, apart from pre-beta, should I update anything else while I'm at it? Yeah, Walter, actually, so your stream that you have, your stream's not running right now. Well, anyway, I'll still point this out to you. But where is the stream? Twitch.tv/ Darkstorm, if you want, you can paste a screenshot or your code in, and I can help you do this. Walter, I would update. I'd put. I mean, if you're ever going to be streaming this again, which if you don't, then I should take your points away from you. But I'd put a link to my stream on here, and then a link to. What's the other thing? Bot.land/prebeta for now. Yeah. Also, out of curiosity, does this say that you're playing Botland? Can you register your own games in Twitch? You apparently can. Oh, interesting. But this should show up with nothing, I guess? Yeah. Okay, so did I fix this? I wasn't even really paying attention to what I was just doing. I think I did, though. So here's what we'll do. We'll put thrusters on the machine, and we'll just make a machine move randomly. And we'll call this Speedy Gonzalez. Speedy Gonzalez. Just Speedy. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, thrusters component. I forgot to change the name of that too. Okay, fine. There. We should be set now. Let's take a look. Come on, finish building. Wait, what was that? No source content. Huh. Okay. Thrusters and move randomly, and we call this Speedzo. Yeah, okay, so that's too fast because you can see them teleporting, and that's a problem. How did that even happen, though? There should have been enough time where that's not an issue. Let's take a look. So we'll open this up. We'll go into post move cooldown. What is this getting set to? Deploy. Oops. No. Darn it. No. I don't want to do this. 0.4. And then the base cooldown is what? Oh, it's 1,000. Oh, I did not realize that. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. 1,000. Is that what's happening on the server too? Are these bots updating once every second? They are. Well, alright, then there's gonna have to be a client component here. Speed up animations on client if... Nah, let's just do this. Chase target system. So there's a chase tile and we set a speed somewhere. Oh, the speed's hard-coded. Well, the speed should really be part of the component. All right, let's do something right now. Let's do if entity.has component names dot thrusters. No, that won't work. Does the client get the hardware component? Is this serialized? It is, but only for the owner. So this is gonna break also. The only way. Okay. So here's the problem. Also, Wouter just sent me the Twitch stream again. Let me see if this looks better. This graphic should not be used, I think. But watch game development. Yeah, alright, yeah, that's fine. Hey, XO3 Gaming. So, problem. Thrusters make moves happen faster than animation allows. Now, I'd say the solution is when a bot has thrusters, speed up its animation, right? But here's the problem with that. You aren't told about enemy bots' hardware loadouts. So let's say you get an enemy bot and it's moving like super fast around the arena. You need to speed up its animation times. But the only way for you to know that you have to speed them up is to know that it has thrusters. So that's essentially leaking data to the client. But I don't know how else we can do this. And I don't think it's a big leak either. It's just telling you this bot has thrusters, which you'll find out soon enough. Alright, I think that's the solution though. So, in order to do this, we need to flag thrusters bots on the client. I bought a bird today. What kind of bird? Yeah, I think we gotta do it this way. And I think there'd have to be a special component like fast movement component, which unfortunately you only get from thrusters, so it's indicative that you have thrusters. Alright, well anyway, fast movement component. Is that what I'm gonna do? It won't tell you what level that they have. Yeah, I think this is it. And Wouter, I don't know what you got playing on your stream because I don't have my sound on. Okay, yeah, I'll do this. Can't think of how else I would do this anyway. I don't know if this should be a separate commit though. I feel like it should. So let's just check this in for now. So yeah, if I deploy this speedy bot, whoops, this is the server. Hang on, where's right here? Let's load up. Yeah, that. So close these things. I don't care about this. If I make a speedy bot, it's very glitchy looking right now. However, they are moving quickly, so that part's at least working. And it almost looks like this is too much. Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. I feel like it's a little too much. All right, well, let's tone it down a tiny bit. So in hardware constants, I want it to end at 50%. So what are good intermediate values then? Well, we have two values in between. I guess we could make it just like roughly 16.6. Let's do that, I guess. That's pretty good. Let's just make that a 3. Alright, yeah, and then I check this in, and then I fix the animation glitch, then I write the tests, and somewhere in there I deploy so that you guys have access to thrusters as well. So all I've done so far is make them functional, but they're functional on the server. I need to make them more functional on the client. Yeah, so get cooldown needs to be commented too. Let's put that in here, get cooldown. Returns the base cooldown, it returns the cooldown that this bot should have, taking into account any modifiers, but not the punishment modifier. Oh, we could take that into account also. Punish time. I guess what we could do here is, yeah, okay. Total time elapsed. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. Total time elapsed. We put this entire thing into get cooldown. Yes. I just want to make sure to keep this comment here, which is really important. If you wrote a very large recursive function, or not large recursive function, but a function that recurses many times, and then you throw an exception, unwinding that stack is going to take much longer. And this is obvious here because it's written inside the try catch. I'm worried that when I put this in get cooldown, it's not going to be as obvious. So I'm going to need to modify that comment. Well, such is life. I think this belongs over here. So we say total time elapsed. So no, the time computed below includes any time spent unwinding the stack due to catching an exception. This process can take upwards of 15 milliseconds on node, e.g. when you recurse greatly and then throw an exception from deep inside the call stack. Deep inside the stack, I'll just say. Call stack. Excuse me. So if the total time elapsed is greater than 50% more, so it's I guess just greater than 150% of the code execution timeout, which is 50 milliseconds. So if you took more than 75 milliseconds, you get punish time. And punish time is now just going to be inherent to this function. So the only place we should see punish time is now in here. So take into account any modifiers, including punishment time. Ooh, and this returns a number. And then we say let punish time equals 0. And then this, a user-defined function took too long punishing them with this. There needs to be extra logging in here. So I think we need to say who the owner bot. We can do that in a different section. Is it possible to create an if statement that stops a bot from attacking another bot with a certain name? No, not yet, HiNR. That's something that... Oh, let me take a look at the real server. Okay. So the only time you might want to do something like that is in a deathmatch, which yes, this happens to only be deathmatch, but eventually when sort of the standard modes become team modes, you will probably want to shoot everything. And if you ever did want to shoot a specifically named bot, then there becomes this meta strategy of now your opponents will name their bots certain things to get around your strategy. So I don't think we're ever going to put that in, or if we do, it would be much later. So I want to deploy my bots. We're gonna delete just this and put regen on. Survive 13531. I don't think these are gonna do a great job at surviving. Yeah, because Darkstorm got zappers on. No, my survive bots are dying. I have 3 left, right? Yeah, 3. They're not doing terribly. They're not doing great though. Hopefully ITGK kills Darkstorm. Kill him. Kill him. Yeah. That worked beautifully. Alright. Good. So we have this total time elapsed now. We add in the punish time. So then down here we just need to make sure we're taking that into account. And done. So I think that's good now. So the old code used to have this here. We've moved it. But then running update, we set the code components cooldown. Yeah, I think that's good. Yep. All right, I'm happy with that. And then we added in the thruster data itself. All right, great. So thrusters are now working on the server, but they're a bit glitchy on the client because the amount of time they shave off cuts into the animation time on the client. Wow. Still point trading going on. Alright. Yeah. So that part's done. Then we need to solve this problem. Whoops, I didn't mean to drag that into a new Sublime. So we need to solve this problem. Is this the best way to solve it? We're basically just putting a Boolean on something saying that speed of this should be higher. Yeah, I don't know. I think we do this. Alright, well, let's get to work on that then. Component names. There is regen now, Lulong asked. Yes, there is. So you can put regen. Level 1 is 5 HP per tick, level 2 is 15, and level 3 is 30. Are any of my survive bots alive? Oh, nice! These will outlive all of you. Ha 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 ha. Take that one, Akis. And once these have thrusters, it'll actually be even better. So, oh, and that's something that, well, I'll talk about that once I get to it. Let's put this here for now. So this will be fast movement. This is, how about this? Let's say what it really is. It's lower post move cooldown. That's a really long name, but that's what this represents. How about lower move cooldown? Which is really faster movement. Yeah, I'll just say fast movement. Fast movement. Fine, that's okay. All right, next we make a component. We call it fast movement component, and we change all of the isBot components into fast movement component. So this is used to tag entities that have movement faster than the normal movement. This is tied to thrusters for right now, but enemies are not told about hardware configurations. So by sending this component, we're only leaking a small amount of information about a single piece of hardware. Risa says, who to watch, Latch or Adam? I can't decide. Why not watch both people? Just load up multi-Twitch. And Lulong, there's no block block for regen because it's automatic. So just by having it on your bot, you will have regeneration capabilities. Wait, how many bots does? Oh yeah, okay. All right, so then this changes also into fast movement, and this is just a tag. So we're set. We've got our serialization working. Who have faster than normal movement. I want to hyphenate this. This is tied to thrusters for right now. So I should say this. Having fast movement is tied to thrusters for right now, but enemies are not told about hardware configuration. So by sending this component, we're only leaking a small amount of information about a single piece of hardware as opposed to sending the hardware loadout to everyone. Oh, alright. viewers does Latch have? Almost always more than me, so I'm sure that's still the case. Yeah, 108. Wow. If only I had that many viewers. All right. So we got the fast moving component. We need to send this across when we make a bot on the server. So let's think about this. In Serve Arena, we have create bot, and here we have the slot configuration. So what we need to do is, make bot assemblage actually could have it. Does it make sense for it to have it? It's in bot assemblage. Is this only ever used on the server? Yeah, it's only ever used on the server. So putting this in here wouldn't be so bad. Well, here's what we can do. The only components that have been added are here. So what we could do is ITGK says, Adam, I think we need communication between bots ASAP because currently it does not matter how good you code, but your bot will see, attack, and no chance to outplay somebody. Well, I'll write that down on the list of things because I don't see this being too bad. Add shared variables sooner rather than later. Will team regen be something in the future? To some extent, yes, probably. Maybe not regen exactly, but something like you could shield an ally, or maybe you could heal them somehow. I'm not so sure about auras yet. ITGK though, for right now, so here's the thing. Part of the reason there's no chance to outplay someone is because this is deathmatch. This is not a mode that I expect people would be playing in this game. Now what you might play is team deathmatch, that's very different. But just regular deathmatch is like, there are bots all around you, and each one has a particular strategy. So, yeah. I think what this is most similar to is if you ever played World of Warcraft, people always complain like, Warlock's overpowered, or Hunter's overpowered, and Blizzard, I'm sure there were power imbalances, but Blizzard would always say, the game's not balanced for 1v1, so if it's imbalanced in a group, then there's a problem. But yeah, so that's kind of what I'm taking for right now is the stance is so yeah, if there's no way to outplay someone who's randomly just next to you, that's kind of just the state of the world for now. Eventually, yeah, we're gonna balance everything. We're gonna make sure the game's fun. So shared variables might help you, but you still wouldn't have too much yet. Now, I'll talk about that more later, I think. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go into the slot configuration, and we're going to see, this should be, how does hardware component work? Lou Long says, is it true that if I stream, I get points back? So what I wanted is like someone to stream Botland. What you guys see here. But you need to be relatively active in when I restart the server, you also restart the client, and Wouter started that this morning, but it's not up right now. So yeah, it's I'm still trying to find someone who will do it. Alright, so the hardware component has an actual slot configuration. And I really should have written what this is. This is, well, I don't even need to write that. I can just write this here. Slot configuration. Although it's not called that, it's called hardware slot configuration, isn't it? Yes. So this is what that is. You can refollow. I think the only thing that matters when you refollow, you might show up. I don't even see this, by the way, but well, I shouldn't do that. There's a red banner that shows up in the center of my screen, which I can't even see. Like, it only shows up for you guys, basically. And that banner might show up again, but you don't get more points, and you don't get control of my lights again. Wouter, Wouter, if you're going to have it up for just an hour, I think I will try to find someone else because I kind of wanted this up for the whole day. Have people been getting whispers about lights? Yeah, Lulong, I'm going to see if someone's available to stream the whole day, if possible. Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to do that. I bet, whatever, we'll figure this out. So if they have thrusters, then add a fast movement component. How do you like the pricing on Botland Webflow pre-beta? Yeah, I like it, although I do like putting that the reason why Thursday is not listed. But like again, this is stuff that when I talk to the art director about, we'll get back to. Yeah. And yeah, Walter, I don't think you need sound on the stream because the only people who would probably find the stream are people who are watching this stream. Scroll down farther. Oh, I closed the page. Wait, what? Did you write something about Thursday here? Yeah, I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time. What's this? Yeah, I'm probably not going to spend a lot of time looking that over for right now. Sorry, Walter, but yeah, I do want to focus on this, and I won't be the one who eventually tells you this stuff. It'll be the art director. Fine, I'll take a look since you specified. Below security. What is there? Cat picture down here? Oh, hours. I see. Got it. Okay, so if they have thrusters, add a fast movement component. So let's go to the code execution system. We have the laser hardware here, and we do get hardware tiered data, and this accesses the. Where is this function? Here. We get the slot configuration, and then we just do this. So we need to do the same thing, which means that we need the. All right, let's do it this way. So if I don't know how I feel about doing this here. Yeah, fine. Let's get the hardware ID. Where do these come from? And what am I searching? Regex right now? Yes, I am. This hardware constant. So we need to take this from here. Hardware constants dot IDs dot thrusters. Oh, Risa, you disabled whispers? I can have it send you another token if you want. Token Risa 401. There. You should be able to control my lights now. So if they have thrusters, and we need to import those for this to work, and this comes from just one directory up. So if they have thrusters, then add a fast movement component. So we have fast movement component. We put this here, and then fast move changes to that, and then this changes to bot entity.add component new fast movement. Okay. I think this will work. Then it'll get serialized automatically, and then on the client we need to make use of it. So alright, let's do this for right now. We go into the chase target system, we look at the chase tile entities, and then here where we set speed, let's just do this. If entity.has component name dot whatever I called it, fast movement, I accidentally pasted that twice, then speed times equal 3. I don't know. Let's just see if this works for right now. And let's load this up. Hey, Adam McAdamson. Alright, here we go. Thrusters level 3 and moving random direction. Do these things look good? Of course not. Everything broke. Slot configuration is not defined, so that's something we can fix at least. Bot assemblage, we have slot configuration should be params.slot configuration. And this isn't even correct. This should be a util.exist, so let's also import util. Let's say const thrusters hardware equals this. Util.exist thrusters hardware. Yeah. Alright. I think that's good. Bug found. On Firefox I can't get the Ultra Killer on the canvas. It goes right to the bin. Yeah, that's a small UI thing. I'll eventually fix that. How was pre-beta? Well, pre-beta is still going on. And it's going pretty well, I think. What? Oh. Wait, Audra, I don't think... Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, got it. And Risa, you may have think you cracked the code, but it doesn't work that way. You actually don't have control anymore. Voynark says, show us the game. Yeah, sure. So, and I was actually just about to test this. So let me try something really fast, then I can show you the game. Okay, that's... Okay, well at least it worked. This looks ridiculous. So here's the game. And let's connect to... I'll start up a server of my own. So let's do this. Botland game server run. And then we'll connect over here. So this should work. I should see chat pop up, and if I don't, then there's a problem. Okay, yeah. The problem is that the server took too long to start. That was all. So now we can just hit connect again. Should see it happen. There's chat. Okay, good. So yeah, here's the game. This is Botland, and in this game you make machines. So the first thing you'll do is you'll pick what kind of things do I want on this machine. So you might put something like missiles and cloaking and maybe a little bit of this and some regeneration. And so you can't have more than a certain number of levels of this. So if I try adding reflect on top of this, you see a little exclamation point show up saying you have more than 7 levels. So I drag this into the trash can. So first you make your bot, and then you write automation for that bot. So I might choose something like, let's put lasers on this machine. I might choose something like this code. This is going to move around and shoot things with lasers. So now if I put an enemy in the game for it to fire at, so let's put an enemy bot over here, enemy, and I just deploy a bot that moves randomly over here, then this bot is going to fire at them because that's what its lasers told it to do. Now, if you don't know how to code, you can use Blockly and you can write scripts. So I can drag an if statement on here and say something like if will lasers hit, well, let's do this. Will lasers hit in any direction, then fire lasers. Where's fire lasers? Here we go. And if you don't even want to do that, you can drag on pre-made scripts that have all of the logic you need in them already. And so, like I said, this will be a strategy game. Right now, it's only been in development for about 2 months. So there's not too much yet, but you can get access to the game, and there are people playing online right now. And if you want information on that, go to bot.land and click pre-beta. And then Risa says, why does it flash? That's because you have color loop on. That's why. And what is this? Wait, what? Merplex, I made this script, don't run it, only for decryption. This is actually hitting a web service. Huh. Well, let's cut out the e.open and figure out what you're trying to have this hit. Yeah, so this. What is the site you want? I'm not going to figure this out. I don't even care. We're done. Voynark says, really cool dude, I'll follow you. And very interesting keyboard. Oh yeah, no, I'm glad you like the game. Let me ask if you have any other, or let me know if you have any other questions. And yeah, Wojnarks, you'll get a link to control my lights in a second. Yeah, oh, so it's been 5 minutes since Risa controlled them, so they just went back to white. So yeah, now someone else can control them at new. Alright, yeah, so we got thrusters sort of, I don't know, this looks really fast, doesn't it? If I go here, let's do this. We'll deploy a thrusters bot, and I'll just make it move randomly. And you can see it like zipping around the. I like that actually. I'm gonna keep it that way. Yeah, let's do that. So I'm gonna commit this. Yep, looks good. Looks good. This has one too many new lines, but other than that, it looks good. And then this. So yeah, the only other thing I want to write here is in here. So in bot assemblage, we're going to write a comment on line 27. See the comments for fast movement component for why this is necessary. You thought you cracked the code. Okay, there we go. So fix the animation glitch on the client where thrusters could not keep up, where thrusters moved so fast that there was some teleportation going on. Teleportation's not a word? Yeah, whatever. See you, Swift Blue. Thanks. Oh, and the hacking. Well, Hainar, you can link the hacking video if you want. All right, let's check that in. So that should fix everything we wanted to do there. We got this, make them functional, speed up animations on client, done. Yeah, so let's lint the code. BLCL pre-commit. Adam, do you store our bot code snippets? No, they're only in memory right now. Eventually they will be stored because you guys will want to be able to retrieve them. But yeah, they're not stored right now. Like I said, if I wanted to, I have a command line evaluation tool. I can go through memory and see what your code is. Illegal trailing white space. Yep. Yeah, this I'm not gonna fix still. Assert is defined but never used in the TTL system. Interesting. Huh. And then underscore is defined but never used. Also interesting. Okay, and let's close down this server, and then I think, you know what we'll do? We'll do another deploy. And that way you guys will have access to thrusters also. Can I give you the name of that keyboard? Yeah, the keyboard is a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard. Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard. Yeah, it's something like this. I'll just link this. And you can probably find it through there, but I didn't link directly to it because I don't know where it is. Yeah, so let's get rid of this too. And that should be everything. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, Wojnarks. Also, how do you pronounce your name? I've been pronouncing it like if it were the word sign with a silent G. Bing LOL. Oh god. Not again. Alright, let's commit this. So, fix linting issues. Good. Now let's do a deploy. So, deploy. And... wait, that doesn't help me. I meant, Wojnar, how do you pronounce the first part of your name? I'll write this down. It's pronounced... Wojnar. We added by Bing for a reason, yeah. Stalker bots. So they kind of look like stalkers from StarCraft 2. Alright, so we're going to deploy this, and then you guys will have access to thrusters. And this opens up, so here's the strategy I wanted to talk about that this does for you. So check this out. If you have, so remember, regen works every turn. So if I make a bot like this, every time I move, every time I stand still, whatever, anytime I get my turn, I'm going to regen 30 life. Now, thrusters makes it so that I can move faster. So when I do this, this is going to be like regen bot. So take a look at this. This, every time it moves, it's going to regen, and it's moving faster. So it's going to regenerate life faster than other bots would too. It happened to die because that's all it's doing is regenerating and moving. But you might add something like missiles on here, so now it's a really pesky bot, but it doesn't move faster after shooting a missile. It just moves faster after moving again. Voignar. Voignar. Alright, got it. We'll write that down. It's pronounced Voignar. Voignar, yes. You should auto-deploy a janitor bot at a ratio of mess to clean. Okay, did we finish uploading this? Okay, good. So then here's what we can do. We can push this, and that way you guys can mess around. Oh, darn it. I never mean to open that, and I always do. Okay, there we go. So added thrusters at the very least. And this was not checked in, so check that in. Good. Then push, and in order for us to be able to type the password, we got to turn off the keyboard camera. Good, and good. Okay, there's that. Then we connect to the server, and let's see what's been going on here. Someone tried connecting with an invalid password. Hi, Anar. Someone tried connecting with an expired account. Hey, Orangey's back. Where's Orangey? You in the channel, Orangey? Yeah, you are. I don't know if you're listening, though. Alright, let's go over to here. Let's take a look at our memory usage. It's 260. Alright. And now we're going to do a git pull. I always do this off screen in case I accidentally forget to go into git pull mode, and then there you go. Alright, I'm going to restart the server. So, as always, guys, I'll give you about 20 seconds, but if you have any bots that you want to save over here, save them, because I'm about to reset everything. Alright, and here I go. I am starting things up. Restart. And here we go. There, done. Alright, so the server's been restarted, and if you try reconnecting, it should let you use thrusters now. So let me connect. And am I the first person? Yeah, okay, cool. So now we got thrusters in. I'll call this Zippy. There. So yeah, now you can deploy very fast bots. Oh, Risa only heard me now. Oh well, whatever. So yeah, thrusters are in. So if you wanted, you could make a really, like good pursuing bot. Let's do that. We'll say function. No, you know what? I'll make a really good zapper bot. How about that? And we'll put in the tiniest amount of regen. So, all right. Here's what we'll do. We'll say set item to find closest enemy bot, and then if that exists, then do oops, I don't want that. If is zapping, no. If can zap, then zap. Otherwise, let's pursue that enemy. So pursue item. Otherwise, just move randomly. So this is going to be Zappy13531 now. So let's see. Did I code that correctly? Nice. So there's sort of an there's a synergy between Zapper and Thrusters. So Zapper is every time you get your turn, you'll zap everything around you. And Thrusters lets you get your turn faster. So this should be a pretty interesting strategy. But you gotta only activate Zapper when you are sure you want to, and that is not what I'm doing yet. If exists item, then yeah. Okay, let's make this a little bit better. Let's do set distance to. Do I have a helper? Yeah, get distance to item. So we'll put this here, and then we'll say if if distance is less than 2, less than or equal to 2, and you can zap, then zap. Otherwise, pursue them. Okay, good. Here's our better code now. Let's try this out. Zippy v2. Okay, so now only when we're close enough are we gonna activate our zapper. Except for I think I screwed up the code. Yeah, it definitely looks like I screwed it up. Oh, this should be here regardless. No, yeah, that is. But why did this not work? Wait, what do I not know my own coding system? Let's rename this to closest enemy. And then we'll put this everywhere. Wait, what happened there? Did that not work? Closest enemy. Yeah, I don't think this rename even works. Enemy? What's going on? Huh. That is very strange. Oh, well, that worked. But now we can't set the other things to it. Get distance to item. Wow, I think I broke variables somehow. I gotta fix that. Get distance to, yeah, there's no... Oh, I think because I need some sort of like set closest enemy. Oh, that's why this doesn't work. I think that's why. Yeah. Okay, so I'll just write that down. Exists item blockly block doesn't let you rename the item if there's no corresponding variable. Can you even rename built-in variables? No, you can't. And the built-in variables are not something you can even customize. You have to drag the letter onto them. I'm gonna change that in a, well, yeah, I'll change how some of it works, I think. But okay, so we have set closest enemy to nothing, I guess. Then we get the distance to here, and here we'll do, whoops, pursue this. So yeah, why did this break? Here we just can't see any bots. No, something's wrong. Let's edit as JavaScript. Oh, whoops. This should have been up here. And then set distance to should have just been like 5, I guess. Okay, let's try that. Alright, now the bot appears to be working. It's kind of hard to tell. Huh. Yeah, well, strange. Cloaking definitely gets in the way of that. Risa says, wait, so this game is about building your bot? Yeah, it is. And yeah, Good Skinny, that was something I screwed up. I fixed it. Yeah. Alright, well, yeah, so you can see Zapper and Thrusters are working. Let's just put Thrusters and Missiles, I guess. Let's try this out. So we'll get rid of the distance check. I don't care about that. And we'll get rid of this set distance. Delete. And delete. Okay, so yeah, and let's throw in an if statement that says if will missiles hit closest enemy, then fire missiles. Well, except for that's not exactly what I want. It's this one. Fire missiles at closest enemy. We could make this. We could make this only find. All right, what if we did this? If not exists closest enemy, then set it, and then take this out to here. So now we'll always pursue the same enemy we pursued the last time, even if they're no longer the closest. So now this is going to be like missiles 13531. Well, that's all we have. Land is a reference to the place where you program your own bots to fight. I don't know how to answer that. And then Rolling asks, do you keep my name on your servers? Your Twitch name, yeah. Huh. So yeah, cloaking's a pretty powerful strategy right now. All right, I'm gonna change this. We're gonna try landmines out. Let's do that. Let's just do if can lay mine, otherwise move. We'll see if these kill ITGK. Oh yeah, This is very, very powerful. Yeah, okay. I think this is too powerful. You can cover like a quarter of the arena in mines. And then just stand there. Although look, I haven't even gotten a single kill. Not yet at least. Huh, interesting. Okay, well there, I'm done testing that stuff out. We have to write actual tests. That was not real testing. Yeah, Merflake, stop triggering the spam filter. I will dock you points if you continue to do that. Alright, let's write the test. So arena test. Make sure thrusters impact all move associated APIs. How do we do this? I guess we move two bots, one with thrusters and one without. And then... yeah, I think that's how we do this. So move two bots. Compare their cooldowns. Yeah. One with, one without. Alright, let's try that out. So we'll go into this test. And first thing, okay, wait, so what am I testing here? Make sure, okay, so should have thrusters impact all move related APIs. And instead of regen slot, we're going to change this a little bit. And Risa, we're using GitHub right now for the issue reporting. So let's say regen and thrusters slot config. And this is going to have regen and will have thrusters. So that's fine. We can make use of that. So now we have const move code equals, and it doesn't matter if it hits something or not. So we're gonna just say, we'll test two things actually. How do we do this? We need to test all of this stuff. So let me write this out here, update equals function. So, and we had the init equals function, a equals 0. So that's what I should have written here, a equals 0. So here's what we'll do. A++, if a equals 1, then let's just do move left. Oh, and I gotta put this in double quotes for the sake of this. Alright, so if a equals 1, move left. If a equals 2, we'll say move to 0, 0. And then if a equals 3, what other movement APIs are there right now? They all kind of converge. Let's take a look. So we have move to, pursue bot, pursue resource, pursue. But all of these are shortcuts for move to. So for now, this is all we really have to test. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's take this code, put it down here, join it, and then cut out all the spaces. Good. Alright, let me put it here. And we have the move code. Next, we make move bot 1 and move bot 2. And both of these are going to need the regen and thruster slot config, and they both take in move code. And they have to be, no, wait, no. This one doesn't take in a special config. So no, one of these is thrusters bot, and the other one is normal bot. Yeah, that's important. Next, it's going to move left, and then it's going to move 2, 0, 0. So let's put this one at 2, 0, and let's put this one at 2, 1. Yeah, I don't think that matters too much. Can I check for is moving? No, there's no such thing as is moving because moves are instantaneous. So it only looks to you like something moving from a tile to another tile. On the server, that happens immediately. So it's like teleportation everywhere. Okay, so let's see. How do I do this? We're gonna take. Actually, we probably need the cooldown component. Yeah, we do. So we need this stuff. Okay, let's update both bots. I think that's first. And then we check to see what their cooldown is. So, Thruster's bot should have a lower cooldown than normal bot. But even that's not, like I should say by a large margin. Okay, so let's get their code component equals entity. Oh, let's just write it this way. Get component, code component, Thruster's bot. Good. So that's one. So code component, Thruster's code component, and then normal code component. And this is normal bot. Now code component has a cooldown associated with it, and it's right there. This is not going to be exact, so we just need to check to see, are they a large percentage away from each other? So we're going to just check the number, let's just check 10%, I guess. So const thrusters cooldown equals thrusters code component dot cooldown. And, well, we can say that these are LEDs. And then this is normal cooldown. So assert math.abs thrusters, well, let's do this, I guess. Let cooldown difference equals math.abs thrusters cooldown minus normal cooldown. No, we don't want to do absolute value. We want this to always be higher, so that's what we're going to assert. So if the difference in cooldown, what it should be a difference of something like 200 milliseconds. So then we divide by the normal cooldown. And we need to make sure that this number, cooldown difference, is greater than 0.1. And let's console.log that. Cooldown difference. What's going on in chat? Hero the Turtle says, I was talking to this girl and we were really hitting it off, but then she found out how many points I have. Now she's no longer interested. It's too bad. Lou Long says, I found a problem. Okay, what is the problem? Wouter will stream it. Can you describe it to me? I think that'd be a lot easier for me. Well, I shouldn't even need to view the stream, right? Unless it's a... Well, fine. I'll go to your stream. Check this out. Totally not Risa. So, totally not Risa. If that account is just for the sake of collecting points, I will probably end up banning it. Or just removing the points. Alright, Walter, I'm looking at your stream, but the problem is there's going to be like a 40-second delay. Because it's you looking through my stream of me looking through your stream. So I really think it's better to just describe the problem. And hey, Squish Squirrel. So yeah, Walter, if you can start showing me the problem. This is why I think describing it probably would have been better. Because I'm going to end up wasting like 2 minutes on this. Walter. Let me whisper you. Can you show the problem? I'll wait another little bit. Then please just describe it or take a video of it. Wouter. Oh god. Okay, fine. Yeah, next time please try to just describe the problem, because it is tough looking in another stream for it. Lulong says my bot was standing in 3-2 and didn't do anything. Yeah, so yeah, for future reference, just pasting that IM in would have probably been good enough. But I also need to know what your code is, because I can deploy a bot that doesn't do anything like this. But that's how it should be, because I just didn't give it code. And when I do put code on, there we go. Do they have? They don't even have regen. They need regen. Mine's V2. When do I want the game to come out? The game will probably be out for real in release and in 2017 sometime. So not anytime soon. But Squish Squirrel, we're currently in pre-beta, so people can play now. And beta will come out probably close to 8 or 9 months from now, I think. Alright, so let's deploy these proper bots. There. Now, this Mines bot should be recovering life very slowly. Yeah, it is. But it's dead. Wanakis has smart bots. They don't move unless they can't actually hit me. Ha! My mines will do nothing. Alright, so cooldown difference assert. Thrusters cooldown should be lower. And Merplex, no, it's not a problem. I think chat's been pretty good about like moderating itself almost. But yeah, trying to get people to spam chat is not good. Okay. So the cooldown difference here, we need to run these again and then do exactly the same thing. So we do this down here, and we do this over here. And we should assert that they moved. So let's do assert entity coordinates. Once the thrusters bot will have moved left, which puts it at 1, 0. And then the normal bot will have moved, also left, which will put it at 1, 1. And then down here when we move them both, this will have moved to 0, 0. And then it's non-deterministic which direction that one will move in. So what we should do is we should put this one at 1, 2. So now when it moves left, it's at 0, 2. And then when it moves up, it's at 0, 1. Yeah, okay. And then we insert that difference too. Okay, let's run this test. I don't know if this will work. And I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water while this is running. Hey, it passed. Okay. I think that's good. I just want to see how much the cooldown difference actually is. It should be like 40% or something. Where did it print? Did it print it all? Where did it print? I don't even see it. The only print I see is this measured chance to reflect. Oh, because there's a duplicate declaration. Thrusters cooldown. Oh, whoops. I gotta get rid of these lets. Alright, that explains it. Yeah, so I am gonna remove the points, totally not reset. But yeah, don't do that. So let me ban that account that you have there. So you are banned as of now. And then let me remove points. Points give Risa 401 negative 15. Can I do that? Can't send a negative amount. Can I take points from you then? Yeah. Okay. Squish Squirrel says, is the game going to cost money, and if so, how much? No, it won't cost any money. So, well, it'll be free to play. So you can spend money on it, but it won't. Our goal is to not make you any more powerful if you do that. It'll be for mostly cosmetic things and just variations on weapons. And what else we have? See if they can... I don't know what you mean by that, Merplex. Supercat says, what program do you use? I'm not sure which program you're referring to. This console is ConEmu, and the text editor is Sublime Text. So thruster bot is not defined. That's because it was called thrusters bot. So where did I say thruster bot? Thruster bot. Yeah, here. Guess I better get my Botcoin mining setup out of here. Yeah. Hopefully I finally wrote this test correctly. I want to see what this cooldown difference is. It should be pretty close to 50% actually. Yeah, it should be 50%. Hopefully this works. And then I can get rid of these pictures that I have open. This isn't even a picture of anything. Okay. Ah, the test passed, and I saw something print out up here. Cooldown difference is 0.5. It's 0.5 exactly. All right, that's good to know. So we need to get what the cooldown difference should be. Well, how do I do this? Yeah, let's get the thruster hardware. So let's go into regen hardware, and we will put this up here. We'll say thruster hardware, well, thrusters hardware, is get thrusters, and then we'll say const post move cooldown multiplier equals thrusters hardware dot. So where did this come from? Hardware tier data, thruster tier data, this post move cooldown percent equals thrusters hardware dot. Good. Alright, so then the expected cooldown difference is going to be this. So we could check if it's, well, for now, yeah, let's just check to see if it's exactly equal. Yeah, okay. Well, let's do assert.equal, I guess. That way we'll have our real values there. And we'll know later that this should be an epsilon value. Google the Akinator and take the quiz thing. I'll have to do that later. Wait, what is? Can you figure out? Yeah, I'll have to do that later. I think. Is it okay to sell discount game tokens? What do you mean? Like sell your points? And why do the lights still flash? So Risa, let me show you. Oh yeah, keycam. I forgot about that. Let me show you what this looks like. So when you follow me, you get this link to control my lights in my room. If I turn color loop off, watch what happens. So that's why they're still changing after you stop. So you can change them to whatever color you want, and you can change them individually too if you want. So you can do something like this. And then you could set like one of these if you want to color loop. So watch, one of those strips on my wall is changing. The one on the right. So that's what color loop is. Let me set these back to normal. Lou Long says I got kicked out of the server for no reason. Did you get a message saying you were kicked out? Lou Long, did you get a message saying that you were kicked out? How do you know you were kicked out? Was the tab in focus the whole time? It could be any number of things, and I don't have a whole lot of information there. Can I sell the game token under value? Can I sell it for 90? You're not selling game tokens though, you're just giving people points. So yeah, I suppose you can. And yes, I can see totally not Risa trying to still access my light. This is why we can't have nice things. Also, Lou Long, the last time you tried connecting, you put 4 Qs before your name. So, yeah, fix it. Chat told me that he was still in. Okay, yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. But it could be anything. It could be that he, I don't know, didn't have the tab in focus, and then when he got back, it was, I'm not sure. I would need to. Okay, added a test for thrusters. So thrusters are already on the server, but now they've been tested. Oh wait, yeah. There's one other thing I gotta do. There's one other test. And that's that when I try moving one more time, Yeah, let's update one more time. So this will move us into, this will attempt to move us left so that we're out of bounds, which obviously won't work, but we need to make sure the thrusters still lowered our cooldown correctly. The game screen went to the login screen. The only way that could even happen is if you refresh the tab, because there's no code to do that in the game right now, Lulong. Squish Squirrel says, where do you get that keyboard? Probably just Amazon. I don't know where I got it, but if you just type Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard, you can find it. So I'll link that. So here, we want to check to see what is our actual cooldown. Let's get that here, and then compare, and then this. So this is really two tests in one, but it's easy enough to do. So it should have thrusters impact all move-related APIs, and the cooldown should be lower even if the move does not work. Yeah, I like that. Now let's run this. Post-move cooldown percent of null. What, it doesn't have thruster hardware? Oh, this is totally wrong. We need to do setup active bot thrusters bot. Okay, let's rerun that now. Yeah, Bing Rewards is only for the US. Oh well. I'm raking in the money over here. $5 a month, look at that. Okay, so if the test passed, I think we're good. We can check that in because the only other tests I had were these two. So yeah, we can check that in. Shared variables, I could probably give you a sort of basic form of them. Let me deploy my mind bots again, which are not going to do anything. Yeah. Monacus's code is just better than mine. Oh. Took some damage. So knowing that Wanakis has this code, what I could do is lay a landmine and then run away from Wanakis far enough so that Wanakis chases me. That's rent. And I'm not going to be joining TeamSpeak right now. Alright, did the test pass? No, of course not. Thruster 3 cooldown should be lower. That sounds like a real problem. Cooldown difference. Thrusters cooldown. Updated the thrusters bot. Yeah, this is pretty weird. What were the expected and actual values? Actual was 0. 0, what? Oh, I know why. Yeah, this shouldn't be here. This if statement. Okay, that's it. What's my family name? I think you can find it online somewhere, but I'm not gonna say it on stream just because I'm pretty sure it's on my blog if you want to go find it there. Are you allowed to look at other people's code? Well, allowed to? Like, can you do it, you mean, in the game? Because no, you can't. And that's part of the reason for that is because Botland is, right now it's not, but it will eventually be a team game, and your allies will probably become your enemies at some point. Why is this still failing? Actual is 0. I don't understand that. We said if A equals 1, move left, otherwise we always try moving to 0, 0. Oh, that's actually a bug. Move to. We say if path is valid, pursue internal. Pursue internal checks to see if you're on the target already. Yeah, this is so stupid. So stupid. It's good that I tested this, but I don't think this scenario is ever going to come up in the real world, but it's still important to test this, I guess. So if you're already at the destination, there's nothing you can do. Yeah, this is where I have to say this last Terminator ran was moving is true. And now the test should work. Alright. Alright, so yeah, alright. I think I fixed a real bug there. So, rogue thrusters test, this actually did find a bug when you call move to with your current coordinates. It wasn't lowering your post-move cooldown. Wouldn't someone find an overpowered code for the bots that'll make them godly? So this is sort of like, alright, I'd ask you to think about this in terms of a game like StarCraft. In StarCraft, there are very good strategies, and they're like the tried and true strategies of you put down this many barracks or this many gateways, then you produce this many of each unit, you get the upgrades at these times. The problem is that's a strategy that does not work in isolation. That strategy is based on what your opponents are doing. So if I shouldn't be using StarCraft terms because not all of you will be familiar with that, but in Botland, if I make all lasers bots, like I come up with the best laser strategy, there's going to be another person who just goes, oh, watch this, reflect, there. And now anything on top of that is already better. So I added lasers on top of that, and now I will probably beat their bots. So will there be an overpowered bot for lasers? I don't know, maybe, but then there are counter strategies that will keep that in check. Hey Jack HGTV. Do I play games on my PC, and if so, is your keyboard good for gaming? I've never had a bad keyboard for gaming. So, but I'm not that picky, I guess. Okay, yeah, all the tests are passing, so let's check this in. Good. Okay, adding shared variables. If I were to do this right now, well, I think I'm just gonna save this for later. I don't think I'm gonna do this. I don't think shared variables will help you that much in deathmatch anyway. And see a squish squirrel. Alright, so we got thrusters done. So then I said maybe take a vote between artillery, shields, and then these other ones. Alright, let's do that. Isn't the chance of winning kind of down to who goes first, like tic-tac-toe? No, not necessarily. And again, this all depends on the game mode. And remember that these will be battles that are played out repeatedly. Like if you look at Botland right now, well, there are only 4 people, but okay, fine. Let's look at single player. Like, take a look at any bot that gets spawned into existence, like Terminus here. Look at how long Terminus lives for. Maybe it's going to be about 15 seconds. Maybe more if it kills all the bots around it. But like, it's not going to live for very long. Well, it happens to be, okay, so this is making me eat my words because it's surrounded by allies, and the allies are protecting it, and they're dying. So anyway, look at all the other bots that spawned into existence that died in that time that I was showing you this. And Terminus did just die there. That's going to happen for a lot of these bots. So sure, you might get the jump on somebody and then get to kill them, but then the same thing will happen to you too. This should move to the enemy, right? Set enemy to find closest enemy bot. If can move to enemy, move to enemy. Yes, but this will only move if they're within 5 tiles of you, because you need to be able to see them. Okay, so yeah, Lulong, let me know. That should answer your question. And Roving Eye, hopefully that answers your question too. Yeah, so the straw poll is where we left off. So, which hardware should Adam code next? So there's artillery, which is long range, slow moving projectile. There's shields, defensive, temporary defense that effectively raises maximum life. Lulong says, sorry, I missed the answer. So Lulong, as long as you can see the bot, you'll move to it, but you can only sense as far as 5 tiles away. So then T, secret hardware that starts with the letter T, M, secret hardware that starts with the letter M, and E. Secret hardware that starts with letter E. So, let's just have you vote on one thing each, and I'll link this in. Will bot speed be adjustable? Only via, like right now there's thrusters, only via hardware. So if I were to deploy just a very fast bot, check this out. This is just going to move around. Zippy. If I deploy a couple of these are moving much faster than what Akis's bots are. But that's because I put hardware that moves them faster. Okay. Alright, so let's create this poll. I'm going to link it in the chat, and you guys can vote on what you want me to code. And we'll start with the letter T also. Oh, whoops. Well, alright, that was a small problem, but this is supposed to say M. But Ricardo, I do appreciate that. I shall give you a point. Had you only corrected that a second sooner, I would have probably given you 2 points. With the code I posted, I can't even deploy it. Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, thank you. And Lulong, remember, when it comes to reporting bugs, like, here's how I would have reported that bug. It's something like repro steps. I use this code, and then image here. You did put the image in. Then expected, I can deploy the bot. Oh, and then 2, click deploy. Expected, I can deploy the bot. Actual, it doesn't deploy. If you tell me the bug like this, which is what did I do, what did I expect, and then what actually happened, that is like worlds better than piecemealing information to me. Yeah, so let's take a look, well, at the results, but also let's take a look at why this image didn't let him deploy a bot. So where did that go? Yeah, here. So we had this image, let's put that there and this here, and we'll say set enemy to find closest enemy bot, and then you had if can move to, whoops, not that one, if can move to enemy, then move to enemy. And we'll figure out what's going on here. Duplicate, put that there. All right, and then we deploy it. So that did not deploy. Yeah, you're correct. So let's edit this JavaScript. Oh, we can't even do that. Wow. This really breaks things, doesn't it? What is going on here? Expecting tuple from, oh, this is just, I coded this wrong. Okay, Lulong, that's a good catch. I'll give you some points for that. And then Risa says, I think this game is bugged, can't do anything. How can I play? So in order to play, here, I'll send you a video. This will teach you how to play. No, Woucher, we have the GitHub for that. So this bug, I need to fix this. So fix this bug. Okay, I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Then we'll take a look at the straw poll results, and I'll start coding whatever it is you guys want. So I'll link the straw poll one more time, and you can vote on what it is you want me to start coding tonight. And yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm not gonna put up a BRB screen. I'll just be back in like a minute and a half. So it looks like artillery is winning, so I will probably just do that. And thank you, Void Dreamer and Lulong, for linking the GitHub. The GitHub, by the way, is just for bug tracking. It's not like this is an open source game. And Risa, let me know if the video was not enough to let you get started playing. It should teach you the very basics, and it should do so very quickly. So we're gonna, whoops, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, there. Yeah, so we're gonna code artillery. So artillery is going to be slightly more difficult than the last things that we coded because it's going to involve client and server changes, and it's going to do something new, which is the projectiles themselves will have a tick time on them. So hardware itself, constants, etc. We have to do all that stuff. There are. Let me go take a look at the design doc for just a sec. I know we wrote down things about artillery in here. So yeah, we actually artillery is a good one to do. So we said there is no blind firing, minimum range of 5, max range of, well, that's weird, 12. Oh yeah, because it's spotted. So then shared variables make sense to come in after this. So we, yeah, okay. So, shared variables are the next feature, I think. So artillery is probably going to take the rest of today then. And by the way, to let you guys know, I am going to need to take lunch at some point. I will probably do so sometime in the next hour, and it'll take me about 25 or 30 minutes. Once I'm done with lunch, I'll be back for another 4 or 4.5 hours, and then we'll finish doing artillery. And all of this stuff, assuming I get artillery done today, it'll be live by the end of today. So if you have the loyalty points, you can connect and you can play, and you can find out more about that here. And yeah, Walter, you can link the bug reporting page. I should put like a, maybe I'll do this. Implement any bugs, which will paste the GitHub link and guidelines for how to report a good bug. Maybe mention screenshots or code snippets too. Okay, yeah. So artillery, we've got no blind firing, a minimum range of 5, a maximum range of 12. So yeah, and then this is something someone asked about. Yeah, there's no API to discover any artillery shells that may land on you. And what else do we have here? All right, actually I think that's all we wrote here. And then is there splash damage on these? I don't remember if we wanted that. Huh. This is not complete. Interesting. Well, I think we're going to add splash damage for cardinally adjacent tiles. Now, artillery is going to change up what you see as the arena metagame so far. It'll change it up. Well, you'll see how this works in maybe about 5 hours. Depends on how I can do this. Oh, hey Metsudo, welcome back. I don't know if you've been able to play the game yet, but you should try it out. So the APIs are going to be fire artillery, and this takes in an entity. Will artillery hit, and it takes in an entity. Well, it doesn't necessarily have to. Entity or undefined, I think. And then will this hit takes an entity or undefined. I spent last week. Yeah, Noble Tom. You have to spend points every week. That's how pre-beta works. Okay, or you can just keep typing OMG. Yeah, every Sunday, everyone's account is deleted, and you'll need to spend points again. Like I did put this advisory here, and it's not like you spent money on it, so it's not like I'm like terribly sympathetic in this case. Will artillery hit, fire artillery, and then did I have anything else from here? PayPal address. What? What? You don't need a PayPal address for this. Fire artillery, will artillery hit. Yeah, that was it. So I think we keep just those, then make them require the hardware, and then I guess we'll also say something like artillery, tier 1, we'll say, What should I use for the values here? Because artillery can be very powerful. If lasers end up doing 400 damage, then I think artillery will start at 350 damage, like 10 splash damage. It's not supposed to be a lot. And max range is... Let's just keep the max range at 12 no matter what. So then we'll up this tier 2 and 3, 450 and 550, and this will go up to like 20 and 30. Can you see in the server log if I'm still in? Got kicked again with no reason. So let's see. I actually don't have a way of seeing in the server log if you're there, unless I manually type it out. So if I just type slash, oh, it says you disconnected here. So it should say that you're, yeah, it says you disconnected. Void Dreamer says next time you're in a giveaway, I'll give however many points I have over 1,000 to the winner. So make sure I'm around before you do a giveaway. Well, at some point, what I want to do is giveaways of points. So I might do that. Maybe I'll do that when I get back from lunch. Maybe I'll do the first like pre-beta giveaway. Post lunch, run a pre-beta giveaway. If the winner already has pre-beta, then let them choose a different person. If the winner doesn't respond within a minute or two, they are no longer the winner. That's in case it chooses a spammer or an AFK person. I got no message and was sent back to the login screen. So, Lulong, I don't understand how you can get sent back to the login screen. There's no code to do that. If you, your page must have refreshed somehow. And Ephraim, don't you have another username? Man, I don't want people making like fake accounts for this. Yeah, you already have one. I'm gonna ban your new user from the chat. Alright, so guys, don't make fake accounts to get points. Like, you get enough points in a week to fund 2 weeks of pre-beta. It's my friend, sorry. I don't know. Alright, well, yeah, I don't know what to say. So yeah, post-launch we'll run a pre-beta giveaway. If the winner already has it, let them choose it in person. If the winner doesn't respond. Well, Ephraim, have them sign up with an account that isn't so pushy. How about that? Alright. I think we have enough to start working on this. I don't know about these numbers here. Artillery tier 1 probably should only do like 300 damage maybe. And then it goes up to 450 and then 600. These are still 2-hit kills. That's probably too powerful. I don't know. We'll just try this out. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We'll rebalance it. So hardware constants. Let's put in artillery. Alright, in here, and that's artillery. And what is the description I used over here for artillery? I said fires a long range projectile. Fires a long range projectile at the target. Artillery has a minimum range of 5. I guess we say this. And doesn't land immediately. It also inflicts a small amount of splash damage. And then we should put in explosion graphics too at some point. Unterminated string, what? Oh yeah, that's true. So yeah, the next things are shared variables. So next features, thanks to adding artillery, shared variables, and well, put this here, and also explosion sprites. And none of that's going to be final, so just, yeah. Okay, so we've got range. We're going to say min range is 5, max range is 12, damage is 300, is that what I said? Yes. And then splash damage is 10. So we want this for everything, but we want to modify the damage values. So 450 and 20, and then 630. Now, the reason why splash damage is relatively low is because units will probably be clumped pretty frequently, and hitting all of them for like 300 damage at once would probably make artillery like the best thing in the game. So, oh, actually, there's something else I need to do here. There should be some. There needs to be an API that will get the entity that you can hit with artillery. Oops, there may need to be. Hey, Bot Commander. Alright, so we've got all of this. Next, this needs to be artillery tier data. So artillery tier data. Then we go into hardware tier data and we modify this. Good, and we put in all the parameters that we have here. So we say, oops, this dot that equals params dot that. Oops, that didn't work. Well, let's take it from here. Good, and then get rid of these colons. Alright, then we can get rid of this stuff too, and I don't even know if it's worth having a 2-string for. I'll just write this. Never wrote artillery's 2-string. Because I'm not using these anywhere, so I don't know why I'm even defining these for anything. Yeah. Okay, so artillery tier data now exists. Next. Well, we've got the hardware itself. Let's also add, instead of Blockly, let's add in the hardware. So let's put it next to missiles. So we'll say artillery, and then change those to lowercase. Then we go here, we put this beneath missiles as well. What just happened? Yeah, what is the search order here? That was super weird. Let's just type it out. Artillery, and then same thing, artillery. We need a color, which, what was missiles set to? Lasers is 0, missiles is 15, landmines is 30. So the next available thing in that hue area is 45, which is probably closer to yellow. 45. Yeah, that looks kind of ugly, but let's just use it. Okay, good. And finally, we say artillery for this, and see if I can hit KU correctly. Good, nice. Can your game be hacked? I'm sure it can be. It depends on what you're asking as far as hacking goes, though. Like, can someone create their own pre-beta account? If they happen to guess a certain password, then yes, they probably could. And that's not such a big deal. I would just change the password if that happened. Can someone, like, take over my machine? Maybe. Yeah, so it's not bulletproof, but it's hopefully not like wide open either. Where's my, I want my code in this arena. You guys don't even know. Regen, cloak, and reflect. You ready? You ready for this? Alright, that's not gonna work. Alright, let's get it. Regen, cloak. Actually, let's cloak for longer and regen for less time. And reflect. Adam 13531. Alright, these are my survivor bots. Only when Akis is out to get them. Oh, and Risa now. No, cloak, no! Alright, fine. My bots are dying. Oh, this one's alive. Nope, not anymore. Alright, well, that sucks. I think he's asking how applicable your hacking tutorial is. Codebreaker says, like, having more than 7 levels. Oh, something like having more than 7 levels? No, that's not something that would be easy to hack. If you could hack the game so that you can get more than 7 levels, you could hack the game to do much worse things than that. Because there's already a check on the server for this. So let's say, here's something you always need to keep in mind. I don't think you're asking about this level of detail, but This is a client server game. So you are playing on the client and you're connecting to a server that's running in the cloud. The client is showing you a UI. And when you try doing something like this, the client tells you, no, this machine is not valid. Now that's the UI telling you that. The UI calls a layer underneath, which eventually gets turned into a network message that goes to the server. If you were to ignore the UI layer and send a network message yourself, you could bypass the client side checks for this. However, the server is also checking for that. So you would get rejected on the server at that point. Found another bug. Blockly and dragged the janitor over and I can't close with B. And if I close and open it again and dragged it a bit and went in the trash bin. Yeah, okay, so Lulong, first of all, that is much better bug reporting. I appreciate that. Second, when you drag something over here and you press B, the reason it doesn't close it is because you're typing into Blockly right now. And Blockly has its own keyboard shortcuts. So that's not something I'm probably going to fix soon. But then as far as you dragged a little bit and it went into the trash can, that's because this canvas is not very large. So yeah, those are things I'm probably not going to fix yet, but eventually the UI is going to change entirely. So yeah, things will be different. Risa says, why don't my robots use shields? The only shield in the game is reflect, and I need to see your code to know why they're not using their shield. Okay, so what was I doing? We should have added in artillery. So if I load up Botland local, by the way, I'll post this in for anyone wondering how you get access to the game. You can click that link. Oh yeah, if someone could hack the game, then they could do anything they wanted. If they could, I mean, depending, whatever. It's not worth talking about. Roving Eye. I know you're in software, so I'm sure you've dealt with all different kinds of bug reports at this point. Artillery is not defined. Well, that's not helpful. Wait, why is that though? That's a little strange. Artillery is there, and I define it here, and I use yeah, something is weird. I wonder if this just didn't rebuild. Long just corrected your typo. Oh, that's precious. That's so precious. Alright, is this gonna load? Please load. Oh, nice, that worked. Okay, so it was just a problem with not having built. So now we have artillery, and let's just see how the colors differ. So let's put artillery, missile, landmines, and lasers. They're only very slightly different colors. They're still distinguishable, and colors don't really matter that much. I just wanted to see. So artillery is kind of almost yellowish. I think it's fine. Okay. So we've got artillery hardware in the game, but it doesn't do anything yet. I think that's where I want to check in right now. And then maybe we do one more commit after this, and then I go eat lunch. Added artillery hardware. It is not functional yet, and there are no APIs to interface with. Yeah, that's somewhat redundant, but I don't really care. Okay, so we got the hardware. Great. Next, we need some APIs. We need to think of how this is going to work before we do this. All of what we just did needed to be done no matter what. We need some damage values in here. We need some names and descriptions. That's all fine. That requires no design. This stuff requires no design. So an artillery shell. It's a projectile that seeks out a tile even though it's shot at an entity. So it would need a chase tile component. This will be the first instance of a projectile that chases a tile. And it does so at a tick time. So it's the first instance of a projectile that takes time to reach its target. And yeah, Quantum KO hasn't been here in a few days. That is a little strange. And Cloud Razor hasn't been here in like 2 weeks. Yeah, Hairline hasn't been back either. Lots of weird things going on. And Metsuro's back, but he didn't say hi to me. Chad is different. Risa says, I would try to do some pixel art for your game tomorrow. You can if you want for like fan art, but it won't be in the game. Real Chimera says Rip Dad. Alright. Yeah, so first projectile that chases a tile, and first projectile that takes time to land. Now how we animate artillery is probably going to change. The way it worked in the prototype is you would fire artillery like off the top of the screen, and then one turn later it would land. And the reason why is because turns in the prototype could sometimes take like 15 seconds. So if you saw a projectile moving very slowly across the screen, you'd probably be a little confused. But I think that's what I'm probably going to do at first, is make this projectile move very slowly across the screen. Well, 1 second or 2 seconds. And then I'm going to talk to the artist about how do we eventually want this to look. How do we eventually want artillery to look? Will it fly off the top of the screen? How do you know where it's going to land? And who owns it? Are you going to add graphics in the battlefield and also a background? Yeah, all that's going to happen, and we are getting closer and closer to getting the first concept work done. That's not real, like, usable game work. That's concept work. So we'll get there in the next few months, I think. Orange says, "Hi, Adam, I'm lurking." Yeah, Orange, you actually got around. You bypassed the. You know how I delete accounts every Sunday? Well, you were logged in the whole time. So until I restarted the server today, you were still on the server, and no one else could have even joined. What if I like it? Yeah, even if I like it, unless you eventually, like, we hired you to work on Botland, then, well, I'm debating on whether to fully answer this seriously or not. Yeah, the short story is you need to produce more than just a little bit of pixel art, and yeah. Okay, so first instance of and then also first instance of a projectile that takes time to reach its target. Now we know when we fire it how long it should take approximately, but the server's what's going to tell you that it hit. And I guess the server can tell you. The server can tell you how long it will take. Oh boy. Like this should be pretty easy to code on the server. I don't expect that to be too much of a problem. It's the client I'm more worried about. So you start animating a projectile toward a tile. You know roughly how long it'll take. Now when it reaches there, you wait for it to get the kill message. So perhaps the client animates it, but doesn't kill it until it gets the corresponding artillery shell exploded message. Frankie says, "Where's my check mark? Where's my loyalty check? Royalty check?" I thought I gave you points or something for it. But your check mark is safe and sound right here in the "Your code looks good" section. Look at that. Look at that beautiful check mark. Amazing. What's going on the server right now? Okay, yeah, we got a few people online right now. Okay, I think this could work for the client. And this means that I think we can get through some of the API level, and then I'll take lunch. So we have fire artillery and will artillery hit. Let's go write those in. Code API constant. So we have fire missiles. Let's put this right next to it. Fire artillery and will missiles hit. We're going to say will artillery hit and capitalize the A. Okay, good. Next, we got to go into code execution system, and let's write fire artillery. Alright, fire artillery. And this takes target entity. Could you add a method that will try to escape the enemy? Yeah, that'll probably be happening eventually. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. The naive way of writing that is very easy to do, but it's not good to use for the user because it's naive. So it would just check who's the closest enemy, move away from that. But the problem is you might move directly into another enemy that's very close. So I would need to, I need to put more time into it. So, and target entity can be undefined. So at the bottom of this we have to say random terminator, and at the top of this we have to say if not I don't even remember what the code is. If can't run terminators, return null. Alright, good. So if you don't have an entity, if not util.exist target entity, or I guess if you can't sense the entity, or can sense. So what does this do? This right here. Can sense tile. Whoops, no, that was wrong. Can sense entity. Yeah, it's just this dot can sense entity. Or so not this dot can sense entity. Whoops. Target entity. Then we. Well, no. Here's what we do. We do this first. We say if we can't sense it, then set it to null. Okay, and then if it doesn't exist, we find a new one. So to do find a new entity to shoot at. Then we check to see if the entity is too close. To check if the entity is too close or too far. And then to do is fire the shell at the entity's tile. Alright, so checking if the entity is too close or too far. That's something that shouldn't be too bad to do. Oh, the other thing we need to do is make sure that you have the hardware on it. So yeah, we'll do that here. We'll say lasers hardware. Yep, we'll put this right up to here. Done. Artillery hardware. And we say that's artillery. Then we get the ranges on this. So min range equals this dot min range, max range is the same way. Good. And so if we need the distance to the target. Distance to target. Oh, and so we find an entity to shoot at, and then at the bottom of this is if the entity is still undefined. If the entity still doesn't exist, we still haven't found an entity. So we say if this dot simulating terminator return false. No, we don't want to do that. Well, we kind of want to do this. Return util dot exist target entity. So if you're not simulating at this point, if util dot exist. Actually, this needs to be here too. This is just return false. Or null? No, it's null. Return null. Otherwise, this dot ran terminator. Return. Okay, there's that. Then at this point we know the target exists. We need to check to see if the distance is too far. So how do we get distance? We wrote a function for that. No, that's not what we want. We want to use just a Manhattan distance. Yeah, which is what this calls into eventually anyway. Which, we really just could use this. Can you spawn opponents, please? Alright, fine. I will spawn an ultra killer opponent, and instead of regen, I'll put on missiles. There. There are your opponents. Mobile support should be entering final stages. Very cool. I need food soon. So we want to do this dot get distance to target entity, and if distance is less than min range or distance is greater than max range, then I don't know the best way to do this. Like, I'll just copy paste this block for now, and we really should refactor this. Okay, so we know if the entity is too close or too far. If at this point we've gotten here, we know that we can just fire the shell. Yeah. So we're gonna need an indexer for this, I think. Need an indexer for the shells that have to hit. They're sort of like TTL entities, with a different on death. Which the TTL system, when it kills an entity, it just marks it as dead and removes it. Which, well, we can't do that then. Jimmy No John says, I'm a random developer stopping in to hopefully get some advice. Yeah, sure, ask away. And hey, ZZ Dougie. They can't actually be TTL entities, though. Although they are real ID entities. Maybe they could be. Yeah, I feel like shells will have a real ID. And we're going to need to write something like, Roger, you said ignore self-promotion, but that's like self-promotion by proxy. I don't know how I'm supposed to treat that. I'm also not sure where I want to go with this next. Do I really want to write this code? Like, find a new entity to shoot at, that needs to happen too. And in fact, we shouldn't even enforce a minimum range at first. I should make like one AI bot and be able to shoot things at it and test and see if that works. Okay, let's write some of this in. So in the simulation server, let's add a bot that's owned by another player that doesn't do anything. So this bot will just be standing around and it'll be at 5-0. And then let's shrink the arena. Let's shrink the arena so that, no, let's not even do that. Let's just set the cooldown to a ridiculous number and make sure that the next bot gets deployed at 0-0 always. So we're gonna say deploy x equals, no, we can't do that. No, how do we do this then? Because we don't want it to affect the first bot that gets put down, but we want it to affect the other one. So let's just do this, fine. This dot fake equals true, whatever. I'm just doing this for now to set up a debug scenario. So if this dot fake, then deploy x equals 0 and deploy y equals 0. So if I were to restart this, and I don't know if this is going to rebuild or not, but anyway, if I restart this, what we should see is one bot. What's going on the server, by the way? Okay, good. Things are working. One bot should be at 0-5 or 5-0. It should be over here, and then the next bot I deploy, no matter what it is, gets deployed at 0-0. That was not the case, and that. Oh, it's not an AI bot. That's why. How do we do this then? This is a call that's being sent to the server. So the server's what's going to need to update this. So, man, alright, we gotta write this in somewhere else. Or we could emit this in our socket call. Create bot. Let's go into server arena, and where we create a bot, we've got tile X and tile Y. Basically need to say something like this. If util.exists, let's just do this dot fake, then tile X equals 0, tile Y equals 0, else this dot fake equals true. Let's try that. So that should work the way I expect now. We refresh this page, we see that same bot here. Wait, refresh one more time. Okay, then we see the same bot here, but then the next bot that I deploy is at 0-0. Good. And the next bot I deploy probably gets screwed up. Oh no, it gets randomly placed. That's fine. We don't care about the other bots. But we put this 5 tiles away purposely because artillery has a minimum range of 5 tiles and sensors have a maximum range of 5 tiles. Oh, whoops, there's one other thing we gotta do. Yeah, artillery is gonna take all day. That's what I just realized. So sensor paint. Yeah, okay. This is, and then test how this interacts with revealing lines. when the ping ends. Explosion spreads. Yeah, there's, yep. It's gonna take all day, possibly even into tomorrow. In fact, likely into tomorrow. So I'll spend maybe another 10 minutes on this, and then I'll just go get lunch. Then I'll be back half an hour or so from now. Alright, so we got our setup there. Next, we need to make sure we can fire this shell. So what is an artillery shell? That's a good thing to ask. So an artillery shell, if we were to think about it in terms of assemblage, so we have a laser assemblage. Where's a laser assemblage? Projectile assemblage. I know, I understand, Wouter, that it was long saying that. I don't really publish anything about like what it takes to make someone a mod. So I don't know how to say this. I'm probably not promoting more people to mods until I feel the need, and when I do, it's not necessarily who's most active or, yeah. I don't know how to say this. So, and I haven't like publicized this before either about how I make people mods. Okay, so here's how we set a projectile. We said that it's this set of things. So it has a health component. Actually, let's just cut these out from here. It has a health component. It has a chase tile component, which on the server does not exist in that same sense. It can exist. Chase tile component. It can exist. So it probably should. Yeah, I think it should. And that means that this should have some way to serialize itself. Because this never exists on the server right now. Hey, Playing Risky. Hey, I saw you try to connect over the weekend, but I'd wiped out the accounts. So yeah, now you'll have to buy an account again with loyalty points. Okay, so where are these created right now? Well, they're probably only created from assemblages, but they're only used on the client. Yes. Okay, good. So I think you can have these things. I think it would have like an is artillery shell, is shell component, is artillery shell component. And then, yeah, I feel like we'd have these things. And then maybe, no, that's it. No, a tick time. It needs a tick time somehow. It needs something for tick time. Like landing time. Maybe that's in is artillery shell component. And let's take a look in is laser component. Does anything else use something like this? Playing Risky says, yeah, I'm so sad I didn't get to play it all on Saturday or Sunday. How many points did you spend on the account? Alright, so we have is killing blow, doesn't do anything. Is bot, is cloaked. Okay, yeah, so we do have a precedent of me storing other things in the is blank components. So I think we should do the same thing for artillery shell. Yeah. Yes. Oh, most people go by rule 1 when it comes to being mod. Don't ask to be a mod. It was the 21 sale? Okay, yeah, then I'm not going to refund or anything, because that was the point of the 21 sale, is it only takes like an hour and a follow to get those points. So for people who are watching me, who aren't following or don't know what the game's about, I'll show you guys the game really quickly. So I'm about to take lunch, and I might as well talk to you about what the game is. So this is Botland. And the way that you can see, there's a janitor moving around Botland picking up resources. The way that Botland works is you first create a machine with its hardware. So I can pick something like reflect and cloaking and lasers, and there's a whole lot of different things to choose from right now. So let's pick landmines and thrusters. And then I write the code for that machine. And I can do so either using JavaScript or a subset of JavaScript, or I can use this, which is Blockly. So I can say something like, if can lay mine, then lay a mine, otherwise move randomly. And I deploy this bot, and you can see it got sent into the arena, and I'm not controlling it now. It is moving around and it's laying mines, and unfortunately he's getting hit by missiles, so that wasn't too effective, and now the mines will eventually go away too, so it's not like I really did anything. But if I want, like I said, I could edit this as JavaScript and I could type out whatever code I want. So I could say something like, if will missiles hit, fire missiles. And let's try this out now. So I'll delete mines from my machine and I'll put missiles on instead. Let's put a little bit of regen because I'm not fully using my machine yet. So now I got utterly annihilated as soon as I put the machine down. Let's put a couple more of those down. Yeah, so now we see them. They are... My bots are moving around. They're shooting Tom's bots. Yeah, that's Botland in a nutshell. Oh wait, playing risky got... Oh, I see. Okay. You should update the built-in janitor to have thrusters, maybe? Yeah, so updating... These are just the scripts. The scripts can't have hardware associated with them yet, and I don't know if I'm eventually going to do that. So those are all UI changes we're going to talk about eventually. Yeah, so that's the game. And then how you can get access to it right now, I linked the pre-beta page. In short, you spend some loyalty points, which you earn just by sitting in my chat, and then you get access to the game until whatever the next Sunday is. So when the game's finally out, which won't be until about 2017, the game will be free to play, and it's free to play right now too. It just ends up costing loyalty points, like I said. If you wait till Friday, it's only 50 points. You can play over the weekend if you feel like it. But yeah, for right now, there's only, let's see, how many people are online? Yeah, 5 people are online. And people will hop in and out. Usually when I make a change, people want to test out the new change. And I think as the week will go on, we'll just keep adding players because the cost will get lower and lower. So after lunch, when I get back, I'm going to run a pre-beta giveaway. So if you're still here, you might get 100 points for free essentially. But I do need to eat food, so I'm gonna get going. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream so far. I'll be back later, and when I come back, I'll be here for another like 3.5 hours. So yeah, I'm gonna go take my lunch. Eat lunch. Does one spam message to remove all your previous messages? Just curious how Twitch bots work. Oh, I see what you're saying. Not to remove. Yeah, so Twitch has the concept of timing out, which will delete all of your other messages. That way, let's say you'd spammed like giant blocks of emoticons, you could time that person out and it'll clear up the chat for everybody else, and now they'll only see like message timed out. So yeah, I'm gonna go to lunch. Let's close out of this. Yeah. Yep, and I'll be back in a bit. Oops, that was the wrong button. Okay, yeah, I'll be back. back. All right, let's see what we got going on in chat. So now can we move all our points from all our bots? Anyone knowledge about FXML? Laughing and playing Risky's joke. You spawn some bots of your own. Let me deploy some janitor bots. There. You guys play the beta of the weekend. Okay. Alright, yeah, so I'm back. And we're going to work on artillery this afternoon. So let's get to it. Thankfully, Winakis's bot can't totally kill my... Oh, never mind. I take that back. Alright, well, we're still going to clean up the arena. Janitor killer? No! How did he know the one weakness to janitor bots was the janitor killer? Who's online right now? Yeah, so it's either Noble Tom or it's ITGK. Have I watched some Bob Ross? No, not really. I caught his stream for like 5 minutes or something. I know he's not streaming live, but I caught the stream. Hey Adam, remember on Friday before you left asking you if there's a way to reset the board if your bots are frozen? Yeah, and I'm gonna give that capability at some point probably, just I don't think it'll be for a little while. Maybe what I'll do is I'll add in a command that lets you kill your own bots. I'm not sure. I'll consider it. Add in a command that lets you kill your own bots just for pre-beta. Oh yeah, run a pre-beta giveaway. If the winner is already has pre-beta, then let them choose a different person. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna do that. So let me type /users, and here, whoop, that's not a command you can type. Bang users? Oh, yeah, here we go. Here are all the people in the chat. So I'm gonna just pick a name, and if you already have pre-beta access, then you can pick someone else to give it to who's in chat. So, and yeah, Noble Tom, that'll be a thing eventually. That's a UI thing. So yeah, here are the rules. I pick a name, then if they're here, Yaki SC is not in there. Is that true? Is this true, Yaki SC? Yeah, fine, that's true. So Yaki SC. So yeah, I'm gonna pick a name. If and I can cut out these people. If you already have pre-beta access, you get to pick somebody else. And if this person, whoever it is, doesn't respond in like a minute or two, then I'll just pick someone else for you. So a random number from 1 to 38. So let's do rand int 138. We got 8. 8 is Etbrem. So, yeah, Etbrem, are you there? Actually, I probably should have waited a little longer to do this. Yeah, I don't think Etbrem's there. Also, does Etbrem have access? I don't know how to check that right now. Okay, Etbrem's not there. So I'm gonna remove Etbrem from the list, so we're gonna try again. Now 1 to 37. That's 5. That's Charles. Charles, are you there? Charles 090909. Alright, I really should have, you know what I should have done? I should have done this. I should have done the giveaway button. Here's what we'll do. We'll get this working correctly. Where's the giveaway? Shouldn't there be a little gift icon somewhere here? Yeah, this. Yeah, this is a much better way of doing this. Okay. How about, yeah, people that posted something in the last 15 minutes? That's what this is set to? Yeah, okay, so then I'll run this in 15 minutes. At 1:30 we'll run the giveaway, and we'll do it with just the people who have said something in the chat. Anything. Try not to spam. You only need to say one thing in order to get registered. So yeah, we're taking this back. So 1:30 p.m. run giveaway for pre-beta. If the winner already has it, they can gift it to someone else. Wimbles, what's going down? I'm giving away one pre-beta account. Oh, I don't know if you were asking just to register yourself or not. But yeah, and then maybe at like 1:28, I'll tell people again. No, I'll do this at like 1:25 actually. That way it's 1:25. There we go. Yeah, no need to spam. Yeah, just if you type anything, and I'll. Oh, Helm Wilds. This is a good way of doing things. I see people who I haven't seen in chat before. Helm is one of them. And remember that you got like 10 minutes, so maybe a function where after 5 minutes in activity, it'll deploy Mr. Zapper. Yeah, I could probably make like an AI player. Let me think about that. Or add in an AI player online that deploys lasers bots very infrequently. And maybe I'll do something like that. I'll have to think about it, because for right now, like while I'm online, it should be easy enough to just ask someone else, hey, can you deploy bots? Also, Noble Tom says one free beta account. How generous. Hey, I think it's a good thing. Well, I hope that was just like a sarcastic message, because if it was serious, I don't know. I've seen people get like very greedy with games I've made before. And it's... Yeah, when there's no one else on. I see what you're saying. Okay, so maybe just do this if no one else is online. Thanks, Helm. Alright, yeah, so what do we have? Code execution system, we have fire artillery. We need an artillery assemblage. Or people on and not deploying. I see, yeah. Yeah. I read you. This is most useful when no one has deployed anything in a while. Yeah, I could probably do something like that. You adding a big cannon? I'm adding artillery. So artillery is going to be the first weapon that has a minimum range and a maximum range. So right now, all you have are maximum range on all of your weapons, and your minimum is one tile. So this will have a minimum range of 5 tiles. We're going to try this out. We're going to go into make projectile assemblage. So here we check to see if it's lasers or missiles. I don't know if there should even be... Man, hardware ID. I could pass an artillery here too. Target entity, target tile X. Yeah, so I guess let's make use of this. Now this is not just used on the client anymore. Is there a retaliate function? No. There'll be something like that eventually, but not yet. Alright, so let's try this. Else if params.hardware ID equals hardware constants.ids.artillery. Then let's say add the is projectile or is artillery shell component. And we take that from here, which we don't even have yet, so let's save that off. Oops. Is artillery shell component. Alright, then we can paste that in. Component names, instead of is missile, we can say is artillery shell. Good, put that there. And make use of it here. Alright, good. Then the other thing we want to take in is a time until landing, time until explosion, time until landing. Time to reach? I don't know, time to landing. All right. Yeah, so, and let's just set this that equals that. Good. The rest of this is all fine. So this is used to tag artillery shells. All right, next up. Oh, someone else corrected that, thanks. Hey, sweet Jenny. Time until impact. Yeah, I think that's better, actually. Time until impact. Did I make that mistake anywhere else? Oh, I never actually, whoops. I meant to hit Control T there. There we go. All right, so then we add in an is artillery shell component, and we add it with the params.time until impact. All right, good. Spurtman, Wanakis was saying that earlier too. So hopefully, did I make that mistake anywhere else in the code base? Artillery. Okay, good. Okay, good. So we got this. Let's call it from code execution system. We need, where do we use this? Make projectile assemblage. This is currently only used on the client, and it's coming from ECS projectile assemblage. So we want this same thing from here. Import this from projectile assemblage. And then in fire artillery, sounds overpowered or really hard to use. Yeah, so artillery is not supposed to be incredibly straightforward to use. Most hardware, you just say, if I can use this hardware, use this hardware. Artillery is something where you've got to sort of plan your strategy out a little bit better. And you'll see kind of how it can work. And it's got its uses, and you can have spotter bots for it too. and yeah, we'll test this stuff out. In fact, some of this is going to be kind of hard. But for now, let's do this. All right, so we've got make projectile assemblage. So we'll say const artillery shell equals this. And our parameters are going to be, well, what do we need? We need life, hardware ID, target tile X, target tile Y. So life is going to be artillery hardware dot damage. Target tile X is going to be, well, I'll type these in a little bit. So we'll just say foo X. Well, let's say tile X, tile Y. We might change the variable names, that's fine. Not to take you off what you're doing, but do you plan on implementing a single player sandbox area? Yes, I do. Single player is only going to be for 3 things. It's going to be for the tutorial. It's going to be for a skirmish mode. We just kind of decided on this. Imagine something like, oh, I'm not even going to talk about it. And then the third thing is the sandbox arena. And that's where you'll get to say, I want bots with lasers, but I want the enemies to have bots with missiles, and I want to see which one's better in this situation. Yeah, we plan on having that. And so single player, hopefully eventually, and this will not be the case immediately, but hopefully eventually will not require you to be online. The reason it does require you to be online now is because you need to connect to a server to get the files. Like, I don't plan on making apps for these games, for this game. But yeah, that might change at some point. So next up, we pass in a hardware ID, and we say hardware constants.ids.artillery. And now we have the artillery shell, and we should be able to serialize it because it's just an entity. Wait a second, no, we also need cooldown, or time to impact. Time until impact. Okay, so time until impact, we're going to set to this.arena.get tick time for now. Riot Games can learn from you. I know there's a lot of controversy, well, for AAA games that say you always need to be online, and those games do it for a slightly different reason. So they, I think, mostly do it as an anti-piracy method. Okay, cool. I was thinking it would be a good idea to have a place where players can test their bots, maybe even turn their own bots against each other. I don't know about the turn their own bots against each other, but yeah, having a place where players can test their bots, definitely planned, and yeah, should be in the game. It should hopefully be in the game at launch. And I haven't promised really anything at launch, but I'm saying that's one of the features we're planning on having. If that comes a little bit later after launch, I think that's still fine. You can just join a server and test things out with your friends if you want. Okay, so like I said, at 125, I was going to run a giveaway. So if you haven't said something in chat, like you don't see your name on this list, at the left, then then yeah, just type something quickly in the chat, just the letter A or giveaway or something like that. And yeah, I'll run this in about 60 seconds. So let's go to online stopwatch. Does Bing have something like this yet? No, apparently not. At least not with that search. Okay, this site doesn't even work. Let's try going directly to, no, let's just close this. All right, countdown timer. Yeah, there we go. All right, so I'll run this for like 30 seconds because I already mentioned this 30 seconds ago. So you guys have a chance to get into this. And what I'm giving away is access to pre-beta. And if you already have pre-beta and you get chosen, you can pick someone else to give pre-beta to. And you'd have to do that within a couple of minutes because I'm not going to have this take like the whole day. Yeah, so let's wait for this to finish. Then I click this giveaway button, which is what? This? Yeah. And no one said anything, but that's fine. Well, a couple people did. Alright, great. So that's done. We hit the giveaway button. Oh, roll. This beat, though. Alright, so let's see how many points this beat, though, has. Oops, that's not how you type points. And let's give them, yeah, points, give this beat though. Actually, no, I can just add the username directly. I'm gonna do it that way. Let me do that. How do I do this? Now, how do we do this? Hang on a second. I really should have figured this out before starting this. So there's a way to add user. Yeah, database wrapper. So that's what I gotta type. So database wrapper, add user. Wait, but I don't, where do I generate a password? Generate password. Grant pre-beta access. Okay, so I can just call this function. So I can say grant pre-beta access this beat though 0. Now let's try that. Did that work? Just bought pre-beta access for 0 loyalty points. Nice! Okay, great. We have a way to give access to people for the pre-beta. Alright, and we'll put this here. We'll try to do that once per day. That way other people can get access to it. And the people who are online right now, you can see they're laser monster. Yeah, artillery is going to be really good at breaking this strategy, by the way, because you'll be able to shoot them from like over here. So we did that. Alright, now the rest of this. So we make the projectile, then we should be able to send it across the wire. So let's send across just what we need to send. Oh, but then people who connect need to get it too. That's a good test. Need to send artillery shells that are still in the air over to people who are just connecting. There. Could we just serialize this? No, we also want a real ID. Oh man. We didn't add a real ID. Yeah, let's just put one in. So, do we ever make use of that next real ID? Is it possible to fire lasers and missiles and move at the same time? No, it's not. So we have next real ID here, but I've never used this in, wait a second, is there a get next real ID? No. So the only place I ever use this is in the server arena. So I think, I don't even see next real ID in here. There it is. Yeah, I add it here when I call add entity. So I'd say something like create. I don't like this. I just don't like this. How do I want to do this then? This is something the arena should be in charge of. I could tell the arena to make this for me. So to do add in a real ID to the artillery shell. This is something the arena should do. Yeah, fine. I'll do it in there then. Yeah, so let's get rid of this. Let's put this into the game servers arena. So we put this here. Good. Next we have and am I standing? Yes, I'm standing. Is it possible to move and fire lasers and missiles at the same time? Yeah, totally, definitely. You just can't fire lasers and move at the same time. So let's say create artillery shell params. And we're going to call directly into that. So we'll say const artillery shell equals make it with the params. And then we're going to get a new to do add real ID. Well, I'm playing risky. Thank you. I'll show you. I don't know if you can see what mouse I have right now. I got to see if that's showing on stream. Let me see. No, not really. You can kind of see. This mouse that I'm using, it's got 12 keys on it. So I use it as though it's a keyboard, essentially. That's why you see me like switching between, if I click one of these things, I can show you. That's why you see me switching between tabs a lot and paging up and down with this. Or if I want to close something too, I can close it. If I want to move windows around or maximize something, like I do all that from my mouse. So I essentially have two keyboards. And then we return the artillery shell. So let's add in the real ID. We need to do next real ID plus plus. This is something that we never... Well, I don't even understand. Why did I do this? Oh, landmine ID. I see. I should pass in the projectile ID then and have make projectile assemblage do this. So if params.realID, no. If util.exists params.realID, then we say add real ID component. No, it's not called. It's called ID component. Yeah, ID component. Death says, what do you feel about Vim mode in Sublime? I don't like it, but I haven't tried to get used to it. If I got used to it, I'd probably like it. If I came from Vim, I'd probably like it. But I know how to use Vim, but I just don't use Vim. So I prefer just normal shortcuts. Okay, so if this exists, then we add component new ID component params.realID. There, that's it. Good God, what is this? What is this? It's a trash panda and it's rolling around. Goodness. Alright, so let's pass in the real ID over here. Pretty much just say it the way that we have it. So, yeah, let's do this. Const artillery real ID equals this dot next real ID plus plus. And then we say params.realID equals artillery real ID. And then we can say creates an artillery shell. C make projectile assemblage. This function exists so that it can inject a real ID into the artillery shell entity that's created. And that kind of goes without saying that it's an artillery shell given the name of this function, and it returns an entity that is an artillery shell. Trash panda? You never heard of that before? Does it actually come up with something when you search it? Trash panda. Yes. See? See? It's a trash panda. Okay, so we've got this. We make the projectile, but we make sure to put the real ID into it. Now, in the code execution system, we call into the arena where we try creating an artillery shell, which is down here. So this is where we say this.arena.create it. And then everything else is the same. So now this will have a real ID. The arena will give this a real ID. And then to do, send it to the clients. And for that, we need a router action. Well, let's do this. We'll say fired artillery shell. Fired artillery. Fired artillery. Also cat snake. That's a ferret, right? Yeah. Fired artillery. So let's go into detonate landmine. Yeah, so we want this. Artillery was fired. We gotta code that function. Not gonna do that yet. This is gonna be server fired artillery. Goes to there. Don't care about that one. We do care about this one. We gotta update this. So we're gonna add a new constant for this. It's gonna be called server fired artillery, sent by the server when an artillery shell is fired. This does not indicate that the shell has done any damage yet. It's just the start of an animation, essentially. Then down here, we can make new topics for these things. Good. Oh, that's already there. Wait, what? Did I start by modifying that? What is going on here? Why did it not find this? Oh, well, whatever. Alright, there we go. So, this is everywhere, and it just needs to be responded to over here. What are we gonna get from this? We could, yeah, let's custom serialize this, I guess. I don't like this. So to do, send it to the clients, and then to do, track it in the arena as well. In fact, the arena should just add it. Yeah, I don't know why I wouldn't. Okay, so then in here we get, let's say the shell real ID, we wrote a serialization function for a reason. We could just serialize it and send it across. Let's do that. Yeah. Serialized shell. Alright, let's call into this now. So client server router. We pass in this. And then it'll be artillery fired or fired artillery. I don't know what I called it. Fired artillery. Alright, so fired artillery. We send it to everybody, and we send in the serialized artillery shell dot serialize. And I don't think we need any flags for that, but that's kind of hard to know. Serialize takes in serialization flags equals 0. Wait, what? What's the point of 0? Yeah, I think that's fine. And we'll find out if it's not fine pretty soon. So let's try this out. So now we have the serialized entity. We need to add it to the arena. Let's go into server arena, and we'll go into the create function, and we will add this. This dot add entity artillery shell. So now it's tracked by the arena. We don't need this to-do item anymore. We have it on the client. But on the client, it is serialized, and we need to deserialize it. What is going on with this? There. Alright, so deserialize the shell. And that's what entity is going to do. So let's put a bookmark there and go into deserialize, which is how we do this. And where did that just come from? Create entity. This is called when the server tells you that an entity was created. It doesn't matter which kind of entity, since they all converge here. Well, well, well. Why does this call individual things? Oh, so that they can get sprites. Aww. Danger noodles. Alright. We gotta do what we did for projectile was fired. This eventually calls into make projectile assemblage, which we don't necessarily need. We just need to add in the right sprite here. Alright. And what's this? get center X. So we make a sprite and we position it based on the source entity. Okay. We need to do something like this. We need to say source entity sprite. Yeah. XO3 Gaming says, how much would it cost to develop a game like Black Desert? Let me go take a look at Black Desert, because I don't know what that is. Wait, is this an MMO? Any MMO is going to cost a ton of money. Are there pictures? I can't even... Latest media. This site looks like it's from the 90s. Yeah, this probably costs a lot of money. I can't estimate how much. I have no idea. But if it's an MMO, if it's supporting any reasonable amount of players at the same time, they probably had at least 5 different engineers on the team, a bunch of artists, content producers. So I'd say it'd be in the millions, but again, that's without me knowing anything about the project. So deserialize the shell, then put in all this stuff essentially, and then add the shell entity. So let's go back to create projectile was fired. Let's do that. So we make a projectile entity. We at some point need to add it to here. All right, so let's add that. It's from Reddit. Burn rate for Godfather 2 was around 10 million. Black Desert has the best character creation I've seen in any game. Amount of features you can change. How do they get this kind of money? They usually have investors at that point. Okay, so yeah, no, I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, they usually have investors, I think. Alright, so we get this source entity. We unfortunately don't even have that. So we can't just serialize this and send it across, or at least not without extra information. We need to... And this can't even work either. This has no concept of... Oh man, alright. Goodness. Yeah, we need to send across a little more than this. We need to say source this dot active bot real ID. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Now we need to say source entity real ID, and then we do all the same things we did before when we had something like this. Entity real ID. We get the entity. So source entity. Then here we get its sprite. We know that it has a sprite. Then the texture. Its texture should just be this all the time. Artillery texture. Then we can get rid of this stuff. And then we need an artillery texture, so let's do what we always do. Programmer art. That's not what we always do actually, but that's what we're doing this time. So let's open up Missile, and we're just gonna edit it in GIMP. No, we're not. That's totally overkill for this. Let's just open it with Paint. All I want to do is make it, like, if it's 8x8, we're gonna make it 16x16, and we're gonna make the whole thing black. So done. Shell.p. Wait a second. We have. Yeah, whatever. We're just gonna use that for right now. Any transparency will be lost. There shouldn't be transparency in that image. My face when I'm contemplating whether or not the explanation is worth the effort or reward. Oh, uh-oh. I just accidentally minimized everything, so now I can't read the rest of that message. Alright. Wait, is Godfather 2 a game? Why would there be a monthly cost for this? I know it's a movie. I know there is a movie, but is there all... Oh, whoa. There actually was a game. Is it all based on... Man, 10 million a month though. If I had 10 million a month, Botland would be a physical game. You'd all get bots mailed to you, and you put them on your floor in your living room, and they'd shoot real lasers at each other. I got a question. Why will this game will take you one more year? I feel like it's nearly done apart from customization. All right, I'm gonna introduce you to an expression that some programmers might know, and it's first you do the first 90% of your project, then you do the next 90% of your project. People greatly underestimate. Screwed up that. People greatly underestimate what it takes to go from pretty much where I am now to getting a released game. Now, let's say I said that, all right, I've got all the hardware I want in the game right now, and it's this. And let's say all the coding is done too. Well, first, I need to make the UI look a lot nicer. I probably need to let you save your machine configurations. I probably need to, let's just say there's a lot of other stuff I need to do, okay? And a lot of it has to do with UI polish and making sure the game is good and then balancing things. That alone would probably take at least a month. And even then, I don't have a game. You guys are connecting to one server right now. I need a server list. I need some way of load balancing all of this. I need the front-end servers to be on a real machine instead of a one single VM. I need real authentication. Like, all the things I just said alone now, we're talking about like 3 to 5 months. So the goal is, yes, get most of the gameplay done by hopefully like the end of January, so that the game is pretty much playable and this experience is all set, and then it's polish everything and make sure the experience is good. So it's gonna take a long time. Like a long time, definitely a long time. So that's why I said 2017, and I said March 2017. I don't even think that's gonna happen. And I'm working for like almost all of the week on some aspect of Botland, whether it's meetings or business or accounting or legal or I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot to do. And that's why I wanted to open up pre-beta as soon as I could, because yeah, the game is like quote playable right now. It's not. I wouldn't say there's much of a point. There's no leaderboards. There's no game modes. There's no timing. There's no teams. But hey, you can mess around with things and learn how the game works, and yeah. Assuming this polishing is going to be the official beta, I'm not sure when I'm gonna say that we're in beta. It'll probably be like 8 or 9 months from now, I think. One example: how long did it take just to get the pre-beta EULA? That was a bit of a that was unusual though. Getting the EULA for that was because my lawyer was traveling, and then where he traveled to was hit by an earthquake, and he didn't have access to his laptop. Anyway, yeah, that was unusual, but I can see what you're trying to illustrate there. And yeah, this took about 2 months to get to this point, but you guys have to realize I spent 7 months prototyping everything up until this point. So far I'm really just basing this on prototype code I'd already planned, which is why you don't see me doing as much design on stream, is because I already kind of did the design before. Pre-beta sounds not as fancy as early access. Yeah, but early access is like a Steam thing. Okay, we've got our artillery graphic. Let's go into the Pixie wrapper, and where we have the missile, we'll put artillery, or I think it's shell. Yeah. Did I just call it shell? Seriously? Yes, I did. Okay. Well, let's use it. I don't really care what the graphic name is called, as long as I'm calling it the same place everywhere. XO3 Gaming says, oh, okay, will you have to pay? If yes, how much? I hope this would be like Agar.io, like very successful. Yes, I have to pay, definitely. And how much I'm not sharing. It's much more than I've ever spent on a project before, but it's not at all what like AAA game companies are spending. I'm funding this out of pocket. We're trying not to get investors. I want to have as much creative control over the game as we can. And once you get other investors and I don't know, everyone starts saying, this is what you should do so you can make more money for us, as opposed to this is what you should do to make the game fun. Now, it is a business in the end, and yes, I do want to make money off of this. The game will be free to play. You'll be able to buy things in the game, and I don't want it to be pay to win, so we're trying to figure out the best possible way to bring the game to you guys. We had one plan already set. We talked about it back and forth, but then we decided We're probably going to go the route where you all connect to central servers instead of hosting your own servers, and that changes the gameplay a lot. So we've got to go back to the drawing board. We've got to figure things out. Many more hours of meetings, and then probably changing around a whole bunch of design. And then, yeah, we'll code it all on stream. So, yeah, right. Alright, so we make the projectile sprite, and we set this to the source entity sprite plus whatever. Yeah, so this is good. It'll have a chase tile component. No, chase tile component doesn't know how to serialize itself. Yeah, so it won't have a chase tile component. So then we need to write a serialization for this. How did we do that with something else like real ID component maybe? Or ID component? This has a serialization in it, yeah, so let's take this. Take this and put it into chase tile. And this is going to have tile X and tile Y. That's really it. So tile X and tile Y. Good. And then we take the serialized component and we pass in the tile X and tile Y. Yeah, pretty straightforward. Tile X, tile Y. Yeah, alright, that should be good. Market this to middle and high school is just my 2 cents. Yeah, so that's the other thing is marketing, like, the budget is tight. So that's part of the reason I'm going to be on Twitch for the next year and a half is because this is going to be the bulk of my marketing that I'm also doing some things about. Wow. What a perfect time for a spammer to come along. Yeah, so Twitch is going to be the bulk of the marketing, and then I am running some Facebook campaigns to get people into Twitch, but that's not going so great, I think. Wow. 800,000 YouTube subs. Wow. Yeah, well, I'm at 771 Twitch followers. I'm not making any money off of Twitch. I should probably apply to be a partner or put up a donation thing or something. Because really, having more money to put into the art, into marketing, and making this game better is a good idea. I just need to talk to the accountant, which is next week. I find this crazy how out of nothing you can make a game. I read something pretty great on Reddit yesterday. It was like, look at anything humanity's ever done, really. Look at the Great Wall of China. You look at it and you see, okay, here's one stone, here's one brick, here's one piece. Any idiot can lay a brick. Like, it just takes coordination and a lot of dedication to be able to do something great like that and make the Great Wall of China. For this, yeah, you guys saw me start with not even a Git repository. I set that up. I'm probably not making the best decisions when it comes to all of the different design choices that I've made, but look, we're getting closer and we've got a game up and running and people can play it. Ever thought of a Patreon page? Yeah, I've thought of it. I didn't look into their legalese to figure out is that even something I can do, because I know it's more for content production. And I know that I am producing a Twitch stream and that's content, but I haven't looked into it yet. Alright, so we have now serialized the chase tile component, which means that, I don't know, I'm pretty sure this is going to break, but let's just try it out. It'll probably break. Also, if anyone ever sees, who is it that I gave pre-beta to, this beat though, let them know that they have a beta account now. Every great thing starts with Git in it. Alright, so here we go. We're going to deploy artillery, and our code is going to say fire artillery at get closest enemy bot. So we're going to need a few. This won't even work, will it? You're trying to call a function named get closest enemy bot. Is it not called that? What did I call this? Oh, find closest enemy bot? Oh, well, that's stupid. Okay, so let's do a couple things. One, let's modify the reducer that keeps track of the code state, and we'll set the initial code state to this code now. That way we don't need to keep retyping it. Next, let's get the XML of this and try to figure out... No, how do we do this? ITGK says, why can't I assign a logical expression to a variable? Yeah, I just haven't allowed that. I probably should allow that. Consider allowing logical expressions being assigned to a variable, e.g. a equals b or c. Hey Vo Ignar CS. How did I do on the name? Alright, how do we get this though? We need the XML of this. I think there's a function to get it. Let's find out. But even if there is a function to get it, it would be, well, let's go to bot config. We'll figure it out. So we have on key down, Blockly workspace changed. What happens if we press this? Nice. Okay, awesome. I think we got it. Yep. I tricked my own code. Ha 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 ha. What are you mostly aiming for, PC or Android? Really all platforms that have a web browser. So Android, PC. I plan on, like right now there are no real touch controls. Sure, you can pan around the arena and you can zoom in and use pinch gestures, but it's not optimized for touch. It will be eventually. And by the way, Axo Gaming, this is why each step, I mean, think about if I just took one of those things. I said, all right, I want to make this work for a tablet. Well, all of a sudden, you need large buttons on the screen. You need to plan what the entire UI flow is going to be. Like these things are probably a little too tiny to press, so I probably need like a zoom in button or just make these bigger by default. I need to test it out. I need to make sure there aren't any bugs. I don't know. There's a lot of work left to do. So I'm hopefully not underestimating it. I think another 16 months should be enough, but you never know. Maybe it's March 2017 and I say, guys, it'll take another 6 months. See, telling you guys that, I'm trying to let you know ahead of time as much as possible. This is what's coming up. This is what I plan on. So we have the XML on my clipboard. Let's put it into the reducer that we have. So now in the bot config initial state, we had empty XML. We're now going to replace it with this. Now here's what this does for us. We just gotta wait for this to finish building. I'll put this over here so you can see. Yeah, here we go. So this is finishing building right now. Now when I refresh this page, what we should see that we have fire artillery code over here and the artillery hardware over here, and we do. So now when I deploy this bot, it's probably gonna screw up or do nothing or who knows what. Yeah, TileX is not defined, and that's because I never put that in. I just forgot about it. Let's close all those other tabs. Okay, yeah, so TileX and TileY were not being used. The TileX and TileY are the TileX and TileY of the target entity. So we need to say get, let's see, shared arena. I think we have something like get tile from entity. Nice, we do. So const target tile equals this dot arena dot get that from the entity, and then we get the x and y over here. So let's do this. All right, let's try that out. Exo Gaming says, yeah, I see now. This is really interesting how you can answer all of my questions. I love it. Yeah, I think that's the benefit of Twitch, is that I can talk to you guys as I'm doing this, as opposed to on YouTube where I'd have to, well, there'd be hardly any comments on YouTube, I think. Wait, this just didn't refresh. But I'd have to wait for them to build up, and then I had to check the page and see. Oh, we're still getting TileX is not defined, but why? This isn't even the code anymore. Alright, well, that's when we just resave this. Try again. That's why he's at the top of the game dev stream list. Yeah, I don't know. I'm rarely at the top. I mean, yeah, you're right, top 3, sure. But I find there are some other people who end up just getting way more viewers than me all the time. And I don't know how to market any better than what I'm doing at this point. I think becoming a partner would be a good idea, but I've also got a Facebook ad campaign running. It's not really pulling in a lot of people. What's going on with this? Serialized entity is not defined. Did I just not put that in? Client arena fired serialized shell. Wow. Smelly Bat says woo. Thanks for following. And yeah, when you follow, you'll get control over my lights. So you'll get a link sent to you sometime in the next minute or two. That link, if you click it, you'll get like a colorful page. You can use it to change my lights if you want. They SL0 come from the YouTube? What? SL0? Huh. I don't know what that means. Crossing hosting helps with promotion a lot. Orange Ray, what is that? And Smelly Bat says, how long have you been programming? That's not something I've been sharing, but it's been a long time. Okay, what's going on here? Let's track this from the very beginning. Let's go into the code execution system, which I don't even have because I don't have a source map, so we gotta refresh this page. Stress level 0 comes from YouTube. Oh, I see. Oh, what? Oh, VR game dev, making hover junkers. Oh, by the way, I looked at some of their stuff. They have, like, I think a way bigger budget than I do. Brandon's group when he split from Freddy W/Rocket Jump. What is Brandon working on? Is Brandon the Dwarftopia guy? Oh, you host someone, maybe they'll host you back, etc. Yeah, I see. Yeah, I haven't ever done that because when I sign off, I'm so tired. I'm not even thinking about it. I should really write that down. Why don't you share those kind of things? There are some things that I consider to be a little too personal to share. I don't even know what's happening right now. Oh, I'm not on the right. Oh my god. All right, well that was a big waste of time because I was looking at the wrong window entirely. All right, let's try this out. Oh, Brandon's ahead of SL0. Okay. I just happened to be watching that Latch guy when he hosted you. Oh wow, Oren, that's how you found me? Huh. Interesting. Yeah, I wonder. I'll write this down. I'm gonna try to do that today then. Host someone else at the end of today. But the thing is, like, is it beneficial for me to do that? Because if you think about it, Oren found me because of the Latch hosting me. And Oren, I don't know if you also watch Latch, but if you don't, then Latch essentially lost a viewer. So if I do that too, I know I'd be benefiting somebody else. I should just do it, whatever. I don't care if I lose viewers. I want you guys to just have fun. Alright. So here we go. We're going to deploy this bot again. And now we should see... Oh, I forgot to set a breakpoint. I'm screwing up. Okay, here we go. We got a breakpoint. Let's see what we have in here now. So we can sense the entity. It exists. We have the distance is within the correct bounds. And then we create an artillery shell and pass it to the client. Now, on the client, we should get... Oh, what happened here? Okay, there we go. Okay, so we should get artillery was fired. So this should get hit. And we're not seeing anything, and I think I know why. I'm pretty sure I know why. We're not rendering this entity. I think it exists though. Oh, nope. Never mind. I take that back. Something just happened. Wait, what? What did happen here? How did this break? Serialized shell is an object. So entity deserialized is failing. We take a serialized component, which is something like this. That's the health component. Okay, great. Then we deserialize it. That worked. Next, we take the next deserialized component, or the serialized component. It's an artillery shell, and we deserialize it. That worked. We take the next one, and this is an ID component. That is definitely going to work. We've done that a million times. What is this? This is a chase tile. So let's go into this deserialized function. What do we have here? Serialized component.tilex is 5, and tile y is 0. Oh, I'm making a new ID component here. Okay, that's the problem. Chase tile component. Let's go fix that. ID component turns into chase tile component. There. That's done. It's not like you can only watch one streamer. Will you have ads or any social media or something along those lines? There are probably going to be ads. Like, if we're hosting all the servers, it's going to be pretty expensive, I think. So anything we can do to try to bring that down is going to be helpful. And as far as social media goes, interacting with the game, I'm not sure yet. But as far as what I have right now, if you go to bot.land, you can find all the different sites that I have on here. So if you want to follow me on any of those sites or click thumbs up on a video or something, a lot of YouTube people ask for that, and I think they do it because it gives them money or something. I'm not getting money from any of these sites right now. So if you go support me on something like Facebook or YouTube or Reddit, like I think it's good to raise our numbers, but it doesn't equate to like fattening my wallet or something like that. But whatever gets the word out there, that's what I'm focused on right now. So let's see. We now deserialize the entity, and that all worked. And then we add the entity. Okay, good. So we have artillery shells. Well, except for this seems to be failing. What is this? Sprite component.sprite. What did happen here? Sprite component's undefined. That shouldn't be possible. Didn't we add a sprite to this? Where did we do that? Texture, projectile sprite. Oh, I never added it. Interesting. NA.add component. There we go. There's a loud car outside? I heard something, but I didn't think it would be loud enough for you guys to hear. Because usually there are sirens you guys can hear. Host other people that don't code 9 to 5 PST. Actually, yeah, it's good. Yeah. Trying to pick someone who isn't online when I am. Okay, let's try this out now. So now when we deploy this, that's fine, and that's fine. And let's cut out these breakpoints. Actually, let's leave them there, but let's mute them and then hit the play button. And we should see, no, I don't see anything getting created under there. And I think I know why that is. I think it's because in the client arena, we have certain places where we're rendering entities, and it's draw entities? How do I do this? Client arena, render entities, and yeah, the way that we do this is we call render landmine, resource, walls, bot, projectile sprites. So now here's where we gotta modify this. We gotta do, let's search for laser.star or .star missile. Where else does this show up? And this is, oh what? Apparently I can't use pipes like that. Yep, so there are two places. Chase target, which I don't need to really worry about yet, and then projectile. So here's where we can do this. We can say it's that, or it's that, or it's, nope. Or it's this is artillery. Okay, then we put a parenthesis there. Paying small streamers for playing your games is a good idea, like 300, 500 people. Yeah, budget's the only problem with that. But yeah, I'll see if I can reach out to people. I mean, look, if this really does take another year and a half, then by then I'd expect that I have hopefully more viewers and more followers and everything. So I'll have to look into that. Where can I find characteristics for each hardware? Playing Risky asked, have you checked the wiki? That'd be a great idea, but there is no wiki right now. So where can you find characteristics? I'll copy them into chat. Let me take this whole snippet here and filter out the appropriate things that you need to know. So I think it's just these sections. New hardware tier data, which really we could search for the true comma and then go like this and then do that. I think we've got all the hardware tier data now. Yeah, so here's everything. Let me see if I can somehow filter this into better data. How do I do this? Well, here's one way we could do this. We do this. We could say, yeah. Okay, there. We kind of got it. So now I have all of the info here, so you could see it all. Yeah, I'll put this on a site somewhere, and it'll just be temporary. Like, I don't plan on this being the final thing. So hardware tier info.txt, and we'll put that on FileZilla. Hardware tier info. I just gotta find a good place to upload this. Yeah, here we go. So let me get the URL for this. It is botland/botland.net/. Oops. No, bad. I typed this name wrong. Hang on a second. I'm still getting this for you. Hardware tier info.txt. Yeah. All right. Here we go. And no, playing risky is not there. I didn't put the info for the various tiers, like how much damage and range there is. Voyager says, if you want me to add any info to the wiki, just email it to me and I'll get it done if you don't have time until Quantum Chaos shows up at least. Well, so the first step of getting something on a wiki is figuring out which wiki place to use. And GitHub's not bad, but I feel like it's not as inclusive as a different site. But then that also means it might not involve any policing because everyone needs a GitHub account. But this stuff's going to change, so I don't want this on the wiki yet. Once we get something better for it, I think we'll do something then. So hopefully, who was asking for this anyway? ITGK, yeah, ITGK. Hopefully this helps you for now, but recognize that a lot of these numbers are going to change, and I might not even tell you guys when they do because we're in pre-beta. It's not like balance is finalized yet. All right. So what I expect to see and what I'm not seeing is that artillery should be rendered now. And I don't see that happening, so I have to assume that it's because render entities is screwing up. Let's take a look. Let's go into the arena, and we go into render entities, and we gotta go here. It's projectiles. This right here. Okay, let's step into this function. And we should get this. Yeah, this is nothing. It's curious. Okay, let's put a breakpoint here where entities. Okay, first of all, that's an object. So let's do underscore. Do we have underscore? Nice, we do. Okay, so what we're gonna do is underscore dot keys entities to render dot length is greater than 0. So we have a conditional breakpoint. Now this will only break in when we have entities to render. And there we go. So we got 2 of them. And this should be an artillery shell. Oh no, wait, no, there's one other part of that breakpoint we need to set. We need to set and indexer name equals whatever this is set to, projectile sprites, which is the word projectile sprites. Okay, yeah, so let's do that too. And indexer name equals projectile sprites. So now this will only break in when we have. Yeah, alright, so there's a problem. Component.getName is not a function. I wasn't reading that. GetName is coming from probably a lack of serialization, right? Log interface. Let's do this. This is coming from the adding a sprite. Oh, it's not a sprite component, it's just a sprite. Oh, alright, so line 103 of the arena has to change. Zapper level 1 and 2 have the same damage? Yeah, that's intentional. They have different durations. Or at least they should have different durations. Let me check and see if that's the case. Zapper. Yeah. Yeah, so Zapper level 1 has a duration of 4 and then a cooldown of 5. And tier 2 has a duration of 5 and a cooldown of 4. So it's like 2 extra turns almost. And what exactly is serialization? I think in its most basic form, it's putting one piece of data into like a more readable form. So essentially what I have something like a bot, and it's got a sprite, and it's got health, and it's got an ID, and it's got something else. So what I do when I serialize this is I put them all into an object that's like a standard format for me, where I say something like, all right, here's this bot that I have, and it's got a whole bunch of components. So I store them as components, and then a component might be something like this: name sprite, texture, blah, .png, whatever else. And then I have another component of something like health, 5, max health, 10. So this is my serialized component. It's not necessarily a native JavaScript object. Okay, so what are we seeing happen here? We don't have. Oh yeah, this was the problem, right? We already found out the problem, and me multitasking is what's screwing this up. So let's fix this. We need to make a sprite component, and we don't have that. So here we made a new sprite, but then we should have had. Where do we set this? Here. That's where. There we go. So 103. We go back here, and we do this. we make it, whoop, my mouse just screwed up. That hasn't happened for a while, actually. So I will fix it, but I'm not happy about it. So we add the sprite component to the entity here. Done, 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 done. Okay. Looks like Jason to me. Yes, so my serialization for right now is Jason. But it doesn't have to be. It could be something like a binary blob. It could be XML. It could be anything. It's a way of me sending something over the wire. And JSON is not the ideal form for that since it's a little bit bloated. But I'm not going to worry about that for right now. Projectile entity is not defined. Where is that coming from? Projectile entity. Where is that coming from? Let's pause on caught exceptions. This is coming from the code I just added. I don't understand that though. Sprite component projectile sprite. Oh, I didn't get my save. Alright, let's try this again. See you, Jack HGTV. And hey, InstaGib. Yeah, so anyone new to the stream, if you want, go to bot.land and you can click pre-beta and you can join in on the server right now. Right now, oh, I seem to have closed out of the server. Right now, it is ITGK running amok. And is anyone else even online? No, there's only Wanakis and myself right now. So let's make a really basic machine just to clean this up. And I'll kind of show you the game in the process. So this is Botland. It's a strategy game. You create a machine by picking what hardware you want. So I'll also put lasers on here, let's say. And then you'll write code for it. If you want, you can write JavaScript code, but you don't have to. You can also use Blockly, which is this, is what I'm about to show you. So I can say if, let's do if will harvest, then harvest. Because my main goal, I'm going to try to clean up the arena. Eventually this would give me money, but it's not doing that yet. Then let's also put in an if statement for if I can fire, no, let's put this first actually. I'll make it, if I can fire at something with my lasers, let's shoot my lasers. And then we'll just move randomly if we can't do that. Or we could say, we could do this. We could say set item to find closest resource. If that exists, then pursue it. And otherwise just move in a random direction. So there we go. I've got a couple of bots down. They'll shoot lasers when they can. Oh, Wanakis just deployed bots that destroyed me. I'm trying to clean up the arena. Alright, so you can see me moving around. I'm picking up resources. I'm getting destroyed by Wanakis. Wanakis is a filthy cheater who's got powerful missiles and reflect shield. So even when I try to shoot him, it doesn't work. Lou Long says, do you prefer a darker theme or a lighter theme? I prefer a darker theme. So yeah, this is Botland, and like I said, it's unfortunate that Wanakis is a filthy cheater. He's not cheating. He's just using a bot that probably looks like this. It probably looks like full missiles and full reflect and probably level 1 regen, because it looks like Wanakis was regenerating life too. But anyway, this person has this, and then I think their code probably looks a little bit more like this. Set a variable to the closest enemy bot, and then if that bot exists and I can reflect, I'm gonna make an anti-Wanakis bot, and I can reflect, then let's reflect. That way if they try shooting me, they won't. And then if my missiles will hit them, so if missiles will hit, oops, I need an if statement for that. If missiles will hit item, then fire our missiles at them. Fire Terminator, fire missiles at? Okay, that's a bug. Fix bug with Blockly block. Fire Terminator, fire missiles at. I don't know how that happened, but yeah. And then Wanakis doesn't even move. So here, I'm gonna make Wanakis 13531, and we're gonna deploy a bunch of these bots, and now we own the arena. Oh yeah, yeah, it doesn't feel so good, does it, Wanakis? Yeah, so that's the game. Shadow Jakin said, actually had an idea to make a game like Pokemon, but they were machines you had to program, but yours looks awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah, and I imagine doing something like this with a Pokemon theme could also work. There was an interesting article I read relatively recently about a complexity budgeting. Just refresh the wrong page. A complexity budgeting games. And so Botland on its own already has a moderately high complexity. Sure, you can use pre-made scripts if you want, so I could just deploy like this, pre-made Ultra Killer bot, and then put missiles on it and just go. And that didn't take me very much, and I don't have to understand a whole lot. But I'd say adding a Pokemon layer on top, while it could be cool, would probably be pretty complex. Maybe we get to that point, though. Who knows? Okay, so what have I screwed up this time? That is the question. Because artillery, I still don't see it shooting. And did I lose my breakpoint? That would be really sad because... Okay, no, I have it. But this needs to be down here. Oh, no, I screwed that up. All right, we're going to need to save this in a notepad file or something because I'm not going to keep typing this out. We need to say, what are the indexer names? Yeah, so there's projectile sprites. We need to say that when indexer name is projectile sprites and underscore dot keys entities to render dot length is greater than 0. So we're not seeing this happen right now, right? Yeah, this is never getting hit. But nothing's ever breaking either. Oh no, it is. No, that's fine. No, we need to set, we need to go to constant and change this. Playing Risky suggests giving some client-side art capabilities. That's the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, we really need to consider how much value that adds as opposed to how long does it take to code. Okay, so this still isn't getting hit. So what have we learned? We've learned that we screwed something up. Is artillery, no, this would be in component names, is artillery. It is artillery shell. That's what the problem is, I think. So in the client arena, I screwed up artillery, this. Done. Okay, I think this will render an artillery shell now. They won't be functional, but I think it'll work. It'll work. I think it'll render. That's what I meant to say. So whereas before they weren't even rendering. Now we should at least see it break in. Please break in. Please break in. Yes. Take that. Okay, now let's try this out. Okay, yeah, you see that black square? Yeah, nice. This is working. So we got them to render. So those are the artillery shells. They're just not doing anything because I never made them blow up. But that's at least a positive. So great. Yeah. All right, next up would be making them functional. I think I check in what I have here. Yeah, all right. I think I checked that in, and I think I've got to clear up a lot of this stuff. Whoa, what? No, I don't want to do that. Okay, artillery was fired. Let's go comment that. So, arena, artillery was fired. This is called when the server tells you that an artillery shell was fired. The shell does not deal any damage. Well, the shell has not dealt any damage yet, even on the server. Alright, so then we have a real ID. Good. This is an object. The serialized shell entity, and it doesn't return anything. This is pretty much it. We deserialize it, sure. We make sure it corresponds to, or we get the entity that fired it. The real ID of the entity that fired the shell. That, I almost had that. Okay. Then we get the sprite for positioning. We build up our own sprite with the correct position. We add it to the arena. Okay, good. No, that wasn't about to break the code. That was just about to diff a whole lot of different things. Which would have been just pretty easy to close a bunch of windows.
Okay, all those changes are totally fine. This is something we're just not going to check in, but I want to keep. This is also something we're not going to check in, but that I want to keep. And what's this about? Create artillery shell. We already wrote that. This whole fake thing. Oh, we want this code, but I don't want to check this in. But I want the rest of this, so I got to copy paste this out of here. Fine. Well, let me copy paste this first, I guess. In fact, yeah, let's just do it this way. Let's put this here. This goes in the server arena.js. What? Where did I even put that? In create bot. In create bot. So it's like line 730. Yeah, roughly line 730. Let's do that. What's next? Yeah, okay, good. So I think this file's done, yes. Next up we have fire artillery. I haven't commented this yet, but I also haven't finished it yet. So I think we need to finish coding that at some point. And I'll write this down on this list. This is sprites, we don't care about that. Blockly blocks for API, Blockly API blocks. Refactor fire artillery. And also make fire artillery find a target when you don't have one passed in. So, oh, hang on. Alright, that was really fast. Okay, so tests. Try firing artillery at an entity that you can't sense. It should find a new target. Type things. Okay, what else do we have in here? So we have get the hardware. If you can't do that, then return null. This isn't even correct. No, this won't work. What am I thinking? Code execution system. Fire artillery. No, wait, that is correct. Yeah, we don't want to. Okay, yeah, no, that's right. Goodness. Do you always use a standing desk? So technically yes, but it's not always standing. It can lower and raise. See. But no, I'm not always standing at it. I still sit for the majority of the day, and actually I should focus on my posture. I think this code is fine. It's easier to look at with the correct syntax highlighting, so let's see it here. Fire artillery. Min range, max range, get the tile, yup. Okay, yeah, all that's fine, I think. What else do we have here? Code API constants, that's fine. We haven't finished coding that, but that's okay, because I'm not going to upload this until I'm done with this. And hopefully you guys can use this by the end of the day. I don't think that's going to be possible. So serialize and deserialize, yep. And I should probably write why that's there. Chase. So this is here because, did I write a comment for this? Chase tile component is used by artillery shells, which are shared on the server and client. Yeah, let's put that there. Real ID, good. Yeah, I think that's all fine. And there is no target entity, so we'll always hit the chase tile component there. That's okay, and that's okay, and this stuff should be okay. Let's take a look. Yep. Oh, awesome. All right, good. So, artillery shells can now be shot, but they don't do any damage, and they're never deleted on the client. So we're probably rendering, I don't know, 600 entities at this point. Let's take a look. This dot simulate, no, this dot arena, debug main dot arena dot entities. So how many do we have in here? Yes, quite a lot. For var k in this, count equals 0, count plus plus. Yeah, we have 391 entities. So let's just cut that out for now. Yep, and I think this is ready to commit. So artillery shells can now be shot, but they don't do any damage, and they're never deleted on the client. Looks good. Next up, we make them do damage, we make them get deleted on the client. do a whole lot of other things with artillery. We write some tests, we do more and more and more. Alright, so the components, those are done. What do we have left here? This we don't need. So making them do damage. Let's see. That means we probably want an indexer that updates artillery shells, but updates them in such a way that, oof, what do you even go about doing for that? So we have two systems right now that get updated. We can also make something like an artillery system, and when it hits, I feel like structuring things this way is fine, but it's more so that there's a generic problem here, and it's that we have something that gets updated, and then when it hits a cooldown, something happens. So in the TTL system, it's a TTL component that gets updated. When it hits a cooldown, this thing dies, because TTL stands for time to live. In the case of artillery, there's some shell that is moving to an enemy, and then it blows up. I think it makes the most sense to make a new system. So let's go into the TTL system, and we'll make another system called artillery shell system. .js. Artillery shell system. We still want those things in there. So this handles artillery shells that have yet to land. I don't even like this. Good God. And where does delta time come from? TTL minus minus? Oh, time to live is a number of terms. I should really write that down somewhere. This is the time to live for an entity in number of ticks. So this is number of ticks. That's why we can do minus minus here, which is why in here we must use delta time. We do. Okay, so let's think about this. I think we can just have an update function. And in here, instead of TTL entities, we have something like artillery shells. Artillery shells. Good. And then we need to use this in the arena when we set up entity component systems. We need something for that too. So we say artillery shells are things that have is artillery shell. Makes sense. Then in so now our artillery shell system is only, oh, that was a problem. TTL system has an invalid name for this thing. Code executor entities, it's TTL entities. Okay, but here it's artillery shell entities. Good. Then we do arena.get entities. We get the artillery shell, we check to see if it's dead. Alright, that's fine. Then we get the is artillery shell component. So is artillery shell component equals is artillery shell. Okay, good. Then we check to see has it landed. Is artillery shell component has landed. Return this dot time until impact is less than or equal to 0. So if it hasn't landed yet, then let's modify its time until impact. And if it has landed, then we say something like this dot arena dot artillery shell landed, and we pass in the entity. There's a problem here. Yeah, there's no telling how much damage this is supposed to do. That should have been in this component. So time until impact, damage, and splash damage. So we duplicated this a couple times, and we write this here, and I want to keep the same ordering. So then when we make a new artillery shell component, we need to pass in the damage, and we need to serialize it correctly too. Look at that. Oh, except for, no, we don't. I wrote this down. I wrote it down. I'm going to handle this in a second. Right? The artillery shell, we know what creation time. Yes, so this should definitely be passed back. So damage is this dot damage, and splash damage is this dot splash damage. No, we purposely don't serialize time until impact since the client needs a message when that happens, so that it knows exactly which entities were hit. Spurman, I've seen that picture before. I imagine that would cause an incredible amount of back pain. So we have damage and splash damage here. We also need to pass this here. Why do... Oh, no, we don't. No, we just need to know the splash damage. Its health component contains its damage. Yeah, okay. Let's do params.splash damage. Alright, and then in here we get rid of regular damage. No, we only keep track of splash damage here, because the health component associated with this entity is keeping track of damage. Primary damage, I guess. Oops, there. Alright, so we get rid of this. Is there anyone else working on this project? Yeah, working on it, definitely, but coding on it, no. And can you show Imager on stream? Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot you're on mobile. This is the picture that was linked. And it's this guy who's creative, but probably in a lot of pain. Man. Alright, I was just playing a scenario in my head where I'm that guy and then my friends don't ever untie me, so I'm stuck up in this tape cocoon forever. Terrifying. Just terrifying. So I'm never going to a LAN party with Spurtman. Alright. So we've got all of this. Next, when we call artillery shell landed, we have the entity, which has a health component for its primary damage. It has an is artillery component for its splash damage. And it has a chase tile component for where it landed. Yeah, so this is perfect. So then we can use all this information. And we can... What did I just open? Alright, yeah, we can do this. We can do it. Artillery shell landed, so shell entity. Let's just say entity. Alright, so we need to get a bunch of things from it. We need to say health component. That's one of them. We need to get the chase tile component. Chase tile component. And we need to get the is artillery component, which I already forgot what I called that. Component name is artillery shell. Good, yes. So that the component is artillery shell component. And this has the damage. So, well, splash damage. So get this for damage, get this for location, and get this for splash damage. Free hugs for 10 points. Alright, Lulong, thanks for the hug. I really appreciated that free hug. That was pretty nice. I'm not a huge jerk. Don't worry, there's your points back. You said free hugs for 10 points. Then you gave me a hug. I'm supposed to take 10 points, right? So, const damage equals health component dot life. Const tile x equals chase tile component dot, I believe, target tile x? No, it's just tile x. Same thing with tile y, and then the splash damage is IASC dot Okay, so we have all the information we need here. And we need to say, well, we need to do a lot of things. First, let's figure out who should take damage here. Oh yeah, Spurtman, I forgot. As I was doing it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's a 20-second stream delay. So they saw me type that immediately, and then they didn't hear me explain why I removed 10 points. But yeah. Okay. As far as figuring out who gets damaged, let's just make it do primary damage for right now. That's stupid. Let's just make it do all damage. Okay, so we get up an entity. Actually, it could be multiple entities on a tile, right? Any entity that could get hit by landmines, that is. Which is what? Bots. Just bots for now. I wonder if we should set up a test with an impossible scenario to... No, that's stupid. Okay, so for now, artillery can only hit bots, so get living bots in the affected area. And the affected area is, well, the main tile, so this dot get tile, I believe. Yeah, tile X, tile Y. Because I think that's in the shared arena, right? Get tile, yeah, here. So we return the tile. All right, good. So const primary tile, primary target tile equals that. Then we get the entity that's on it. So we go into tile.js and we say get entity with component. So primary target equals primary tile dot get component names dot is bot. So we get a bot. If util.exists primary target, then we modify the life of that bot, which we don't have a great way of doing that. We really should have a great way of doing that. Do I have a shared arena health component? I don't know. Plans for area weapons? Yeah, artillery is one of them. Zapper is another one. And then you'll have to wait and see for any other potential one. But yeah, there'll be two for right now. And you guys already have access to Zapper, by the way. So if I make a Zapper bot, Zapper and thrusters and regen, and we write code for this, it says if can zap, then zap. CRCE equals find closest enemy bot. If exists CE, then we check to see if we can zap them. Well, we can check to see, whatever, I'm just gonna do this fast. And then pursue CE. Alright, go, kill ITGK. Kill him. Do it. Go find him. Okay, let's play another one. There. Haha! I just mowed him down. Why is nobody playing? I don't know. There aren't even... Oh. Oh, you have a Zapper bot also. See, I think people are only playing when I'm in the arena, and I think the reason why is because like you've experimented with whatever new hardware there was, and you tried things out. And there aren't a whole lot of people who can play right now anyway, because you need pre-beta. Which, by the way, if this beat though, if you're back, I gave you pre-beta access. Oh, this beat though's gone. Shows how much the person wanted pre-beta access. Yeah, let me run a normal lights giveaway. All right. So, if there's a primary target, they take primary damage. We don't have anything for getting, well, whatever, let's just do this, I guess. Get component, health component of the primary target. Then we say health component dot modify life damage, negative damage. Then we check to see if it's dead. If health component dot is dead, and believe we can say that. We have is dead there. Yes, we do. So if the health component's dead, then we say mark the entity as dead. But we need to tell the players about it, regardless of whether it died or not. It doesn't matter. There's a lot of little things that can go wrong here. Which is why I kind of only want to mess around with this at first. So if it's dead, then this dot mark entity dead. And we need its entity ID. What a stupid system I have here. Is it playable on phone or is it still broken? I haven't done anything to fix phone. It still works on a phone. Like, I can connect and show you. Well, yeah, I didn't do anything to make it work any better. So if I go to play.bot.land 3000, there it is. Yeah, the game's working, and you could swipe down in order to open up Blockly. Well, oh, there it goes. Yeah, and then you can interact with it just like you can on the computer over here. Axo3 says, you should put a donation button. I'm getting a part-time job in like a month. You could use a little support. And believe me, people are grateful sometimes. I would definitely donate. Well, thank you very much. No, I appreciate it. And I will probably get a donate button up at some point. But for now, just enjoy the stream, play Botland, tweet about it. I don't know. This is code that happens so frequently that I think there needs to be a better way of doing it. Because look, we get the health component of something, then we modify life, then if it's dead, we get its entity ID, and then we mark it as dead. Like, that's 5 lines of code that happen all the time. Well, maybe not all the time in here, but maybe in the code execution system this happens. Yeah, we do something like that here. Although marking it dead, yeah, marking it dead should be fine. No, I apparently only do this in like 2 places. I still want code for this though. But then do I put it in the shared arena or do I put it in the server arena? I think we'll do this here for now. Modify entity life. So entity and life. And we'll say get component, health component, and then we assert that it exists. Assert until that exists. Modify entity life. Entity does not have a health component. Good. Then we subtract, so we do entity.modify. No, that's not how we do it. We do health component.modify life. Then we say if health component dot is dead, we do get component ID component. Then we assert that that exists. Entity does not have an ID component. Good. And then if that exists, we say const entity ID equals this dot real IDs to entity IDs, ID component dot ID. Then we say this dot mark entity dead, entity ID. Then we return whether or not it's dead, I suppose. So let's do this. Const is dead equals this. And then down here we can return whether it died. What is that keyboard? It looks awesome. I'm surprised. You don't really want to know about this keyboard apparently. It's a Microsoft Natural Ergonomic keyboard, so I'll link it to you. Well, I'll link you a Bing search page where I suppose you can find it from there. Alright, so now we have this function that we really should be making use of. And I'm going to write this in here too. Make use of the game server's that function when applicable. There should be roughly 2 other places. Okay. So we have this now. We want to make use of this here. And I think, so if it exists, we can do this dot modify primary target negative damage. And we'll know if it died here, but we don't need to do anything about that really. This should be all we really need to do for right now. Then we need to tell the client about it, and the client needs to handle this in a slightly more complex way than normal projectiles work. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit strange. Also, yeah. Artillery's going to take another half day, I think. So we're going to write in here, client artillery shell needs to travel needs to base its speed on the distance to travel. It should underestimate. Run away from a threat tactic does not work at all. You don't really have the tools to make it work right now, I think. Because for you to be able to make it work, you need to be able to get all of the entities around you to get sort of a heat map of where you should be moving. Kill Winagus. Okay, well, that was unfortunate. I want to see my regen work. Go, whoops, oh, I just deployed bots that do nothing. Alright, that was stupid. Well, have fun cleaning those up. Do you have regen on your bots? I don't see them regenerating. Oh, you have cloaking instead. I don't have cloaking on my bots. Good, there. Check this out. Actually, I should surface life to the user now. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna have to do also. Let me do that. So, add in a life built-in variable. Oh yeah, make bang keyboard. Make bang keyboard as well. Alright. So all we've done here so far, artillery is now effective against one target on the server. I think for now, let's just keep it as one target. It does do splash damage, and I'll code that eventually. But we're gonna do this. And so if the primary target is this, I guess we can say something like this: const affected entities equals this. Do we want to make it an array? There's one primary, so I think we can just include that. Let's put another. This is gonna be annoying. So we have server fired artillery and then server artillery landed impact and impact sent by the server when an artillery shell lands. This is what actually deals damage. Yeah, and for those of you checking points and everything, tomorrow the number of points you need to get into pre-beta will go down by 10 points to 90. So, as the week progresses, it should become more and more affordable. So here we have fired artillery. We want to put this into here, and then artillery impact. No, we don't want to change it this way. Let's just change it here. Fired artillery. All right, let's put this here. Artillery impact, so artillery landed. Good. Here we change the same thing. Great, don't care, don't care. Care about that. And this one. And this, and then there's one more at the bottom of this file, and then I think we're done with this. Yeah. Alright, yep, that's all of those. So now the client needs a handler for that. And we have artillery landed. What do we need to know? Well, we need to know the shell real ID. And then everyone it damaged. So primary target damage. No, the damage is baked in to the shell. So we don't need to pass that along. We just need to know the primary target and any splash damage targets. Splash targets. Primary target real ID, I guess. Splash target real IDs. Okay, let's do it. We get the shell entity, and we get it from this, and we pass in this error if it doesn't exist. So now we have the shell. Now from that we can get the damage. Const damage equals... Well, we need to get the health component. The component, health component on the shell entity. Okay, so the damage equals health component dot life. And then we need to also get the component names, the is artillery shell component. So let's do that. Is artillery shell component. The splash damage. Where did I get the ideas for the game? I got the idea for the game about 5 years ago, playing Diablo 2. And even then, Diablo 2 was like thoroughly botted. You would join a game, there would be bots beating all the bosses for you, and you just stand there in the game. And I thought, Diablo 2 is a game that was meant to be fun for humans to play, and people happened to bot at it, so they got a huge advantage. What if there was a game where you could bot at it? That was the status quo, and we built everything around that. So what I started off doing, and I've shown you this before, guys, but I'll show you this again. I made a blog post about this. This was the very first incarnation of Botland. It was the Python thing that I wrote 5 years ago now, a little longer than 5 years ago. And in here, you could control these things by like clicking around, and there were resources and trees and whatever else. Then you had a script view, and you could type things like move up, move left, move right, move down, and then save the script, and your bot would go do that thing that you told it to do. This never got very far, so there's, I don't know. But then I did 4 other iterations. Actually, this is the 5th now. So then I worked on a Java version for about 1.5 years or 2 years. It was online multiplayer. It was supposed to be an RPG. I made my own scripting language. And then I never finished that. I made Botland Lite, which was like a let's go back to basics. I didn't finish that. Then I tried making an RTS out of it. And that was in Unity. And then I got a job. And anyway, now here we are. And now I'm working on this for a very long time. And are there fake IDs too? There are internal IDs. So real ID is like the network ID, and I really should have renamed it early on, and I didn't. So we have the damage with the splash damage. Now, we might have a primary target. We might not. So we have to check first is, if util.exists primary target, then we get the primary target. And we get it by doing the same thing we did here. So, and we should really say like, this is for the shell entity. So let's get the primary target. Good. And we take that from the real ID and we just pass that in here. What if someone cheats on Botland by creating a bot that uses a genetics algorithm to test which is the best code to win a match? I'd argue that that's not cheating. So if someone does that, then like good for them. But I'd also say it's all based on what your opponents are doing. So if we've made a good game out of Botland, then you'll see, oh, the opponents are using lasers a lot. I'm going to deploy something that beats lasers. And then they'll see, oh, they're reacting to our laser strategy. We're going to make a strategy that beats their counter strategy, and so on and so forth. So the game is constantly evolving in this meta game around what are people generally using? How do I counter that strategy? How do I exploit these things that they're not doing? So imagine, I think almost every game, if you took a snapshot of the game state, you could say, here's what the optimal strategy is moving forward. So in League of Legends, it's where would I target this specific ability to do the most damage. In chess, it's how do I move so that 10 turns from now I'll get checkmate. For a lot of games, though, it's not, you can't actually compute what's best. And for some games, it doesn't matter. So in basketball, the best thing you can always do is shoot a basket, whether you're all the way across the court or you're not. The probability of you doing that from halfway across the court is not likely. So in Botland, there is going to be an optimal strategy for any given snapshot, and just like in other games, it will change based on the players around you, hopefully. While you were at Microsoft, they're cursed not to make a good product until version 3 release. Who did I used to work for? I used to work for Microsoft for a while. I worked on Windows, and then I worked for another company. I haven't been saying what that company is. It's not that hard for you to figure it out if you wanted to, but just don't post it here. It's essentially around countering the current meta. Yeah, that's part of it. And then the other part is coming up with what the current meta turns out to be, I suppose. And so there will be a lot of games where I think the modes will cause variance themselves, despite that your hardware won't have a lot of variance. So Zapper will always do a certain amount of damage, let's say. Do I play League of Legends? No, I have to avoid MOBAs. I am a very addictive personality when it comes to games, and I end up learning like way too much. And from what I understand about League of Legends, there's a lot to learn. And so I would like study it and try to get better and never be satisfied to be in low leagues and all this stuff. So Yeah. Okay, so we have the primary target. We need to deal damage to it. And the way we've been dealing damage to everything is in projectile dealt damage, I believe. So we get the health component. This is the projectile health component. Projectile health component. And then we added an is killing blow. This is not entirely true anymore. So I don't think we're going to call this. Let's go back into here. Let's get the health component of this. So get component health component of the primary target. And we'll say health component dot modify life negative damage. Now, there should be a way to check to see if we need to mark this entity as dead. And we have a way to do that, and we have it here. So we do if health component dot is dead, then we do this. Primary target real ID, enemy ID. So, alright, I think that's that. Then we also delete the shell entity. So we say entity ID, and this is okay. It looks like we're redefining a const, but they're block scoped, not function scoped. So it should be fine. Then we get this shell entity ID, and we mark that as dead as well. So what have we done? Well, we made it hopefully so that artillery can shoot its primary target and not do splash damage yet. In Lulong, I've heard of that scam before, when someone from Microsoft Service Center tries to call you, and then they say, open up the error log, I think, which always has errors in it, and they're like, oh, see, that means you have a virus, and then they get you to buy some software or something like that. I don't know what. I've never gotten a call from someone like that. And I don't know if I'd even try wasting their time, to be honest, because unless you're recording it, it's not like a fun waste of time. It's like, this is a little soul crushing that someone is actually scamming people out there like this. Let's see what we got. Oh, that was wrong because I never put this code back in. Alright, put this in server arena on line 730. Server arena on line 730 in create bot, which has now been pushed down by about however many lines. Well, where's create bot? Here it is. Yeah, 40 lines. So we put this here. Done, and let it rebuild, and go. Alright, the build is taking a long time. We gotta stop that if we can. Lunch BRB was still running. Okay, let's deploy a bot. There, is it doing damage? Nope. Oh, we never routed that it would do damage. Oh, right. So in the server arena, we have this right here. So we do this dot cli serve router dot route, and we say router actions dot artillery impact. And what are we passing across? We're passing the shell's real ID. So the shell's real ID we still need to get, and then get this for the real ID. Get component ID component. Good. And we can do const real ID equals this dot ID. Well, shell real ID, I suppose. Alright, next we pass that along, and then we pass the primary target's real ID along if it exists, and it might not exist. So we say let primary target real ID equals null, and then if it exists, we get its ID. Get component ID component of the primary target. What shortcut did you use there to turn the first letter of get to uppercase? Control K, Control T is title case, which happens to. I'll show you what it does. Something like this. Control K, Control. Well, wait a second. When does it ever not just capitalize the first thing? Maybe that's all it does then. I thought it did something differently with underscores. But yeah, the general tip is KU, Control K, Control U, is for uppercase, Control K, Control L is for lowercase, and KT is for title case. Kel'Thuzad case. So we get the ID component, and then we do. We don't need to do a util that exists. We can just say ID component.id, and then we pass that along, and then we're done for now. And actually, there's one other thing we should do is put a semicolon there. Let's let that finish building. Try this out. In Alter Blade, I don't know if you saw, I made a blog post. If you go to bot.land and then click blog, the latest post is about my Sublime shortcuts, but not keyboard shortcuts. It's about plugins, not shortcuts at all. It's about plugins. So if you want to watch a video there, you can. What's going on now? What just happened on my keyboard? Yes, print. I shall print this page and debug it on paper. Why is F12 not working? Okay, there we go. That was weird. Yeah, so what's happening? And why did I just stop the word yeah? The mysteries of life. Here we go. Deploy. And what's going to happen when they hit? Nothing. All right, let's go into the arena and figure out why this isn't working. So there should be a projectile landed here that's never getting called. Well, let's go into the server arena and figure out, is it ever getting called on this end? No, it's not. Which means that our system is never getting updated. Oh yes, duh, we mean the system is never getting updated. We have an artillery system and we just never, where are systems defined? Setup, enemy component system, this. This isn't even, good God. Okay, yeah, there are several problems there. So what did I call this? Artillery shell system, which wasn't even being used. And then TTL system. Apparently my hands are hard-coded to type TTYL every time that happens. So we have the artillery shell system, and then we just need to update it, and we update it here. So artillery shell system dot update. Great. Now we wait for a build. And I shall run another giveaway. Oh nice, you guys are fighting each other in the arena. Are you running the Linux shell in a browser when the game loads? Because that's what it looks like. The Linux shell. Oh, I think what you're talking about is the JavaScript editor. Oh, hang on a second. Let me debug this, or maybe I can just show you this. Yeah, security risk. What you just won is control over my light, so you must have just gotten a whisper. Yeah, Panda with a Shotgun asks, am I running the Linux shell? So this is just a JavaScript editor. It's Code Mirror, and the way that you interact with Botland is either via JavaScript or with Blockly. And Blockly is this. So if you want to write code, you can write code. If you want to just drag things over to here, then you can just drag things over to here, and you can interact with the game that way too. So I could say something like, if I can move to tile at 0, 0, then move to 0, 0. So let's duplicate these things. Good and good. So now only the bots that are close enough will be able to do it. And none of these are at 0, 0, so they can't move over there. Anyway, that was a bad example. Why don't I win? You are unlucky, that is why. Alright, let's try this out. What happens when we deploy this? Oh, now we get breakpoints, but I just disabled all the breakpoints. So let's put a breakpoint on serve arena. What's going on? This is still not getting called. That is quite weird. Okay, so that function gets hit, that gets hit, and then this, we update something. So we should have some entities here. Oh, TTL entities, that's a problem. Yep, that is the problem. We should have the artillery shell entities, which is something that comes from the indexer name. Yeah, I think that should work. Ah, thanks, that's cool. I run Kali in a virtual machine and its terminal looks just like that. Okay, I haven't heard of Kali before. You should have giveaways where you give away accounts that last one day. I think what you're saying is I should just give away pre-beta accounts. I'm going to try to do that once a day. So I already did it today, and that beat though won it, but I don't think that beat though realizes that he won it. I don't know how to tell them because they're not here anymore. Maybe I should send them a message today. Send that beat though a message about pre-beta. You should have a point system for kills to make better upgrades. We'll talk about that once we get to progression in the game. But I don't think that's what we're going to do. We will probably have a leaderboard at least so you can see what's happening. Alright, so are there any entities here? No, there aren't. But there might be eventually. So let's hit this a couple times and then go into here. And what do we have? Nothing. It's got nothing. Why does it have nothing? So here we're getting is artillery shell. And when we add... Oh, I never deployed it. Oh, I'm stupid. Right, let's put a breakpoint in here for a conditional underscore dot keys artillery shell entities dot length is greater than 0. And I don't know why I put a semicolon at the end of that, but that may or may not have worked. And then we get rid of the breakpoint I had here. Yes, done. There. So then we deploy a bot, and that breakpoint should get hit immediately. And that was weird. That was really weird. The only way that could have happened is if... How did my breakpoint not get hit? Do I not have underscore here? Underscore dot keys? That must have caused an error, yeah. Alright, well, that's fine. But our artillery shell landed, and it took no time at all. Well, for all we know, this is working. Let's just take a look. Throw new assert. That means that it is not working. Where is this coming from, though? Oh, good. It's at least coming from here. So we're getting something on this end. And the shell real ID is what exactly? Shell real ID is 2. 2 should have existed. Unless we never added it, and we didn't. Client arena. Let's take a look at artillery was fired. We have the entity. We never added... The serialized shell should have had it, though. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. We're in the arena right now, and entities we have no 2 entity. Why would we not have a 2 entity? And what are these other ones then? Components. A sprite, physics, is resource, is artillery shell. Oh, something's wrong. See ya, ITGK. Something weird's happening here. I don't know if it's that... Okay, let's restart this. Let's restart and see if any shell can be destroyed correctly. So that gets hit, good. And then we're here, and yeah, that worked. Shell entity. And the shell real ID is 2. I think we're always passing in the same real ID. I think that's a problem. You go to server arena. What are my PC specs? My PC specs, I have 12 gigabytes of RAM, an i7 CPU at 2.7 gigahertz, and I have a GT 630 video card. And a solid state drive. I will hopefully never again use a computer without a solid state drive or better. So what's happening? In the server arena, when artillery lands, we're passing in a real ID, shell real ID, and that's the ID component of the entity that's passed in. So unless all of these are getting the same real ID, which is entirely possible, I guess, we need to see where it was fired. And it's fired from the code execution system. So here we have create artillery shell, and it's... Oh, the server arena injects it. Create artillery shell. Next real ID plus plus. Weird. By the way, 36 should be on November 8th. 36. Oh, are you talking about... Is my schedule screwed up? Oops. I need to do that. Me. $32, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, did I just get the wrong date? No, wait, I don't understand what you're saying. Hey, Camille QQ. I don't understand. Do you have 2 accounts? And Lulong, I don't understand what you're saying here. 36 should be on November 8th. November 8th is a Sunday. Yeah, I don't follow. McWoods, I get what I'm asking is you said Camille QQ here, but you're McWoods. Do you have 2 accounts? Oh, right, your birthday. Yeah, I have that written down still. It's my GF's account. Oh, okay. Alright, cool. Don't want to relog. Okay. Well, I'm not sure if I'll remember the association between the 2 accounts, but yeah, I'll totally know. But welcome back. So we have this, and the problem is at some point this gets called another time, and now the real ID is still 2. So this is always getting called with 2 for some reason. But why? The shell real ID is 2? How is that possible? Alright, so I think in order for us to figure this out, we need to look at what's going on the server. This dot debug main dot simulation server dot arena dot entities. What is happening in here? We have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are entity IDs. So what, are the real IDs all screwed up? That's a bot. That's an artillery shell. ID is 2. This should be a resource, maybe. No, it's not. Artillery shell. ID is 3. Am I not marking the shells as dead? That could be it. Yeah, in fact, that's probably it. Yeah, we need to mark the shell as dead in here. Yeah, I think that was the problem. Just dot mark entity dead. Const shell entity ID equals this style real ID, entity ID, shell real ID, and then shell entity ID right there. Let's try that out. Hey, tell me, is your whole game written in JavaScript? Yeah, it's entirely JavaScript right now, I think. And then XO3 Gaming says, do you have a job now? I am not sure what the now part means, but this is still my full-time gig, and I'm not getting paid for it. So hopefully that answers your question. All right, what do we have going on here? So artillery landed. This may just work, so let's just turn that off for now. Oh, nice. I think it worked. Did you see? That bot died. Huh. Well, wouldn't you know it? So yeah, if we do this without breakpoints this time, you can see it's not shooting with the correct speed, but it is working. And I should have made the tick time twice as long. You code only while streaming? There's very few times I code without streaming, so essentially yes. But I'd say it's only like 99% of the development time is done on stream. There are times I find that it's better for me to not get distracted, and yeah, that's sometimes I'll just work on bug fixes or something. Like when I set up the virtual private server, that I did that off stream. Part of the reason why is because I had to type a lot of passwords and IP addresses, and I didn't want you guys seeing that stuff. But the other reason is it was a lot of just like, I have to learn this for myself. How do I pay my internet bill? I have some money saved up from before, and also I have a wife and she has a job, so it's not like we don't have an income together, but I'm not really pulling my weight right now, and I should be. Okay, so let's make this take twice as long as it should have. Time until impact should be time until impact equals this dot arena dot get tick time times 2. So now bullets are going to take twice as long. Well, the artillery shells will. And let's try this out. Man, that is taking a long time to build. Okay. There we go. Alright. So 3 projectiles shot though. That was weird. Or was it? How much damage do artillery shells do? Hardware constants. Artillery does 300. So it should have shot 4 shells. Oh no, it's level 3. Oh no, it should have shot 2. So yeah, why did the third one even shoot? Oh, because the target wasn't dead yet. And then when it blew up, okay, yeah, no, oh, that's right. Oh, that's totally fine. All right. Trackley says, Adam, the only streamer that does coding daytime. Where am I from? I'm not sharing that either. Hang on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. Am I just standing? I hope that question answered itself when I walked away without getting up. I shouldn't be able to do this if I'm sitting. I wonder how low the friction of my chair would have to be for me to be able to do something like that and just slide smoothly away. Alright, XO3. If you know where I'm from, you probably shouldn't share it. Those are not things I like. I have very few rules as far as this chat goes, and I haven't explicitly said these a lot. But one is, yeah, don't post personal information of anyone, including myself, in this stream. And the other is, like, pretty much just don't be a jerk. So, yeah. Standing desk, yay or nay? I'd say yes. I'd say definitely get one. They're relatively expensive, but the amount of like shuffling back and forth you'll do and just moving around. If you're gonna stand at your desk static all day, it's no better than sitting down all day, as far as I understand. Your posture might be slightly better if you're standing, and then maybe you're not hurting yourself as much. I don't know. Ban Yaki SC. Okay. So we can close this. This is just taking up resources on my machine right now. And also, let me take a look. I haven't looked at this in a while. If we go back to the server, what's our memory usage? Yeah, 300 out of 500. Well, that's fine. At some point, we should restart. I guess you can post your own personal information, but I don't think you should. Okay, so we got the basics of this working. We need to do a bunch of other things. Splash damage needs to work. So get splash damage working. Code will artillery hit enemy or undefined. So that's all fine. What next? Send them that are still in the error to people who are connecting. Yeah, that's something that's pretty important. It's something that's not obvious also. In fact, is this already... If we go to the connection manager and we look at entities... Oh, we already do that. Isn't that neat? Except for the client doesn't know how to interpret this. So in the client arena, we get create entity, and we don't check to see if there is artillery shell. And if it is an artillery shell, then we go into artillery shell fired. But even that's not technically true, is it? I'm not sure what to do here. But I don't think this is something I should be coding right now. Okay. Then block the API blocks. Create artillery shell needs to base its speed on, yeah, client artillery shell. Alright, yeah, this is something I think I want to do next. Make it find a target when you don't have one passed in. Consider interaction with other hardware. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Well, at least our list is not so unmanageable right now. Gino says, hey Adam, what make you want to start streaming? There were two big reasons, and it comes down to accountability. So with you guys here, I'm not slacking off during the day. And the second reason is marketing. Like, you guys now know about Botland, and you definitely did not know about Botland before joining this stream, because there's no other way you could have found out about it. And wait, what does it say? McWood says, how many lines, code lines overall on that stage? I'm not totally sure what you mean by that. Like, how many lines of code is Botland? Because I think for me to figure that out at this point would probably be, it'd take me like 10 minutes to set up all the exclude these folder filters where I'm probably not going to do it right now. I've escaped jail. What did I say about personal information? Yeah, number of lines of code. Yeah, I think it'd be too hard for me to get that number. Also, hang on, I'm going to mute my mic for a sec. I am going to sit down. You guys have talked so long about me standing up. Hang on a sec. Okay. There we go. And thank you guys for the follows. I don't know if my whisper system's been broken today, but you should be getting control over my lights when you follow. So I think the link will come from Botlad and not from me. It used to come from me. And hey, Nygaard Productions. Okay, so let's get this check-in ready to go, and then let's tackle as many of these things as we can. If we could get it to the... All right, here's what I'll say. Yeah, if we can get really, really close to done, and it's like right at the time I would leave, I'll try to stay a little bit longer, and that way you can test this out. Oh, Panda with a shotgun, you got it? Okay, good. Were you able to use it? Did you figure out what it was? Yeah, you did use it once. You changed my lights to green. Okay. Yeah, so when you follow me, you get control over the lights in my room. And sometimes people are like, what is this link that you just sent me? Sure, man. Oh, boy. It did make me laugh, so I can't say it's a bad joke. All right, what file is this? Let me get back to work on this. This is the client arena. So client arena, and it was artillery landed. So this is called. You should have Botland bot advertise your game every 3 minutes. I don't think there's much of a need for that right now. So here's what happens: if someone were to buy pre-beta right now, it would advertise it to everyone that they just bought it. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't have the number of points you need to spend. It's Monday, so it's 100 points today. Because remember, every Sunday, everyone's account is deleted. So that's why it's most expensive on Monday. So yeah, tomorrow it'll go down to 90, then 80, then on Friday maybe I'll run some discount where it's like 20 points, who knows. This is called when the server tells you that an artillery shell landed. You should already have a reference to the artillery shell on in this arena, so we just need to make it do damage and then delete it. And probably create like an explosion or something. We'll get to that. So we got this, and this is an array of numbers, and it doesn't do anything. How do you earn points? So that's explained all on this site. How do I obtain loyalty points? I suggest just going to this site and finding out. In short, just sit in the channel or follow me. So you already followed, I think. So yeah, just wait. No, did you follow? Or maybe you didn't. Anyway, but following or by just sitting in the channel. And there is one blood sacrifice to prove your loyalty, but that's minor. What language was my first? Basic. Do I have a pet? What? No, I don't. But I've never gotten that question before. Alright, so what do we do here? We get the shell entity. We get its damage, its splash damage. All this is doing right now is checking the primary target. We gotta make it do everything at some point. But this is pretty good. Yeah, I think that's fine for now. I wouldn't change much of that code, I think. Alright, what next? Constant. This is, yeah, we're not checking that in, and we're probably not checking this in either then. We are not. And then this is the indexer. Artillery shell landed, we want to keep this, we need to get rid of, and now it's line 793 where that has to go. So did I just stupidly, haha, yes. I did stupidly get rid of it for no reason. No, Control Z, why is Control Z not working? No. Oh, Oh wait, I know how to get rid of this. Okay, hang on. Nope, I can't. I don't have it open in Sublime anymore. Alright, well, we just accidentally deleted a bunch of code. That's fine. I can rewrite it. It was just the thing about deploy X and deploy Y. So we need to comment these two functions. Artillery shell landed and modify entity life. And that's in the shared arena, I want to say. Artillery shell landed? No, it's not. It's in the shared arena. What? Oh, interesting. I didn't know Sublime worked that way. So what's going on in chat right now? This is great and all, Adam, but I'm concerned about performance issues. You should apply your knowledge of assembly to try to optimize Botland. Why did you choose to JavaScript to write Botland? So I originally made the prototype of this starting about 11 months ago, and I wanted to learn Node.js. So I had to choose JavaScript because I wanted to learn a certain technology. Then when I was done with the prototype and I decided, okay, I'm quitting my job, I'm going to work on Botland full time, I thought, is JavaScript still the best choice? And what I came to the conclusion that yes, it is, but it's subjective. So I settled on this. Who knows if it's really the best, or if I should have just used straight up assembly. What are the system requirements? I don't want to waste points on the beta and find out I can't run it. Yeah, you need 8 video cards linked together. And actually, you know what? I think it's just, as long as your computer costs at least $20,000, it should be able to run it. So artillery shell landed. This will deal damage from an artillery shell's impact. This is the artillery shell entity. It doesn't return anything. And yeah, for now, this is gonna have to change. For now, it's okay. It's only dealing damage to a primary target. Yeah, I think we'll change it at some point. And then this is shortcut function to modify an entity's I can't type anymore. Life and mark it as dead if it dies. If it's already dead, what do we do? I don't think we have anything to worry about there. Maybe we do. This returns a boolean true if you kill the entity. So then here we say if health component dot is dead, return, well, actually shouldn't be dead. We should assert that here. Modify entity life, entity is dead already. Yeah, I don't think that should be possible. Whoop. No, Firefox doesn't have any bugs anymore. Did I make any games before? Yeah, the last one that I made that's public at least is this. It's totally open source. This game will not be, but OpHog was open source, and you can play it right on that site too. So if you load it up, it's like super zoomed in. You play this game by placing your units on a spawner like this path, and then they control themselves. Sort of like how Botland works. You can tell I like automation in games. And then they go and they fight enemies that they find, and yeah, and then you can play this little, look at that, I'm shooting onions, and you get an inventory and you can equip items and stuff, and yeah, that's the game. So have fun. See ya, Exo Gaming. So I commented those things. I think that's fine. What's next? Time until impact. Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's just a renaming of something. That's okay, and this is not okay. We can't keep that. Yeah, this is straightforward enough where I don't think this stuff matters. Time until impact, I do want to clarify, and that's in the is artillery component. 17. So the number of MS until this artillery shell lands and deals damage. And that's a number. Yeah, McWoods, press I to open up your inventory. And the game tries to teach you this itself by steering you toward books, but I don't know how many people read those. Artillery shell. Alright, this change isn't so bad. It always makes it look bad when I modify so many files, which is probably indicative that I should be refactoring some of this, but they're just constants files. And there's constants for many things because there's client and a server. The client has a way of communicating, so it has a constant. The server has a way of communicating, so it has a constant. And then there's an intercommunication, so there's a shared constant. No, sorry, I thought Roving Eye was talking to me. It's Yaki and Roving Eye who are talking. All right. Yeah, I think this is done. So we basically check to see if it's landed. If not, we update this. If it has, then we do this. Yeah, I think this is fine. How do games get popular besides advertisement? So you can't buy a product that you don't know exists. So in some sense, yes, there's advertisement, but there's also just word of mouth, which is technically a form of advertising. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, how do you find out about the games that you've played? Did you see a YouTube ad? Did you see a streamer that you like playing that game? Did you just go onto Steam and you were like, oh, there's a game right there, which is, by the way, all that's advertising. Did a friend tell you about it? Like, yeah, so that's how they get popular. What does this game look like? I can show you that. So this is Botland, and the way that it works, you make bots. So first you pick what kind of hardware you want. And I know this is not self-explanatory right now. This is very young as far as the game goes. So we could pick something like landmines and, I don't know, cloaking, let's just say. And let's put regen on there too, because you can have up to 7 levels of stuff. And so now I have 7, 3 plus 3 plus 1. Then you write code for it. So I could say something like, if can lay mine, then lay mine. If can cloak, then cloak. And that's it. Otherwise, let's just move around randomly. So now I've got my bot here, and he's laying landmines, and he's cloaking, and he's moving around. And that's it. If I don't know how to code, I could have used Blockly. I could have done that same thing. I could have said something like, if, like, will lasers hit, then fire lasers. When this is, there we go. I could say something like that. And if you don't even want to do that, you could just use pre-made scripts. So I could put like the janitor here, for example, and there we go. So it says, can I cloak, can I reflect, can I harvest, and then go find a close resource and use that. And so right now, the pre-beta is running. So here we can see ITGK here, and ITGK isn't even online. So these are bots that were placed a while ago. But I can place a bot here that'll, let's just do this. Let's just say zap. That's it. We're just going to say zap, and we're going to put this and that, and then deploy a bunch of these bots. And now see if ITGK walks into me and kills himself. So he's shooting missiles at me. And you can see my bot slowly regenerating life up here, but not fast enough to not get killed. Yeah, there I go. I'm dead. But I took out one of his bots, and this one's slowly getting his life back. Look at that. Will there be better graphics for the bots? Yeah, there will be. None of this stuff is final. Oh, nice. I actually killed 2 of his bots right there. I might kill all of the ITK bots right now. I know he's sleeping right now in real life, but look, I'm regenerating back up to full. So yeah, if you want to play this game right now, go to bot.land/pre-beta. I can link this page in chat. You probably, if you're new to the stream, won't be able to play today. I think what it says, I'll learn something from your source code there. Comments are the best. And visual effects, eyes won't hurt watching your code. Alright, good. See you, EXO. I feel like I said see you already, but nonetheless. Hey, playing risky. So yeah, by the way, I made my bot not even move. ITGK made his move, but bots can only see up to 5 tiles away. So that's why if he is trying to shoot me with missiles, he can't detect me in order to gun me down. What is that? Weird. How can I earn some more points? Just by sitting around in chat. So the way that you earn points is such that every week, if you just sat in my chat all week, you'd get 200 points, and that's double the number of points you could ever need because you only need 100 every week. What was my job pre-Botland? Yeah, that I'm not sharing. And yeah, Mick Woods, I would ask, I know you have 2 different accounts. Please try not to transfer points between them, only because I don't want to encourage people signing into multiple accounts just to try to game the point system. Did I check this in at all? No, I didn't. Alright, so artillery now deals damage to the primary target, and the client has this information too. However, the client does not get artillery shells that were fired before the client came online, so there will be a glitch in that case that I have to fix. Alright, so that's that. Next, what do we have to tackle? Client artillery shell needs to base its speed on the distance to travel. It should underestimate. Yeah, so for this, I think we need our chase components to have speed directly inside of them. And I don't think it's something that should be required, and I don't think it's something that should be serialized. So in chase tile component, we should just be able to say something like this dot speed equals params equals speed. Speed. Yeah, it might not need. Alright, see you, McWoods. Thanks for coming back. Speed of this entity. Or maybe there should be like a chase speed component. It doesn't necessarily need to be baked into this. I feel like it should just be baked into this. So this is a number. And this isn't needed by the server. So it isn't serialized to the client. Which means that when we serialize an entity, we need to do something different to be able to rebuild it. I don't know if I like this. Do I want this in here or no? So we have the chase target system, and this is where I did something like, yeah, this. I just set a speed in here. I mean, it's this that actually matters, the speed. So if it has fast movement, do that. What I could do is, if this is an artillery shell, then base it on how much is left to get to the target entity. Okay, let's not pass it in. Oh, let's just leave this here for now in case I want it there. But then let's figure out the speed should be something I can figure out based on. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it this way. Fine. I take back what I said. All right, then here we can base the speed on. Let's do this. It's 0.01 here. So we can start it at 0.01. And we get that directly from the chase tile component. So let's do this. Dot speed times delta time. So if it has fast movement, we need to give it a speed of 3. And we know that something has fast movement if we got that bot on the client. So client arena, there's a create bot. And here's what we do. So yeah, we took in a bot entity. And this is something that the server gave to us. The entity that the server gave to us. So then we get component fast movement. No, we don't need to do that. We just need to do this. Yeah, if bot entity has that, then we do the chase tile. Oh, this won't work. Well, it might work. Yeah, all right. Let's get rid of this. We need to look for chase tile component. This is where we have it. So we say speed equals 0.1 if bot entity, oh, that has to be a line. If bot entity dot has component name dot fast movement, then speed equals 0.3. Okay, yeah, and actually let's just multiply that by 3 because that's what we did earlier. Good, and then we pass in the speed and we put a new line there. Okay, I think this is good. So then this is fine. This is now clearer. And now when we make an artillery shell, we base the speed on how far it has to go to get to the target tile, which is going to be a little bit tough because we don't know how long this thing should live. We need to pass that along too. Is artillery shell component. Alright then, yeah, we need... Goodness, this is annoying. So this dot time until impact. And this isn't even used here. Oh, so this wouldn't have even worked. Time until, yeah, okay, fine. So serialized component. Time, because I'd never deserialized this correctly. And I have this a little bit backwards now. I think this should go like this. And at some point, I should be linting my code. Also, I have been reading chat. Okay. I think I have the gist of the conversation that's going on. It is a coding related conversation. And, well, that's a stupid summary of something when I was thinking completely different things to say, so I'm going to stop talking. Alright, serialized component dot splash damage. So we're going to serialize both things, and we need to write why we need to serialize this. And no, we need to serialize this for the client so that they can determine how fast to move the artillery projectile. However, they won't base its explosion on this value since the client won't necessarily know which entities will take damage. Yeah. Okay, so we have this. It's on the client. So when we say artillery was fired, then we can now use, where's the chase tile component? I guess that's built into the entity. That is unfortunate. But we can do something like this. We don't have the is artillery. Oh man, alright, fine. Get component is artillery shell component. And we do this. And then we know it's there, so we get const time until impact equals is artillery shell component dot that. Okay, so we have that. We have the time until impact, and now we know how far away it is. But we want to know in Euclidean distance because this is going to travel in a vector, well, based on a vector, so it'll travel in the fastest possible path. So we need Euclidean distance, which, do we have that function? We do. Yay! I wrote something. So const distance to target is util.distance. Yeah, and then this needs to be projectile sprite dot position dot x, projectile sprite dot position dot y, and then the target tiles x and y, which we need to get from no, I don't know where we want to put this. Actually, it's this center x and center y that we want to do. So const center x. I'm not. Alright, let's put center y here. Whoops. Center y. There we go. So that's the center x and then the center y. Good. Okay. Then we're going to base this on these. So center x and center y. Why am I pasting the wrong thing here? That's weird. Center x. Center y. Okay. So we have the center x and center y. We need the destination x and y. Those are based on the tile coordinates. And we must have those. I don't know how we couldn't have those. Didn't the chase tile? Yeah, okay, that's how. Get component, chase tile component. Yeah. I'm gonna put this here. And we get the tile x and tile y of that. Okay. So we got the distance. Next, we need to, in the chase tile component, say that the speed equals the distance to target divided by the time until impact. And then there's some other multiplier here. And I don't know what that is. Oh, well, we said something was 0.1, so we're moving at 16. That must be pixels. So this is pixels per millisecond. What a unit! The speed is in pixels per millisecond. That can't be right though, because that meant that if that's pixels per millisecond and multiply by 1,000, you get pixels per second. So it's 100 pixels per second. No, that's fine. I think it's okay. All right. Something's wrong somewhere. What was that? No, there. That's fixed. All right, is this working? Oh, there's no way to know until we try it. Let's try it. We'll deploy a bot. No, code broke. We need to fix one thing first, which really this isn't a big problem. We just need to make sure we fix it. So we say something like, if util.exists, this.fake, then we say the tile x equals 0, tile y equals 0. Otherwise, we say this.fake. True. Because if we don't do that, then we're always going to deploy at a random coordinate. Which it would have been kind of funny if it deployed at 0, 0, and it just so happened that the random coordinate is exactly the one that I want, but that's like a less than 1% chance of that happening. So would have been confusing. Okay, that is totally wrong. So the speed that we're getting is way off. Chase tile component dot speed. No, what am I looking at? This is wrong. It's here. The speed is distance to target divided by time until impact. But that's in pixels per millisecond. Do I need to multiply by 1,000? Am I off by a factor of 1,000? I don't think that's possible. I think I'm off by some other kind of factor, but that's not 1,000. That sounds steep. Let's try it out. Yep, looks like projectiles got shot instantaneously. Alright, what do I want here? The distance to target. Okay, so distance to target is in pixels. Time until impact is in milliseconds. So I would have pixels per millisecond if I had done this correctly. Is that right? So what is the distance here? The distance is really going to be something like 5 times 64. So what is that? 320. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 320. And then the time is going to be 2,000. This is going to be 320 divided by 2,000, which is like 0.16 something. 0.16. Oh, it's exactly 0.16. But that's not fast enough? I find that strange. I don't even think I saved this file, so I think this is going to still be screwed up. Let's try it out. Yeah, they're still firing it like, oh no, there we go. Oh, I think I know what I did. Oh, yeah, I forgot to multiply by 64. I'm off by a factor of 64. Alright, there we go. We got there. We got there. These are pixel coordinates, and even these are wrong. But they're slightly less wrong. So to make this be the center of the tile. Alright, so this will look a little bit better. Maybe even it'll look right, but it'll only look right by, yeah, okay, yeah. That's mostly good. Wait, let's run that back one more time. Yeah. Alright, so we just need to make them travel to the center of the tile. So we need to say source center X and source center Y. So let's do it this way. Source center X, source center Y, and then desc center X equals chase tile component dot tile x plus 0.5 times constant dot tile size. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and then desc center y is the same thing. Good and good. Desc center x and y. All right, now this should look pretty good. Yeah, let's try it out. All right, deploy. Nope, I can't see it. Okay, yeah, that looks good. I'm happy with that. And these look like they're missiles. They're not missiles. They look like they're missiles because I just want to animate them in the smoothest possible way for right now, but they're not going to look like that eventually. So the animation I think is fixed. Let's see what chaos we had to wreak amongst the code base to do that. Well, a whole lot there. Distance is in pixels. Time until impact is in milliseconds. The speed we want is in pixels per millisecond. So just divide the two. Wait, is someone leaving? Oh, roving eye. All right, see you, roving eye. How much did I miss in this conversation? So is there any way in Twitch, better Twitch TV, is there any way to copy, like, let's say 2-3 IMs and, oh, that worked. That never works. Wait, what? That doesn't ever work. Why did that work all of a sudden? Okay, because I stopped reading chat somewhere around here. Alright, I'm gonna just put this here, let's say. Does this paste into Sublime correctly? No, yeah, see, that time it didn't work. What? Sometimes this is, like, really stupid. Oops. I just closed Sublime. Yeah, alright, well, never mind. I'm not gonna go back and read all of that chat. Hey, Yaki, is there something I should read back there? Oh, no, you already responded. You said don't bother to read it all. Okay. Yaki, it sounds like you've done a lot more as a college freshman than I had done as a college freshman. Probably more than I've done now, even. I don't know. So good for you. And I don't mean that sarcastically at all, even though it just sounded like that because of the lack of enthusiasm in my voice. I'm just getting tired because it's almost the end of the day. I'm just reading a little bit of the chat, just skimming it. Yeah, okay, there. It's definitely good, and it'll definitely come in handy too. Okay, what do we have here? Source X, source Y. We get the shell so that we can compute the speed. That's the whole reason we do really all of this new stuff. That's fine though. Then here we also compute the speed. Yep, I think all that's good. And then that was the part where we made it good because that worked. This is, we're not checking that in. Yeah, I think all this is all pretty good, yeah. All right, so speed is now a property in chase tile component so that normal bots with thrusters, and artillery shells can all travel at different speeds. The system could know about this. I think this is fine though. Yeah, and then artillery shells now travel at the speed required to hit their target on time at the estimated impact time. Yeah, at the impact time. At impact time. That sounds good. Okay, good. And let's push. It's been a long time. I'm going to turn on my keyboard camera for a second. And when I say push, I don't mean push to the game server. So you guys won't be able to play around with artillery yet because there's still a lot to do. I want you guys to be able to use it. I don't even think anyone's online right now. Botland is dead. No. Well, we at least got, okay, so if I were to stop today and I hadn't made any progress with artillery, at the very least we got regeneration and we got thrusters in the game. And sure, those weren't like the hardest things to code. Artillery is a little bit harder, and that's why we're working on getting that in too. So we have that here. And yeah, hopefully we can get this done by midday. And then where's that straw poll that I linked earlier? Let me find it. Yeah, here it is. What are the other things you guys wanted me to do? And I'll probably just make a new straw poll tomorrow, but if I go to the results here, yeah, shields were the next thing. And then the secret hardware that starts with the letter E. No, I think artillery is going to take till at least halfway through tomorrow. Then maybe I work on shields. Yeah. And then when we get these other 3 things done, which this may or may not take all week, but if it doesn't take all week, then we'd start to focus on something else from the features here. Probably Teams, auto deploy, or configuration UI. I rated these, I think, in terms of importance. Well, this is important too. And that, and yeah. So we're making good progress. My own goal is that December 8th, I want to have like this stuff all done. So we'll have to see if we get there. All right, so we just checked in the code, so we don't have any outstanding things to commit. These are all just temporary things. Yeah, so no blind firing. We have that by virtue of the API. A minimum range and a maximum range. We need to test with spotters, of course. So test having spotters for artillery. No, how does that work? That won't work, will it? Do we check to see if you can sense an entity? I think artillery needs to work whether or not you can see the entity. Just needs to check the range. Yeah, I'm going to clarify that with the designer. Let me write this down. Talk to Ian. So we said artillery can shoot up to 12 tiles away. Oh yeah, also artillery splash damage. Is it still cardinally adjacent? So we said artillery can shoot up to 12 tiles away. This necessarily means you can't sense the target, but your ally could. This means you could hit both machines. How do we want this to work? Okay, so get splash damage working. I think that makes the most sense next. And then I also think testing splash damage should work as one of the tests. So consider interaction with our hardware, don't care about that. Make sure artillery can't be reflected. Try firing artillery at an entity that you can't sense. It should find a new target. I don't even know if that's true. I don't know how we want this to work. Because if you can't sense the entity because it's too far away, artillery should still work. We just don't want you to blind fire at things. But that means you can capture an entity and then just store it forever. When you can't see it, you fire artillery at it. Although you won't know if it works, that's the difference. That's where this gets really hard. Okay, so I think that will artillery hit will be able to tell you if artillery will actually hit if the target is cloaked or too far away. But then firing artillery will still allow it? I don't know. This is something I gotta ask to
designer about? I think I'm gonna go to snack really fast. I'm running out of energy here. So let's go BRB snack attack. 5M. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Alright, I'm back. AG-0 says, was it really making this BRB script? Presumably meaning, was it really worth making this BRB script? And if it gets people to ask a question with a smiley face in it, then yes it is. So get splash damage working. Alright, let's do it. An artillery cell landed. What we're going to do, we have this primary target right here. We need to get the 4 cardinally adjacent tiles, up, left, right, and down. We need to check to see, is anything there? And if so, we need to do damage to it, and we need to tell the client about it, and the client needs to deal damage to it. So there's like 3 parts of this. Also, let's do this. Here's what we can do. We can say, where is shared arena get tile? Does this return null? Get tile. Also, I'm going to rearrange this so that this is above the other get tile that I keep searching for, because when I search get tile, this is what I want to find. And what I am finding is something totally different, and apparently it doesn't even work that way. So let's try reopening this. shared arena get tile. Oh, it doesn't work that way for some reason. Get tile always shows up later. Playing Risky says poning an op hog. I think it's a nice little like time waster kind of game, which is not high praise from someone who made this. But hopefully you're making use of your inventory, at least equipping items. So here, I will hack the game for a second. Oh wait, I can't do this because you'll see my keyboard. Oh whatever, fine, I won't hack the game. But yeah, you can equip items over here. So I don't know what causes you to get items in this game anymore. I think it's just random drops from enemies. But if you oh, that onion is gonna get through. No. Oh, my warrior got slaughtered. All right, we're gonna do this. We got this. We've killed onions our whole lives. Okay, got through that generator. There we go. Power up. Okay, I don't think I got any items. So, oh yeah, there's a shop. That's right. Oh, I remember now. But I don't have enough diamonds for any of these things. 30, 50. Yeah, I don't have enough for that. Well, anyway, you can buy things in the shop. Press Y, and then you can equip them. Oh, and playing Risky, if you want, you can press E, but only press E once, and you'll hear music. Ooh, music. Yeah, I made that music a while ago. That's it. I just like showing everyone, whoever wants to hear about it. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say const. Let's see. Potential targets and damage equals an array of objects. So let's put tile X is going to be tile X, tile Y is going to be tile Y, and then damage is going to be damage. And that's the only one that's that straightforward. The other ones are going to be a little bit different. So here we're going to say splash damage, and then we do this a bunch of times, and then we put these, oops. So we take these and put these here, and then make this +1. So we have tile X minus 1Y, tile X plus 1Y, tile Y minus 1X, and tile Y plus 1. Okay, good. Then we iterate over all of these, and we can use the same code now for all this stuff. So let's say for potential targets and damage. Farmed at level 1 for 5 minutes. You know you can buy more units, right? Alright, so const potential target and damage equals that. And here's what we do. We say we get the tile, so we don't want this. We want it here. And we want to do something like const tile equals this dot get tile potential target and damage tile X, then potential target and damage tile Y. If tile equals no, if not util.exists tile, then return no, continue. I can type. I've got like 12, 13, or 14. Oh yeah, so and then the other thing, I'm talking about a game that I wrote a long time ago at this point, but the other thing you can do is, if you go into one of these places, you can always use the arrow keys if you want. So up and down will switch between your spawners, and then space will deploy your units, and left and right will switch between the units. So that's one thing. Then the other thing you should keep in mind is, if you ever want to do this, just press R, and it will deploy all of your free units on a single spawner. So there you go. Okay, back to the game that I'm coding now, and so once we have the tile, we want to do all of this stuff, and we need to keep track of what we did damage to. I don't know if this is the best way to do things, but let's do this. Target entity equals tile dot get a bot. Then we put this comment down here. Then we say target real ID And if the target entity exists, we modify its life by the damage that was specified in here. And then, yeah, we get its real ID. Okay, then we need to store this somewhere. AG -0 says this has got to be the best stream I've ever been on. I hope that's not sarcasm, but thank you if it's not sarcasm. I don't know why I assume the worst out of people. So this is potential targets. These are the ones that we don't know for sure if it did damage yet. Now let's say what actual targets and damage is an array. So we can push everything on here that we tried out. So let's do, we know for sure we dealt damage here, so we can push an array of, like, the real ID is going to be target real ID, and then the damage dealt is, well, potential target and damage dot damage. Okay, and then we should be able to pass all of this over the network, like that. No, we don't necessarily need damage though. Ah, see, this is why this is stupid. Oh well. Okay, AG -0. So when we send this over the network, now the client no longer needs to pull damage from the shell. It's got it in this object here. So we need to make sure we use that. I like how the price never changes. All right. In the shop. I think the items refresh in the shop though. So in the client arena, we go back here and in artillery landed, now instead of having this, we have actual targets and damage, which is an array of objects. And each object has a real ID and a damage property. So take those things. 200 every time. Oh, the gold price to lay units down. Yeah. And the game isn't like terribly well balanced, I think. I was mostly balancing for like how much time does each level take. And I know there are some strategies that are cheesy. Yeah. Alright, so target damage. Target, where do we, wait, what? Shell real ID is here. Where do we get the other entity? Here. Oh, and only if it exists. So now this will definitely exist. It just won't necessarily contain anything. So we iterate over it. And then we say const actual target and damage. You know what's better to do than this? Let's just say target real ID equals this and damage to deal equals this. So now we don't need to get these things anymore, which means we don't need to get these things anymore. Which means why is the client even storing those things? Because it doesn't use them. Well, target real ID. So now we do this. We can pretty much just take all of this code out of here now. Good. Yeah, and then just rename some things, and this should be fine. So now target real ID, and we say target. What is going on here? There, and now primary target just turns into target entity. Good, we get the health component of that, we modify it by damage to deal. We check to see if it's dead. If it is dead, we get it from its target ID, we get its entity ID, and we mark it as dead. Alright, great. So now splash damage should be working. But something isn't sitting right with me right now, and I don't remember what it is. That's the worst kind of not sitting right with me that I could possibly have. What is it exactly? We get splash damage here, we get damage here. Yeah, that is a bit trolly. Beating a 4 entrance level with all troops in the middle portal.
And is the shell real ID still necessary? Yes, that is. Huh. So I think the only thing that isn't sitting right with me is that I didn't do the same thing up here. Like I didn't just say tile X, tile Y. So let's do that. Tile X is, well, let's just do damage, I guess. Damage to deal is this. This is definitely not at all confusing because I use this in 2 different places. Okay. Yeah, I think that's better. Alright, so splash damage should work, and in order to test this, we'll do this. We'll say create AI bot at 60 also. And what should happen is this one should take very, very little damage. But it should still take damage. And in order for this to totally work, we have a this.fake in here. This needs to be, if util.exist this.fake and this.fake equals 2. So then we set it to 0, this.fake plus plus. No, wait, that wouldn't work. This.fake plus 1 or 0. So it'll be 0, then it'll be 1. A second. The first time we get through this, it'll be undefined. So then we set it to 0. And the second time we come through this, it'll be 0, so we set it to 1. So yeah, this needs to be 1. All right. I can work out basic logic. Oh, are people on the server now? Yeah, there's MC Finest Gold. Let's deploy my stupid bot, my Zap bot. Let's see if he falls for the trap. Nope. Doesn't even have Zap on it. That was the worst strategy ever. Okay, so we're going to deploy an artillery bot, and we should see both of these bots take damage. Oh, that was very wrong. That just, like, obliterated the other enemy. But only on the client. Strange. Strange indeed. Where did that come from? Here, splash damage. What is this set to? Artillery splash damage. So, yep, something's wrong. What's that straw poll? Oh, that straw poll was for what hardware I should work on next, and people voted for artillery. So I'm working on artillery right now. I'll put a console.log in here. Console.log dealing, well, let's use string interpolation for this. Dealing damage to real ID. And then let's try this out. Oops, I refreshed too soon, didn't I? Okay, there we go. So what do we have in the console here? Wait, what? What just happened? Alright, what do we have in the console over here? Whoops. I typed the wrong thing. On both of these variables. Huh. That was stupid. So how are you all doing? Do you have any fun games you're going to play tonight? Does anyone want to challenge me to a Hearthstone match? Dealing 600 to 0, dealing undefined to 1. So undefined is the real problem. And that's because splash damage must be undefined. Is artillery shell component splash damage? That must mean we're never passing in a splash damage. In fact, that sounds like that's what's happening. Where do we make a new is artillery component? We only make it here. And then here. Params.splash damage. So it's in make projectile assemblage. We must never be passing in splash damage. Here? No, oh man. Talk about a stupid set of, yeah, okay, we don't ever pass in splash damage. Splash damage, we take it from the the artillery hardware. Splash damage. There, problem solved. Everything's fixed. You should get Far Cry 4. The next game, I'm probably gonna play Undertale. Hey, well, nice. How's it going? I'm probably getting Undertale. In fact, let me make sure this is on my to buy list. Games, Undertale, and Yoshi's Woolly World. Oh, Lufia too? That's cool. Alright, add Undertale to Steam wish list. I'm only gonna ever get Steam games now if they're on sale. Even if that means I've gotta wait forever. It means I can't watch that donkey video, but fine. Alright, what do we have here? We should be dealing 600, yep, good, perfect. Okay, and that means that this should be missing exactly 90 life. Now, the only way for us to test that is for us to go into the arena entities and check the health component manually, which shouldn't be too hard because it should be entity number 1. So we go into components and we're looking for the number 910 here. And we found it, look at that. This works. Good. So splash damage is now being dealt. Ever played Duck Hunt? Yeah. Definitely. I had like, I think 3 copies of that game for some reason. If he happens to, wait, what? If he happens to end the first Final Fantasy, I highly recommend it. The first Final Fantasy is a bad game. Like, I played that to completion back when it was out, and I loved it. But it's a bad game. It has like bad game design concepts right now. And I'll sum up just a couple of things. 1, battles are not interesting. They're all grindy. And 2, a lot of the different spells that you could buy are not clarified anywhere. Like what do they do? How do you use them? Yeah, the game was a very grindy game. Okay, I think splash damage is working. And I think we can just check this in. And I think we'll catch it in testing if it's not working. So let's just make sure that the code looks good. So yeah, here we iterate over everything. Yeah, that's fine. That we're not checking in, this we're not checking in. So the real changes where this took place. I'm gonna comment why I did it this way and then get rid of this console log. Yeah, and then get rid of this too, I guess. Whoops. We're gonna put this into its own file. Alright. That password has to be A or spacebar. What? I put the marks there? I have no idea. It started it all, the original JRPG. Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. Well, at least as far as I know, I agree with that. I don't know if there were any other games before that that were more canonically JRPG than that was, but I don't think it holds up to the test of time. Like, I would not want to play through Final Fantasy 1 right now, whereas I might want to play through the remake of Final Fantasy 7. We're just going to rip this file. It doesn't matter. The password has to be A or spacebar for enemy when you had Botland up. Oh, yeah, I don't know what I said it to. I don't think it matters. Maybe Dragon Quest. You know what game I really liked was Dragon Warrior Monsters, and that game is another thing I wouldn't want to play again, although I do like the soundtrack to it. Artillery now properly deals splash damage to cardinally adjacent tiles. FF1 on my iPhone, it was better with saving outside. Yeah, but on your iPhone, that's the updated app, right? I mean, even then, I think it's probably still grindy. And maybe they did something to clarify, like, here's what the sleep spell does or something like that. Because what I remember is the spell names were like, let's look it up. FF1 spell name. I think it was like lit and ice and I don't know. What is this? That is not right.
Yeah, here we go. Harm. What does harm do? Causes 20 to 80 damage to all undead. Ruse. It's another thing that just, what does it even mean? And whatever, it's not that bad. And I'm sure the instruction book had this because it's not like the game probably did. And even if it did, it doesn't matter. Playing Risky says, gotta read a book in college. Alright, see ya. Thanks for joining. Okay, so the only thing I wanted to clarify was in the server arena, and it was why I did things this way. So, and we could generate this, so potential. We could generate this probably in a slightly better way. Yeah. To make the deal damage code easier, I save a set of potential tile coordinates here and then iterate over them below. So this will be an array of objects with real ID and damage dealt. Real ID and damage to be passed to the client. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, so I think that's fine. Next, what do we have here? We need to send artillery shells that are still in the air over to people who are just connecting. Okay, so in order for this to work, in order for me to even test this, first let's come up with a repro for it. Now, here's how we do that. We go into Serve Arena and we look at artillery was fired. Artillery, create artillery shell? No, it's not that. It's in the Codex system. And we look at fire artillery. Alright, good. Then here we set the tick time to something like 10. This will make it so that we have 10 seconds in order to log in on a different client. So then we need to set up a server. So we do BL game run, and we log in on 2 different clients. So I'm gonna close this. Is anyone else even online? No, it's just me. Okay, well then before we log off, here's what I'll do. I'll deploy an Ultra Killer with thrusters and missiles. No, with regenerate missiles. Take that. There. Kill MC Finest Gold bot. Yeah. Invincibility. Okay, then I close that tab. And we go over here and we open up 2 of these tabs. And then refresh that page. So here will be Adam. And we connect. And then, oh, this is going to be even harder to do than I thought. We need 3 clients for this. Oh man, alright, so then we've got Adam 2. So let's connect over here with bots that just move randomly, I guess. Yeah, this won't even work. This isn't gonna work. I need to set up a scenario like how I had over here, where there are bots at a certain position that aren't moving at all, but I need them to be at a certain coordinate. So I need code in the server arena, create bot. I need to say if, so this dot fake equals this dot fake or 0, and this dot fake plus plus. So now it starts as 1 is the first bot, and 2 is the second bot. So let's say if this dot fake is less than 3, then tile x equal, no, we can't do that. We gotta do it this way. If it's equal to 1, we say tile x equals 5, tile y equals 0. If it's equal to 2, we say tile x equals 0. This is the only way we're gonna get this to work. So then we restart the server, and we refresh all these before it gives me an error about how it can't connect because I don't want alerts popping up. Okay, good. Alright, good. Now we connect over here as Adam 2 and this is Adam 1. We deploy 2 different bots. So the first one I deploy is the idiot bot. This is going to blow up. Then I deploy a bot over here that's going to shoot it.
Then over here I connect, and I won't get any of those artillery shells. Yep, exactly. The creation handler for this entity type has not been programmed yet. Yes, that is my perfect English at play here. And yeah, Versace, hi, by the way. Hi, Versace. And you're right, I did miss a semicolon, but this is debug code. However, I'll still give you a point for that because it shows that you care. Okay. So, what do? We go into Client Arena. Well, we could search for not be programmed. Yeah, this. Change that to been programmed. Whoops. And then yeah, if it's an artillery shell, then we write a function for it. And I guess it's create artillery shell. But the problem is this is not the real create artillery shell. Like what we kind of want this to be is artillery was fired. This is the closest to what we had. And then we take the artillery entity here. But this won't work necessarily because we don't have the source entity's real ID. In fact, we don't have where it is at the time. The server doesn't keep track of this. So what can the client even do about this? The client just renders it at a random location? I think... Okay, here's what I can think of. This will work. I don't think this is great. But in is artillery shell, we can keep track of the source X and the source Y. Because the server doesn't need that information. But the server needs to keep it around so that it can tell new clients, so that new clients can know without a doubt where this thing came from. And then, no, they won't know how much longer. No, they will have time until impact. All right, so this is a more involved thing than I want to do. So maybe this is the last thing that we do today because there's only about a little over 20 minutes left, 24 minutes. All right, yeah, let's do it. So we have source tile X, source tile Y. Note, we keep source tile X and source tile Y around so that clients who connect after the shell was fired but before the shell landed will be able to render the shell correctly. This isn't even possibly the way things are going to be eventually, but I guess I'm going to write this down for now because I don't know what we're going to do if I don't do this. We'll just have it. It's fine. We have source tile X and source tile Y. The problem is that this gets created to the most like roundabout way of making things. We make it in make projectile assemblage. And also we need to serialize this across the network. So source X, source Y. And then that means we need to put these here too. Source X. And we need it in here. So this is going to be params, and then where does source tile X go? In the first position? Yeah. So X and Y. And then we have make projectile assemblage, gets called from, well, we already know it comes from create, comes from the code execution system. That's basically it. Create artillery shell. And these are all the params that we need to pass in. So we say source tile X is, I don't even know what, I guess this. And we're going to need to figure out where we get these from. I guess it's the physics component of the active bot. So this dot active physics component dot, we need to look at physics component for this. It's tile X. So tile X and tile Y. Alright, so now I have the source. Next, we get these on the client. And we're gonna need like a lot of this code there. Artillery entity, so shell entity. This is create So I think this code needs to converge on the other code. We don't even, no, we do need that. We only need this though for animation purposes at this point. So this whole get the sprite and everything, that's not necessary anymore. Well, it kind of is. That's good for when you shoot it. Oh, fine. The reason I'm not like, let's do this, let's code it this way, is because I think this is going to change eventually, and there's a lot of little things that can change here. Little things that can cause bugs, I mean. Well, okay, let's code this and see what we end up with. So, we don't have the source entity ID, so we can't animate the source entity firing the shell. But the entity itself has the isArtilleryShell component, which can let us know how far along the path we are. I don't know. So we've got to do a bunch of stuff. We've got to add the projectile sprite. We've got to get the right positions in. We've got to add all this other stuff. Well, the speed, I guess. That's the important part. And the speed is based on the distance to the target, and the distance to the target is based on where we are at the time. Now, the source is still going to be there. We need to extrapolate along our vector in order to figure that out. And then the question becomes, where do we converge this code? So I think for now we just copy paste it all. And then what we do is we stop being idiots and code things correctly. So first, we don't have the source entity anymore, so we don't have the sprite, so we don't have any of that stuff. We do have this, but source center X we get from the tile. So we need to say on source tile X equals, well, then we do get component, and we do isArtilleryShell component of the shell entity, and then we modify this so that this is correct. All right, good. Then we get the source tile X and source tile Y of those things. So this is isArtilleryShell component dot source tile X and source tile Y. All right, good. So we have those. Next, instead of utility get center X, we code this ourselves, and we do this plus 0.5 times constants dot tile size. Good. And then we do the same thing for the Y value here. All right. Now all of that's fine. We make the sprite component, we add it. We don't need to get this again. Time until impact. So we have the time until impact, but we don't know how long it's been. No, we do know how long it's been. But we don't know the starting time until impact. So we don't know how long it's traveled. This dot starting time until impact equals this dot equals time until impact. This is here so that the client can extrapolate how far the, well, it's not really extrapolation at that point, is it? Yeah, we can. Extrapolate how far the shell has traveled based on how long, so that it needs to know how long the shell has been around for. Alright, good. So we have the starting time until impact, and that needs to be passed along the wire too. So now we have time until impact, and we have starting time until impact. So we can figure out how long this has traveled for. Basically, we need to figure out, how do we do this? Let me take a look at a function I wrote in util that might be helpful for this. So we pass in the speed we want. Yeah, we can do something like this. Or we could just use the proper, I already wrote all this out here, mat.cosine, mat.sine. No, let's do this. Yeah, I think we figure out the angle between. Okay, yeah, let's copy this. I think this is good enough. So what are we gonna do here? Where did this even go? Here. And this is in create artillery shell. So we have the time until impact, we have the starting time, we have the chase tile coordinate that already existed on this thing, and we have the destination x and y. So we get this. Desired x minus the current x. So des center x minus current minus source. We don't know the current. We're trying to figure that out. So we just want to get a vector right now. And then this is the same thing but with y. Then we get the angle between the two. And we know how long we've been traveling for. So we do source center x and source center y. And now these can't be constants. And now we just need to figure out what the speed is supposed to be. That is a good question. I think the speed is going to be, so it's how do we do this? Well, when time until impact was, what were these values? This was like 640 and the time until impact was 2000. So it turned out to be a speed of 0.016. We need to kick this into like hyperspeed for one loop. So the distance to target that we want is the distance to where our source should be. So we're really modifying something like, how do we figure this out? Well, let's draw out the problem. I don't think the problem's like very tough or anything. I'm just not thinking about this in a great way. So we have a point here, A, and we've traveled for some distance along this toward our point B. And the way that we've represented this is that A is source tile x, source tile y, and B is, what did I call it? Dest center x. Well, I already named these things wrong, but it's source center x and dest center x. But the names don't really matter. We could have named those anything. So I could have just said source and dest. Okay, but we've been traveling for some amount of time and we're now like here. And then the question is, where is that? And so we know the angle between, we know this angle because that's the angle we already computed. And we don't know this point. This is what we're trying to figure out. So that's x. But we do know how far we are in each way. So we can just figure out the hypotenuse. So this is the dx, dy, and the tangent of the angle that we have equals dy over dx. Wait, what? That's not what I'm trying to do. Wait, no, it's dy and dx that I need to figure out. But I know the, no, I screwed this up. Oh god. No, I computed the angle. Oh man, what am I doing? Okay, what do we need? We need to figure out what our current x and current y are. So no, we do want to know this point, but we need to figure these things out. And so I guess, yeah, we have the angle, but we have, yeah, I got that. Oh, and so I guess what we do know, we know this value. Okay, so no, we know the hypotenuse of this triangle. And the hypotenuse of this triangle is, let me see. We have, it's the distance multiplied by, okay, so yeah, here's one of the things we're saying. So hypotenuse is the distance multiplied by the amount of time we've already traveled. So, and that's what? We know that we should time until impact, and we know how far along we are. Time until impact. Yeah, let me write this out here. So their hip equals, and this started at something like 2,000. So if time until impact is still like 1,900, then we only traveled 100. So we divide that by, okay, got it, yeah. So this minus time until impact times starting time, or whoops, not times, divided by. So that's how far along we are, and this is multiplied by the distance between these two things. So this is the hypotenuse. Well, we can say like ratio of distance traveled equals this, and then the hypotenuse equals ratio times the distance. Okay, good. So yeah, we have all those things. Jim Lee says, you know which direction you've been traveling, take that normalized direction and multiply with time times speed. Point A plus normalized direction vector times dt times speed. Yeah, and yeah. That's essentially what I'm doing without doing it in the more generic way. Because if I had a vector library that I was already using, I think this would be a little bit easier. So I was just trying to see, can I reason this out myself? So we have this, and we know that the cosine of the angle is dy over the hypotenuse. So yeah, the dy equals math dot cosine angle times hypotenuse, and dx equals math dot sine angle times hypotenuse. So there we go. Then we just add those things. So current x equals source center x plus dx, and current y equals source center y plus dx, or dy. And then we set these things. And then we figure out a speed based on our remaining distance. No, our speed is always going to be the same. No, never mind, that doesn't change. So then we just need to set these things, and we set them in the sprite. So this actually goes here. Cur x. Oh, except for, nope, that's not what we do. We got to put those here, so there we go. Alright, so did whatever I just write make sense? I don't know. Let's just test it, because my brain's a little shot right now. So we gotta load up these three things. So what we'll know is this. Here's what we're testing. Let me refresh all these pages. And I still have a feeling I might have left something off here, but we'll find out. So yeah, let's refresh all these. What's gonna happen is we're going to deploy a bot in this browser, and we can actually do that right off the bat. That doesn't matter, and it'll go right there. Then we deploy a bot over on the browser you can't see, and we see these start to fire. We got 10 seconds now to connect over here. What we should see is the dot should be in exactly the same place as they were. And I screwed up the name of entity. It should be shell entity. What a dumb mistake to me. Okay, so let's search for this and make sure we didn't screw that up anywhere else. Where's entity? Here. So we screwed up there and there. Does entity show up at all anywhere else? Yeah, there. Let's try that out. We gotta wait for this to finish building. Extreme says, what game engine do you use? So some of this information is on Twitch right now if you look at the info section, but I'm not really using a game engine. I'm using a renderer engine, and it's called Pixie. But I'm kind of writing my own engine right now. So let's try this again. So we'll connect this Atom over here. We deploy a bot that does nothing. Great. We connect this Atom 2 over here. We deploy a bot that shoots artillery over at that. Great.
We connected to atom 3 over here, and we should see those in the same spots that we saw over here. And I still screwed up. What is this? Oh, SPI is not a thing. Oops. None of that. That code wasn't even supposed to exist here. Okay, we're almost there. We almost got it. Yeah, alright. And let's see, did that finish building? And Extreme, I know my bot thanks you, but I also thank you for following. You'll hopefully get a whisper from Bot Lad in a bit, and Bot Lad will let you control my lights. So let's hit the connect button here, deploy a bot, good. Hit the connect button over here, deploy our bot, good. And then hit the connect button over here, and like I said, we should see these in exactly the same position we saw them over here. That didn't really work. Indeed. What chain tool are you using to recompile and minify? I'm using Gulp. Okay, so the source center X and source center Y, we got from there. That part was fine. What we saw happen though is that they were all clumped together a lot, but the distance to target, I feel like that was wrong. You know what it might have been? I don't know if I'd restarted the server. I think I did. I think this is folly in order to rerun this. Gulp? Oh no, Gulp. Sorry. Sorry, Plixia. I don't know if you'd heard me or not. Oh, what's this? What is this? Oh no, that's fine. And okay, yeah, definitely don't care about that. Let me try this again. If I was trying this in different browsers, I could just hit the connect button again, but this is saving in local storage, but they're the same browser, so it's like I gotta keep doing this. And then let's try this over here. So I'm gonna hit connect. I'm gonna take a print screen this time. So yeah, this is what happened. And it looks like, so they all got created at least. They just got created at the wrong X and Y coordinates. Or maybe just not far enough along that. Like, this looks like they're forming the line that they should form. Which would mean that what I'm multiplying by here is not far enough. Ratio of distance traveled. So if you've traveled for, if time until impact is 1,000 and your starting time was 2,000, then you've traveled, so 1,000 divided by 2,000, halfway there. You multiply that by your distance to the target. No, that should be fine. And yeah, it does look like Grunt. Gulp, I think, was inspired by Grunt. Do you plan on correcting the projectile paths so they're straight? Yeah, I do plan on correcting that. I'm not using real graphics for this stuff yet. That's why I haven't done it yet. So, yeah, what did I screw up here? Current X and current Y. I'm adding to the source of X and Y. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong here. And if I look at that first picture that I had, is this even correct what I'm talking about here? Fondness is this is like, I'm gonna erase this. Equals ratio of distance traveled, well, time times this travel, something like that. Time ratio times distance travel. I think I said this right. Hypotenuse times, yeah. Huh. Interesting. I think I could have screwed this up. In fact, you know what? Could be part of the problem, but I think they're arriving at the correct time. That's what was kind of weird to me. The only way for me to test this more is to just deploy these at random coordinates. In fact, that's something I could do. Let's try that out. Let's put in server arena. So we have this dot fake. If this dot fake is greater than or equal to 2. Nope. If this dot fake is greater than 2,
Okay, so now we can later redeploy bots at the correct tiles. And I can restart that. Again, this is going to cause alerts to happen on all these. And I don't even think this is finished, so it's not going to work yet. Okay, there it finished. So now we could at least run this a couple times and see what's going on, although I still should be able to reason about this better than I am. I just want to be able to put breakpoints in on the fly. So there, now all future bots are going to get created. Alright, what I wanted to see is, do these reach when they're supposed to reach? They do. How is that possible? The only way for that to happen would be... Alright, let's put a breakpoint over here in Client Arena. We get to create entity, and it was down here, create artillery shell. So if we refresh this, and then on here we create a new bot, this should get created at 5-0. Good. Things are getting fired at it, so when we connect over here, we should have a breakpoint immediately. Good. And now we can figure out what this is supposed to do. So we should have all of the coordinates we need, and we can figure out at the bottom of this. Yeah, let's just set a breakpoint here. So first of all, we have starting time should be 5400. What? That's a very weird time. That's probably wrong. And then time until impact is also 54.5. What? How are those numbers being chosen right now? And that is totally wrong. Time until impact is coming from the code execution system. Versace, today I enjoyed Burger King. Today was a good day. I haven't forgotten about my offer. This. Arena get tick time times 10. And that's the time until impact. And the tick time is not like a weird number, so I don't know how that's getting chosen the way that it was. Tick time is 1,000, so this should just be 10,000. The starting time until impact. Oh, I think I know what's going wrong. Ooh, nope, I don't. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that's the problem. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Time until impact, splash damage, and then starting time until impact equals undefined. And here we say starting time until impact or time until impact. And then over here we need to pass it in with the correct one, so serialized. Alright, that's what was going wrong. It's passing the wrong thing. Hey, Argagino. Okay. I think this fixes it. And I think that's also a bad way of coding the fix, but alright, let's see. As this is building, what else do I want to do here? This is what I was working on. And then block the API blocks, dead simple. Coding this, that's sort of a design question more. Refactoring shouldn't be too bad. Maybe find a target and then the test. Okay, well at the very least we can finish up these things tomorrow. Then these are going to be, well, harder. Let's take a look at whether we fixed this though. I was just passing the wrong value. Goodness, that's stupid. Okay, let's try this out. So we connect over here as Adam, deploy a bot. Connect over here as Adam2, deploy a bot. We connect over here as Adam3, and we stop the breakpoints for now, so we can connect. Ooh, well, it looks like I screwed up the X and Y coordinates. That looked closer to correct. Dist X and dist Y. Let's go over adjacent. Did I screw up an X and Y somewhere? When you start receiving concept art, whenever that is, do you plan on sharing any of it with the stream? I want to. So I'm going to talk to the co-founder and say if he wants to also, which I imagine he would. So yeah, I'd love to share it. I'm super excited for that, by the way. In fact, one of the things I have to go do after this is put money in my bank account. Well, we have this repro up and running still. So what I could do is just rerun it. It's like dead simple to do that. I do this and then I just refresh the page.
That was weird. And so it looked like those were just in the wrong direction. How did that happen though? I said x and y equal to x and y. Y, x, x, y, y. Angle. Alright, well let's inspect some values here. Where is this? Here we go. Except for that won't work because I didn't put a breakpoint in. Okay, yeah, let's do this again. Oh, we have a breakpoint already. Okay, cool. So we can rerun this now by doing this. And oops. Well, it'll still kind of work. That's alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, we put breakpoint in here, we go down to here. Let's see what we got. What's the ratio? We've traveled about 60% of the way there. Now this should always be 10,000 and this should be roughly 4,000, I guess. Yeah, it is. Good. Alright, so we get the hypotenuse, dx, dy, current, all that stuff. And now the y value is much larger than it should be. What's the center y? It's 32. So dy is somehow wrong. And what's the angle here? It should be slightly 0.09. That doesn't sound right. Wait, does 0 represent left? Well, cosine of 0 is 1, so that's why that's happening. But... oh, whoops, I'm stupid. Okay, I'm a dummy. I meant to write cosine and sine. Yeah, alright, that's what I screwed up. Yeah, so let's rerun this and let's also go change my reverser package so that the opposite of cosine is sine, because I feel like that makes sense. I know it's really arc sine and arc cosine, but there we go. Alright, next. Next we rerun this and we ooh and ah at the results. Prepare your O and A keys and your H keys. Deploy. Deploy. And are you ready for this? If you guess deploy. Oh wait, except for close that. Yeah, it almost worked. That just, to me, that indicated that the destination was wrong. Also, that's peculiar. But yeah, it looked like the destination might have just been wrong. Dest center X, is that taken from... No, I'm not totally sure why that happened actually. Let's rerun that. Where is the third browser? Yeah, here we go. So we deploy a bot over here, then we refresh this page. And we should see... deploy. Well, I'll have to still figure this out. But yeah, those last ones, I don't know. I don't know what it is, I just screwed up. So we can hit the connect button here, and it's like, it's almost right. It looks like the speed that they're moving is slightly wrong. So they made it there too soon. But how could the speed be screwed up? It can't be the speed that's screwed up. It could be the ratio that I screwed up. Starting time until impact, it's 10,000. Oh yeah, this is 1 minus this. Okay, yeah, so I'm terrible at everything. Let's just agree to agree. And then we'll refresh these things just to not get errors, but we gotta wait for that to finish building, and then hopefully this all looks good, and then I can clean this up tomorrow, finish artillery tomorrow, and then start working on more hardware tomorrow. That way you guys have pretty much the full gamut of hardware, at least base hardware that you'll have. So yeah, let's refresh these again, and I think this time it's gonna work. I think we fixed all the stupid math errors that I could have ever made. Deploy, and this is the moment of truth. Right here, get your PogChamps ready.
Nope. It totally broke. Alright, well, whatever. We'll figure this out tomorrow. I'm not going to keep working on this tonight. I need to see myself as the bot lord if I want to succeed. What's my terminal client, Mr. Iyer asks? It is ConEmu, which is console emulator. So ConEmu. Whoops, I typed CoEmu. Emperor of Botland. Well, what is this page? CoEmu. This is what I meant. Yeah, let me link this to you. Yeah, I'll have to figure this out. And a lot of this might change. Like I said, the way that I animated this before, it was an artillery thing shot off the top of the screen and then just disappeared basically. So if you missed that entire thing, it didn't matter because then it shot back down on the other side of the screen and hit someone. So if we decide to animate things this way, then what I'm doing right now is pointless. Alright, I'm going to be on in another like 16 hours or so. Yeah, I'll be streaming for about 8 hours tomorrow. So come watch me tomorrow. And yeah, thank you for all who did watch me. I got a lot of followers today. I really appreciate that. We're almost at 800. That's pretty great. And I'm going to get going. So everybody take care. Have a good night. See you later.